Hey everybody, I'm Jason Lupoi, editor-in-chief of Terpenes and Testing magazine and Extraction magazine. And I just wanted to bid you all welcome and express my gratitude to you all for tuning in today as we kick off our first virtual conference, MACE 365. If 2020 taught us one thing, it might be that we must adapt and find new ways of doing things that are important to us by maximizing the technology that's available. So this is an example of that. What's important to us at MACE Media is that we continue to engage with all of you in our ongoing conversations about cannabis sativa. To that end, I am very honored to introduce our keynote speaker today, Dr. Ethan Russo. Dr. Russo's scientific research has become a staple in our industry, whether we're talking about the Taming THC paper that popularized the notion of the entourage effect, or whether his discussion on cannabis history, where I learned the hypothesized word for cannabis in ancient Sumerian. Dr. Russo is a board-certified neurologist, psychopharmacology researcher, and founder and CEO of Credo Science. You can reach that at credo-science.com. Previously, he was the director of research and development for the International Cannabis and Cannabinoids Institute from 2017 to 2019, medical director of Phytex from 2015 to 2017, and from 2003 to 2014, Dr. Russo was the senior medical advisor and medical monitor and study physician to GW Pharmaceuticals for numerous phase 1 through phase 3 clinical trials of Sativex and Epidiolex. He was a clinical neurologist in Missoula, Montana for 20 years. He has held faculty appointments in pharmaceutical sciences at the University of Montana and in medicine at the University of Washington. He is author and editor of 7 books and has published more than 50 peer-reviewed articles. So please welcome our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Ethan Russo, up next.
Hold on, you guys, just 1 second. We're going to restart this real quick. To get your audio better, hold on. Alrighty, and should be good.
Our topic today is to entourage or not to entourage. Why is there a question? My email is here. I would be glad to hear of questions. Additionally, any references that I've written from this talk will be available free without copyright problems at ethanrusso.org. Our subject today, of course, is cannabis sativa, cultivated cannabis, the most useful single plant on earth, providing food from the seed, fuel from the seed oil, fiber from the stalks, and pharmacy from the unfertilized female flowering tops primarily. We'll be referring to different typology of cannabis, the system of Ernest Small, type 1 being the most familiar, high THC, chemovars, chemical varieties. There are no strains in plants, rather chemical varieties. Type 2 are mixed THC CBD chemovars, and type 3 are CBD predominant chemovars. This is from an article from a few years ago showing the different parts of the plants and the chemical products derived from them. Of course, the unfertilized female flowering tops are the most popular, with cannabinoid fractions up to 30% on monoterpenoids and sesquiterpenoids that can total 5% exceptionally. These are produced in capitate glandular trichomes, which are most dense in the unfertilized female flowers, quite a bit less in fertilized flowers, on much less on the leaves, although they too can present with useful compounds. And then the roots, which produce triterpenoids and a few alkaloids, quite distinct from the towering tops, but no cannabinoids. We're going to start off with the phytocannabinoids, or plant-based cannabinoids. These are the 12 for which we have the most pharmacological information, although the plant produces upwards of 150 distinct phytocannabinoids. And we'll just be concentrating on a few today, but this is the biosynthetic pathway, generally beginning with a common precursor, geranyl pyrophosphate, which when combined with olivitolic acid produces the pentyl acid cannabinoids, cannabigerolic acid, leading to tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, cannabidiolic acid, cannabichromenic acid. You'll note that these are all acids that's produced in the plant, which after decarboxylation will become the neutral cannabinoids. Geranyl pyrophosphate is also the substrate for the propylcannabinoids. So when combined with divernic acid, produces these with a 3-carbon side chain instead of 5. Additionally, geranyl pyrophosphate is the parent compound to the monoterpenoids and the sesquiterpenoids as well. We're going to be talking quite a bit about cannabis synergy, or what's known as the entourage effect. This was described first in 1998 by professors Meshulam and Ben Shabbat, but the next year they related this not just to endogenous cannabinoids in the body, but also phytocannabinoids from the plant. This type of synergism may play a role in the widely held but not experimentally based view that in some cases plants are better drugs than the natural products isolated from them. This was in 1999. It's now 22 years since that time, and there is a great body of literature that supports this contention, as we'll see. It remains the case that most cannabis chemovars are almost uniformly high THC chemotypes, especially with high myrcene, as we'll discuss. More recently, in the last decade, there's been an emphasis on cannabidiol predominant chemovars, but they're also myrcene dominant. But for decades, people who've used cannabis maintain that there are distinct differences in the effects. So if it's not purely related to the cannabinoid content, what else is it from? Well, that seems to be relative to the terpenoid content and the ratios, as we'll describe. Why does the plant make these compounds? Well, THC production is greatest in bright light, particularly in high elevations as in mountains, and this seems to relate to protection from ultraviolet light damage that could affect the genetic contents. CBG and CBD are antifungal. The trichomes form a mechanical insect trap, and we see here trapped aphids. And some of the cannabinoid acids are insecticidal, as well as producing a necrosis in plant cells, and that's why they're held away from the plant tissue. And we see an example of pruning as the plant matures. In its effort to get fertilized, it sheds these leaves at the base. So basically then, these are substances that the plant makes not for our use, but rather for ecological benefits. So we'll start with the most familiar, tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC. This was finally isolated in 1964. It's a weak partial agonist at the CB1 and CB2 receptors, analogous to the endogenous cannabinoid anandamide. Of course, it's an analgesic and also works on itch. It's bronchodilatory. In the 19th century, there were cannabis cigarettes for asthma. In 1998, Aiden and Hampson showed that it's a neuroprotective antioxidant. And beyond receptor activity, It has 20 times the anti-inflammatory power of aspirin and twice that of hydrocortisone. It's a muscle relaxant. That's the basis for its use in spasticity and multiple sclerosis, for which Sativex is approved in 30 countries. Also well known as an antiemetic in chemotherapy. Of course, it's the primary psychoactive component, but it does all these things without producing any COX inhibition, so does not produce ulcers, heart attacks, or strokes. A very interesting finding is THC as well as CBD may reduce buildup of beta amyloid in Alzheimer's disease. Now we're going to have several slides in cannabidiol, which although it's much less potent and less well known, has a very diverse pharmacology. This is isolated in 1940, but the actual structure was nailed down by Professor Meshulam in 1963. Does not bind directly to the CB1 receptor, but seems to be a negative allosteric modulator. And this helps account for the ability of it to counteract THC side effects. It also is a neuroprotective antioxidant and is stronger than vitamin C or vitamin E in this regard. Like capsaicin, it's a TRPV1 agonist, but unlike capsaicin, which produces a burning sensation, this does not. But it has the ability to downregulate that receptor with continued application, and this may help explain its role in pain treatment. It also inhibits the uptake of anandamide and weakly inhibits its hydrolysis, so may increase the gain of the endocannabinoid system. It is commonly reported as being sedating, but that is only true at extreme doses, particularly in combination with polypharmacy. In lower doses, it's alerting. The confusion may come about due to the fact that many chemovars of cannabidiol are also rich in myrcene. It's an anticonvulsant and has recently been approved by the American FDA as a treatment for Dravet syndrome, Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, and more recently for tuberous sclerosis as Epidiolex, which is 97% pure CBD. It's also anti-anxiety agent and antipsychotic. There have been 2 phase 2 clinical trials with positive results in treating psychosis at very high doses. Like the other phytocannabinoids, CBD is cytotoxic in breast cancer and many other cancer cell lines, but it has no bad effects on normal cells. It also is an antagonist of GPR18, which may explain benefit in treatment of endometriosis. It's also been shown to be an antagonist of tumor necrosis factor alpha, explaining its benefit in autoimmune diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's, and even multiple sclerosis. Again, not a COX-1 or COX-2 inhibitor. For a long time, it was unclear what the basis was for its anti-anxiety effect, but that seems to be mediated by the serotonin 1A receptor. Also, that's responsible for reduction of brain damage after strokes, treatment of nausea by this agent, as well as other activities. It also enhances adenosine receptor A2A signaling, and that could help explain benefits in inflammatory and chronic pain states. Again, has effects on slow viruses, and also, like THC, can affect beta amyloid production. CBD has also been shown to stimulate bone fracture healing. There are a lot of misconceptions about cannabidiol. As previously mentioned, it's not very potent, so a tiny amount is not enough. So there are many preparations that have almost homeopathic amounts of CBD, and these are unlikely to be beneficial, particularly as isolates. You'll frequently hear that it's not psychoactive, but this is just wrong. Of course, it's psychoactive. What it is not is intoxicating, but it is psychoactive or psychotropic by virtue of its anti-anxiety and antipsychotic effects. We've discussed the sedation business already, related likely to myrcene content. Its status in the United States is a real issue. It is approved and unscheduled as Epidiolex, but technically CBD is still a Schedule I drug in all other applications. Just ask the FDA or the DEA. Now, that has been ignored to date, but we'll have to see what happens in 2021. One of my pet peeves was the contention that CBD turns into THC in the body. This has absolutely been disproven. There was a more recent study out of Brazil where they gave hundreds of milligrams of pure CBD to 2 patients, and no THC appeared subsequently in there as a metabolite. This is the natural history of CBD, all the way from a hemp field to the lab. And we've already discussed the biosynthetic pathway. This is what pure crystals of CBD look like. And as mentioned, it doesn't turn into THC in the body, although that can be done in the lab with strong acid. Rather, its normal metabolite is 7-hydroxycannabidiol, and we're still trying to figure out whether that might be an active drug or not. Cannabigerol is an up-and-comer. This is sort of the parent compound of the other cannabinoids. It is a GABA uptake inhibitor greater than THC or CBD, and may explain its tendencies to be a muscle relaxant and a strong anti-anxiety agent. In animals, it's shown an antidepressant effect. It has a mild hypotensive effect, both in the circulation and in the eye. It decreases keratinocytes in psoriasis. It's a powerful antibiotic against multiple resistant Staphylococcus aureus, as well as other gram-positive bugs. There have been various effects on adrenal receptors and serotonin receptors. It works on several TRP channels, especially TRPM8, which may explain benefit in treating prostatic cancer in particular. Cannabichromine, unlike the others, is produced via a recessive gene and usually is a minor component. It is an anti-inflammatory and analgesic. It shares with the other cannabinoids antibiotic and antifungal effects, similarly sharing cancer cytotoxic effects, and works on various TRP channels as well. Like CBD, it has a certain inhibition of fatty acid aminohydrolase, which is the degradatory enzyme for anandamide, and thus it could boost its levels. Now, I'd like to talk about the propylcannabinoids. This is tetrahydrocannabivarin, so it's like THC with a 3-carbon side chain instead of 5, as we see here. This is identified in 1970, but had no work on its pharmacology for a long time until Roger Pertwee picked it up again and showed that it was an antagonist at CB1 at low doses, but an agonist at much higher doses. So a very interesting pharmacology. On various assays in animals and in people, it has produced weight loss, decreased body fat, and serum leptin concentrations with increased energy expenditure. So may turn out to be a useful agent in type 2 diabetes and the metabolic syndrome. It is an anticonvulsant like many of the other cannabinoids. In animals, it's shown decreased edema and hyperalgesia. It lacks the adverse event profiles of the inverse agonists, such as rimonabant, SR141716A, that was marketed as a weight loss drug, but taken off of the market in Europe and never approved in the US. Cannabidivarin is its counterpart. So instead of CBD with 5 carbons, we've got a 3-carbon side chain. This is an anticonvulsant that was comparable to phenobarbital and felbamate, particularly for seizures of partial onset. I should point out that all of the pictures are from dedicated plants rich in these compounds. Now the acid cannabinoids. So the parent before decarboxylation of THC is tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, or THCA, the form in the fresh unheated cannabis flowers. This is insecticidal. It's shown, although it was called inactive for decades, it's far from the case. It is anti-inflammatory via anti-tumor necrosis factor alpha effects, and recently was shown to be a PPAR gamma agonist. The authors of that study in Spain thought it would be useful in Huntington disease, but it also points out that it would be good for metabolic syndrome, cancer treatment, and a bunch of other things. THCA supposedly doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier, but has shown anticonvulsant activity. And the explanation may be that in severe seizure syndromes, there's a breakdown of the blood-brain barrier, and that may allow its entry. This is also a strong antiemetic like other cannabinoids. Cannabidiolic acid is here. This is the predominant phytocannabinoid in fresh hemp. It's a natural herbicide. This one does produce some COX inhibition, but at extremely high doses, it probably never be needed clinically. It is phenomenally powerful in animal experiments as an antiemetic via 5-HT1A stimulation, somewhere between 100 and 1,000 times more potent than CBD itself. Historical data supported the use of raw hemp to treat tumors. This really hasn't been tested subsequently, and that's something that I believe should be done. So terpenoids are the aromatic components of cannabis. Many plants produce terpenoids, commonly from the flowers, fruit, leaf, or sap. They're formed of 5 carbon units. Terpenes have only carbon and hydrogen, whereas terpenoids also may contain oxygen. Monoterpenoids are 10 carbon, limonene and pinene are example. Sesquiterpenoids are 15 carbon, caryophyllene example. One diterpenoid is phytol, which is actually an artifact of heating. And triterpenoids at 30 carbons are found in the roots, but not elsewhere. Again, why does the plant make these? Well, these are insect repellents, or they could be insect attractants. The higher molecular weight compounds in the leaves are antifeedants for grazing animals. They have strong antibiotic properties as well as anti-inflammatory properties. There have been a lot of studies in the past. It's important to understand that the terpenoids are responsible for the scent of cannabis, not the cannabinoids. Over 200 have been reported in cannabis, but about 17 are predominant, and none are unique to cannabis at this point. All the terpenoids that we're going to discuss are generally recognized as safe, grasped by the FDA or FEMA and other bodies. Many of these are food additives. This is a table from the Taming THC article from 2011. And it shows more familiar plants that produce the same terpenoids. And as mentioned, they produce anti-inflammatory, mood-enhancing, or effects, or may modulate the effects of THC. These are monoterpenoids. What they have in common, although they're different structures, is the 10 carbons. And we'll just discuss a few. But by far, myrcene is the most common in cannabis. It's a sedating drug on its own, but particularly in combination with THC, very much so. And it's what I call the couch lock factor in cannabis. This is where people get immobilized and can't get off the couch. But it is useful for other reasons. It's shown to be an analgesic, an effect that's antagonized by naloxone, and this helps explain its sort of narcotic effect, which is very much in evidence in modern chemovars of cannabis, probably to excess. The most common terpenoid in nature is alpha-pinene, but this is actually not seen very often in most available chemovars of cannabis. It is highly bioavailable and is a bronchodilator like THC. Wide spectrum antibiotic, effective against MRSA, some yeasts, etc. Its most noteworthy effect is an acetylcholinesterase inhibitor. This, by boosting the amount of acetylcholine in the brain, it enhances short-term memory, which is impaired by THC. So this is an important effect to reduce side effects. If you want to wake up, it's good to walk in a pine forest, an effect that the Japanese call Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing. D-limonene is probably the second most common terpenoid in nature. Again, not that common in most cannabis, but this is a potent antidepressant and immune stimulator, and that was shown in Japan in a study by Komori et al. Looking at a ward of hospitalized depressed patients and cutting their Hamilton depression skills in half and allowing discontinuation of antidepressant regimens. It also works on adenosine A2A, as does CBD and THC. An interesting effect shown recently is it increases mitochondrial biogenesis and can increase the amount of brown fat, the metabolically active fat, and reduce white fat that's associated with obesity. Linalool is familiar as the active agent, if you will, among others, in lavender. So that has a strong anti-anxiety effect that's been shown in hospitalized, agitated Alzheimer patients. It's also a strong local anesthetic and has anticonvulsant effects that have been shown clinically on seizure patients. Sesquiterpenoids, I believe we're only going to discuss one today. These are the 15 carbon examples. Beta-caryophyllene is a fascinating agent. It's been long known that this is a strong anti-inflammatory agent comparable to phenylbutazone, an NSAID that's not used in humans but in horses. But unlike the NSAIDs, this is gastric cytoprotective. About 15 years ago now, Jörg Gertsch in Switzerland showed that this is a selective CB2 full agonist, but has no activity to speak of at CB1. So this is not a psychoactive effect, but rather anti-inflammatory and analgesic without producing intoxication. And it has broad additional pharmacology that can be seen in the review article by Sharma et al. So generally speaking, you hear a lot in relation to cannabis about sativas and indicas. These have no relation to the biochemical attributes of the plant and should be eschewed. Really, we should be defining chemovars on the basis of the chemical content. We're also interested in what the plant looks like, but we really want to know the cannabinoid content and the terpenoid content. Also, what is the scent, taste when vaporized, and what do patients report in relation to its use? So one way to tabulate this would be what's called phytofacts that was developed by Mark Lewis at NAPRO Research. From the top, we see the percentages of cannabinoids and terpenoids. We see a donut with the top 2 cannabinoids, listing of the top cannabinoids by concentration, picture of the bud. Then it gets interesting. What are the primary tastes and smells? So limonene from lemons, caryophyllene from black pepper, as we see here, limonene, caryophyllene. And then very importantly, what do patients report when they use this? Does it produce energy, comfort, less relaxation for this one because of its high, low myrcene content, high limonene and caryophyllene. Other examples, this is a type 2. We've got THC with greater amount of CBD and pinene dominant. So the myrcene's low. This should be a really good drug for treating pain. The pinene will reduce short-term memory impairment from THC, allowing focus and concentration. And with selective breeding, the pinene is very high, 2% out of high total of terpenoids, 3.9%. More commonly, we see things about 1%, but this is a special plant. Again, with selective breeding, without genetic modification, it's possible to have a consistent terpenoid profile with varying, cannabinoid content. Here we see a type 1 plant, THC predominant, also pinene dominant. Here we have type 2, CBD and THC, again pinene dominant, just as before. And a type 3, CBD plant with CBG, minimal THC, again pinene dominant. Same thing with limonene. Here, yellow bar is the biggest. We have type 1 here, type 2, and type 3, this time CBD with THC. I should mention that these are not one-offs, chance findings, so these were specifically bred. All the examples here will breed truly. And same idea, this time with caryophyllene predominance. We have THCV and THC together, CBD and THC at type 2, and then very interesting plant, CBD and CBDV, almost no THC, all three with caryophyllene predominance. An example of a type 3 CBD predominant with high caryophyllene. So this should be non-sedating. The THC is quite low. Myrcene is quite low. What patients report is comfort. This should be good for pain, inflammation, and treatment of addiction due to the CBD and caryophyllene content, as well as having likely anti-anxiety and antidepressant effects. I wanted to point out the importance of flower versus extract. So this is the flower, and you see in this that the terpenoid content is 10.7% of the cannabinoid content, caryophyllene and limonene dominant. So we've got the total cannabinoids at 20.5%, terpenoids at 2.2%. After CO2 extraction, the cannabinoids get boosted way up to 71.6%, but the terpenoids remain quite low, only 2.4%. And this is trying to do things in one run. The caryophyllene is now dominant, and you've lost most of the limonene. So it is better to do CO2 extraction if performed in two runs, one for cannabinoids and one for terpenoids. I'd like to talk more about proof of synergy and the entourage effect. We all know that 2 + 2 = 4, but can 2 + 2 = 5? That should be equals, not plus. Well, it can in cannabis. Good example was from the Sativex program. This is a study done in hospice patients with terminal cancer with pain unresponsive to opioids. This was a randomized controlled trial. There were 3 arms, a high THC extract, a placebo, and a high THC extract with a high CBD extract, which is currently known as Sativex or nabiximols. In this study, the high THC extract and placebo were not significantly different one to another, but Sativex was clearly statistically significantly better. And that's demonstrated here. We're looking at a 30% decrement in pain after 2 weeks of treatment. And that's considered highly relevant by the patients. The only difference between the Sativex and the high THC extract was the presence of CBD. So this is an example of synergy. In Israel, Ruth Galili and her team showed an interesting phenomenon. It's known that in animals, cannabidiol as a pure compound produces a biphasic dose response curve. That means at low doses, it doesn't produce analgesia. At a higher dose, which is optimized, it is analgesic, but then the effect is lost if the dose is too high. But when they used equal amounts of CBD as an extract with other components present, the biphasic response was lost, and rather there was a linear dose response effect without a ceiling. So again, this shows the importance of whole plant extracts as opposed to isolates. Similarly, a study done in breast cancer cell lines in culture and implanted tumors showed the superiority of a cannabis extract compared to pure THC. In this instance, the thing that seemed to make a difference was not the terpenoids, but the presence of small amounts of cannabigerol and tetrahydrocannabinolic acid acting as synergistic agents. And all these examples are detailed in a publication from a couple of years ago now, which is listed here and available at ethanrusso.org. Another study done out of Israel and Canada, looking at anticonvulsant effects in an animal model with pentylene tetrazole of different cannabis extracts with equal CBD concentrations. All the extracts showed some benefit, but the big differences were noted with non-CBD cannabinoids, leading to very significant differences in survival rates in the experimental animals. So these so-called minor components may be the difference between clinical success and failure. Also demonstrating this was a meta-analysis by Fabricio Pamplona et al. And they looked at studies of pure CBD as an Epidiolex in treating severe seizure syndromes as compared to similar dosing, but with extracts with other components. What they showed was that purified CBD, the average dose per day was 27.1 milligrams per kilogram, compared to equal success with only 6.1 milligrams per kilogram per day for the CBD-rich cannabis extracts. So that's about a 22.5% of the higher dose. Also, the adverse event profile was improved in the extracts over the high dose CBD alone. And this is important because at high doses, there are drug-drug interactions of CBD with clobazam and other agents, which may complicate treatment. Also, adding markedly to the expense. It should be known that other components are anticonvulsant beyond CBD, including THCA, THCV, CBDV, possibly CBDA, linalool, and even caryophyllene. Good example of that is this type 3 agent, CBD with CBDV. Also contains a small amount of THC and linalool and caryophyllene, so at least 4 potential anticonvulsants. This type of chemovar should be an ideal candidate for testing clinically for epilepsy. Some other examples from the realm of psychiatry. Depression, one might think about THC, CBD, and CBG plus limonene. For anxiety, CBD plus limonene and or linalool. For sedation, THC, less CBN. CBN, cannabinol, is about 1/4 of the potency of THC, but especially with myrcene. For agitation and Alzheimer's disease, THC, possibly CBD, along with linalool, limonene, and pinene. And for addiction, as mentioned, CBD plus caryophyllene, and maybe a touch of THC. I wanted to close with something about biosynthesis of cannabinoids by yeast and other methods. This was from a study of a couple of years ago, and this showed at the time what yeasts and other species have been used via genetic modification to produce cannabinoids. 2 weeks after this came out, a more elegant study was done that included a lot more agents. But the point I wanted to make was the amounts produced were tiny. Industry says that they can scale this up, but I would point out that they might be good at producing isolates, but they'll never produce the entourage that cannabis does. And it's hard for me to believe that they can compete with a plant that can produce 30% cannabinoids in the flowers and 5% of the terpenoids. So, you know, there are a lot of neat tricks that can be done with genetics, such as producing anole lizards that are albinos, but this may have a certain appeal to people, but ecologically, it's not good for the animal. And I just wanted to close with something about land races. Land races are chemovars of cannabis that have been grown outdoors in a geographic location, so they're ecologically adapted to the local conditions. And you'd find these in traditional cannabis growing regions such as Mexico, Southern Africa, Jamaica, Colombia, Morocco, Afghanistan, India, Thailand, Nepal. Unfortunately, in those places, a lot of the land races have been supplanted by seeds from California and the Netherlands that really don't necessarily grow there well. In the process, we've lost many wonderful traits, profiles, as well as agronomic benefits, disease resistance, etc. We definitely need to make efforts to find these plants and preserve their genetic legacy. And I believe that's it. I thank you for your attention. And again, I'm available at ethanrusso@comcast.net. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, so we have a few minutes before we're going to kickstart our next presentation. So there was a question, and I wanted to open this up to our available panelists. Dr. Ethan Russo could not be here today live with us, so if we can discuss this with our available panelists, that would be great. So the question is, can you elaborate on the amount of linalool that you consider clinically significant? And I was going to go first with this. While I was researching for our book called The Cannabis Terpene Experience, I found in the scientific literature in one report that terpene concentrations above 0.05% by weight are considered of pharmacological appeal. So I don't know if any of the other panelists that knows a thing or two about terpenes want to chime in there, but I just wanted to make sure you guys had the opportunity to.
What was this is Michael Backus. What was the figure again?
What I found was 0.05% by weight.
Yeah, that's extremely low. I mean, I would say that if we're talking inhaled, which I assume they are, there aren't a lot that are going to move the needle at titers that low. Probably a linalool will. I mean, it's phenomenally potent. I don't think beta-caryophyllene would, for example, in my experience with it. But maybe a couple other of the monoterps. But I just think that figure is super, super, super low. For the most part, in flowering tops, I consider cannabis with a significant amount of terpenes to start at about 0.1%. So about double that.
Okay. And just to clarify, Michael, the number that I gave was the study that I was referring to talked about those percentages being of pharmacological appeal. Yeah,
I think that, I mean, most of the cannabis that I find that really, where the terps really start to interact with the cannabinoid content, for the most part are 0.25 and up. Yeah, again, just my experience.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. Just as a follow-up to that, everybody, the second part of the question was, what are your thoughts on the loss of monoterpenes like linalool during decarboxylation?
This is Bacchus again. I've got a lot of experience with this recently, and the thing that I've noticed is pretty consistently at decarb temperatures, and there's a very wide range of them, from very, very slow decarboxylation at high room temperatures to flash decarb at 300 degrees Fahrenheit and up. You're going to lose the monoterpenes first. You're going to lose the terpenoid alcohols like linalool second, and then you'll lose the sesquiterpenes like beta-caryophyllene last. In fact, beta-caryophyllene is reasonably sturdy, even though it has a relatively low boiling point.
That's been my experience too with caryophyllene. Looking at distillate products, we tend to see a lot of, when we do hemp extractions and product purifications, we tend to see a lot of caryophyllene in those products, and other heavier things like maybe alpha humulene, but not much else.
Yeah, and I think that's possibly due to the fact that there typically aren't a lot of sesquiterpenes in the current, popular cannabis chemovars. There are some other ones that may be of great interest, but they aren't currently part of our breeding pool. Dale might be able to talk about that.
Okay, well, Michael, you have given us a great segue into your presentation. So up next is Michael Bacchus, and I've had the opportunity to have some really exciting and energetic conversations with Michael over the past few months. So Michael is the Chief Product Officer at Perfect. Perfect develops products that infuse unique cannabis entourages into cannabis flower. Proper, the cannabis product rating site, recently awarded the highest ratings in its history to Perfect's initial product line. Michael wrote the best-selling book, Cannabis Pharmacy, The Practical Guide to Medical Marijuana. He serves on the Science and Medical Advisory Board of Maui Grown Therapies, Hawaii's first dispensary. He is the co-inventor of the first cannabis breeding utility patents granted by the U.S. Patent Office. In 2007, he co-founded Cornerstone Research Collective, the first evidence-based medical cannabis collective in the United States. He helped secure major funding for the American Herbal Pharmacopoeia's cannabis monographs, the first since 1942, and which serve as the basis for cannabis testing requirements in many states. Michael was an editor for Cannabis Evolution and Ethnobotany by Robert Connell Clark, author of Marijuana Botany and Hashish, and Mark Merlin, author of Man and Marijuana, published by University of California Press. Michael has served on the Cannabis Committee of the American Herbal Products Association and was a founding board member of the National Cannabis Industry Association. So up next is Michael Bacchus.
Good morning. I am Michael Bacchus. I am the Chief Product Officer of Perfect. We're a cannabis company based in California, and we design enhanced entourage blends of cannabis designed to deliver specific effects. So what I'm going to talk about today is entourages, practical entourage design. The whole concept of entourages really derives from the medicinal chemist who discovered THC, Rafi Meshulam. And he coined it to describe the interactions between a couple of cannabinoids, THC and CBD, and how they modulated the effects of each other. Later in the 2000s, Ethan Russo, a neurologist who was working with GW Pharmaceuticals, wrote a paper called Taming THC, where he talked about how terpenoids, the essential oils in cannabis, could modify the effects of cannabinoids, specifically THC. And this was to try to explain some of the strain effects that had been noticed, where specific cultivars of cannabis exhibited different effects from one another. And this had been talked about for years, that, Thai stick had a different effect than an Afghani indica, et cetera, et cetera. And the reason for this appeared to be the difference in chemistry between these varieties of cannabis. This idea of chemotypical differences in cannabis was really a hot topic, beginning with the publication of Russo's paper. Until then, the most sophisticated differentiation amongst cannabis varieties was to throw it in the sativa or indica basket. And the problem with that is, as I've said before, describing the pharmacological effect of a cannabis cultivar by the shape of the plant itself, by its morphology, is like predicting the taste of a nut by the shape of the tree. It just makes no sense whatsoever. Another problem, though, with teasing out entourage effects, these interactions between cannabinoids and terpenes, cannabinoids and cannabinoids, terpenes and terpenes, is that there's a very, very potent placebo effect that comes along with cannabis. In fact, the body's endocannabinoid system has been shown to actually modulate the placebo effect, as has been studied in pharmacology for decades. And the other thing is that a lot of pharmacologists really have a problem with this whole idea of entourage effects, because they say that the evidence is extremely thin for entourage effects. So today we're going to kind of explore it. And I happen to disagree with those who criticize entourage effects, because I've just seen them up close and personal for too long. I've tested them with groups of patients when I worked in medical cannabis dispensaries. And I think there's really something there. And the truth is now we're starting to see some compelling evidence. There was a recent study from University of Arizona that indicated that some of these terpenoids in cannabis are behaving like cannabinoids, and that could explain some of the things we're seeing. There's an ongoing series of studies at Johns Hopkins that Ethan Russo and Ryan Vandry are currently conducting, and the preliminary results look very promising to support real entourage effects between terpenoids and cannabinoids. But there's also the myth of potency. A lot of cannabis consumers who go into dispensaries are hell-bent on selecting their products based on potency. And a lot of this is because there's really no other objective measure available to them. Very few dispensaries test their inhaled products for terpenoid content, but almost all of them test them for THC content. And so what happens is that people think they're going to get more bang for their buck if they buy the highest THC flower that's available for them if they plan to inhale or vape cannabis. In my experience, this is a complete myth. The truth is that the entourage effects caused by terpenoids actually deeply impact the perceived potency of inhaled cannabis product. And in fact, recently, we raised the potency on my company's products simply to compete with the fact that they were simply being judged by their THC content. But what's really interesting is, even though I took the average THCA content from 28 to almost 40%, most people notice no difference whatsoever in the perceived potency of the product, which is really, really interesting. So what's going on with entourages? The truth is, we don't completely know yet, but we're learning a lot more. And today I'll try to show you a little bit about how I approach them in the design of my products. So the elements of entourage, cannabinoids. We basically look at the effects of active THC once the THCA has been decarboxylated. We don't really look at the effects of THCA. We haven't really noticed much at the doses at which consumers are being exposed. As far as other cannabinoids like CBD, CBD definitely modulates the effects of THC. In fact, I used to have a group of friends who I'd go out with socially who were cannabis cultivators, and their favorite thing to do was to make me uncomfortably high on THC. And for years, I really kind of tried to avoid going out with them and being put in that situation. But what I learned how to do was add CBD to the mix. And what I would do is I would predose with CBD, about 60 milligrams. And then I could go out and basically be exposed to almost any level of inhaled THC and have no anxiety or any issue whatsoever. And the impact of CBD on THC is that it takes a little bit of the sharpness and focus off the euphoria and results in kind of a fuzzy high. A lot of people actually find that somewhat unpleasant. Robert Connell Clark, who wrote the noted book, Cannabis, Evolution and Ethnobotany, actually told me many times that he really wasn't a fan of CBD at all, because he felt that it really diminished the quality of effect associated with THC. Other cannabinoids that come to the fore recently, such as THCV, to a lesser degree CBDV, CBN, Delta 8, THC, CBG. And it's a little early to say specifically what kind of impact these are going to have on entourage design. However, they clearly will have an impact. But for the most part, we don't really completely understand the effects of these so-called minor cannabinoids particularly well. THC and CBD are well understood. THCA and CBDA, the acidic forms, are considerably less understood. CBG, we have a basic understanding of it, but we have almost no understanding as part of an entourage, for example, with THC or CBD. The propyl cannabinoids, such as THCV and CBDV, are really poorly understood. And there's an enormous amount of claims out there for, THCV as the Lamborghini of cannabinoids. In my experience, it's not that at all, but time will tell. I think there's an enormous amount of hype around THCV that'll shake out in the next couple of years. Terpenoids, we understand increasingly. The best understood terpenoids today are probably limonene, beta-caryophyllene, to a lesser degree myrcene, linalool, and those are the ones I like to work with, along with terpinolene and osmine. Terpinolene and osmine are what I call window pane terpenoids, in that for the most part, they are letting the effects of the principal cannabinoid through, in my case, THC. They don't modulate the effect of it that much in my practical experience. But what's happening with these compounds when they interact is they interact with receptors, both the cannabinoid receptors, but to a lesser degree, the serotonin receptors, the dopamine receptors, and others, ion channels, sodium and potassium, calcium. And then also there's the possibility of the formation of dimers when these compounds interact, where you have basically a new biochemical entity being formed between receptors called a dimer. And these are potentially really, really interesting because they may eventually, dimer effects may eventually explain some of the subtler and more complex effects that we're noting in these cannabis entourages. The biggest issue right now, though, is that there are so many potential interactions with these pharmacologically active compounds that you risk falling into a combinatorial abyss where you have so many interactions at so many different levels of subtlety that it's really, really tough to prove what precisely is going on. So in my experience, it's really, really hard to sit down and design an entourage. They're really, really tricky, and the results of experimentation can be quite surprising. When you've put an entourage together, you have to administer it and apply it. And what I work principally with is smoking and vaping. I've experimented in the past with colleagues to investigate buccal entourages, which are entourages that can be absorbed through the tissues lining the mouth. To a lesser degree with swallowed entourages, because mammals and most animals have developed systems to protect themselves from these plant chemicals crossing the blood-brain barrier. And so when you swallow a terpene entourage, for example, it's almost always destroyed in the stomach. Now, there are some ways to protect that and limit that and potentially get these compounds into the bloodstream. But there are some potential problems that come with that as well, which is if you encapsulate one of these terpene molecules so that it gets past the gastric acids and all the way into the bloodstream, then when that terpene molecule is liberated, what happens to the encapsulation compound? Where does it go? Where does it get stored? Is it potentially problematic? We don't know yet. So for now, I kind of had a tendency to ignore trying to get entourages into people through edibles. And then there are other ways to potentially see entourage effects, topically, rectally. Yeah, we'll see, who knows, maybe eventually by transdermal patches or something even more exotic. So how do you compose an entourage? The first thing you do is you keep it simple. When people first, and still to some degree in vape pens today, when people try to copy entourages, what they fall into is the trap of taking cannabis variety to a lab, testing it, and then just trying to mimic that terpene and cannabinoid test result in their formulation. And it's kind of ridiculous, actually, because
you're still in school.
a lot of the trace terpenoids aren't particularly potent, and they are certainly not very potent
Okay.
at the titers that are being found in these flowers. So I have a tendency to kind of keep it kind of top level. I want the predominant terpenoids and the predominant cannabinoids, unless I'm pretty certain that there is an effect being generated with very, very small amounts. I also like to ignore nature in the sense that I used to be involved in a large cannabis breeding program, and we would breed to get certain cannabinoids and certain terpenes together in unusual combinations. But the genes that control the synthases that make that possible within the plant, it's hard to get some of them to play well together. So you very rarely see a limonene and a terpinolene predominant plant. You'll see a terpinolene dominant plant, or you'll see a limonene dominant plant, but you won't see the two of them play nice together. And that seems to be hindered by some genetic limitations that can probably be overcome. But the thing is that by ignoring nature and by blending varieties together, or blending extracts together, or blending extracts and terpenes and flower together, you can do a lot of things very quickly that you can't do if you are doing conventional plant breeding. So that's what I've been doing. What we do at Perfect is we do an extraction of fresh frozen flower, and then we blend dried flower material and the resulting high terpene extracts together and make our products. And this has been terrific for us because we can get consistency every single time. In a lot of natural products, variation is a bane. A lot of cannabis flower varieties that are sold in dispensaries, they vary widely crop to crop. But by formulating these entourages, I can deliver a consistent product every time. And that's really what I'm interested in. So you can ignore nature and you can combine these things together to produce entourages that nature hasn't quite achieved yet. So let me give you an example of an entourage. Let's call it persecution, okay? I want to design an entourage to make somebody feel intensely self-conscious and mildly paranoid. How do I do that? I'm not going to do this, obviously, as a commercial project, but I'll just tell you how it would be done. The easiest way to do it is to take a THC, beta-caryophyllene, a little myrcene for impact, beta-caryophyllene for the kind of speedy effect that you're also going to get from the THC, and just take those three elements and put them together and make sure there's nothing else around to potentially buffer those effects. So virtually zero CBD, no linalool, no limonene, none of that stuff. Let's just stick with beta-caryophyllene, THC, and a little myrcene. That will give most people a dysphoric effect. That's a malicious entourage. Now, I don't make those for a living, but this is an example of why some people have dysphoric effects on high THC cannabis, because they'll run into a high caryophyllene strain. And what's interesting about that is caryophyllene is kind of the cockroach of terpenes. It's almost impossible to kill, so it hangs around forever. And when you smuggle cannabis, like they used to, the only real terpenoid that would survive the transit was beta-caryophyllene. So when most people got the cannabis after it came here from Colombia or wherever, it was basically super high in caryophyllene and moderately high in THC, and it caused dysphoric effects in a lot of people. And that's why they stopped using cannabis. Let me talk about a real entourage that I designed. So these are the things I'm trying to do with an entourage. I'm trying to modulate the effects of THC typically. or amplify the effects of THC, as the case may be, reduce some of the dysphoric effects. So, for example, potentially control the amount of caryophyllene I have, or figure out a way to modulate the effects of caryophyllene. Sharpen the effect to potentially increase focus associated with THC alone, or soften the effect to provide more of a comfort. So I did that with a product called Pick Me Up, which is designed to be a daytime product. It has a lot. It produces a lot of energy. This is this chart you're seeing here. This photograph is from NAPRO Research, and SC Labs in California has licensed it, and all of the compliance results that test for terpenes in California inhaled products now, they come with a phytofact. So you can download this and you get this little graph here, and you can see what the likely effects will be for the consumers who inhale it. So Pick Me Up, daytime strain, energy, a little bit of focus, a little bit of inspiration, but enough comfort to balance out the speedy side of the energy caused by the caryophyllene and the THC together. And inspiration, that comes from the citrus type terpenes that have a tendency to provide some mood elevation. So if I was redoing this graph today, I wouldn't call it inspiration as much as I call it mood elevation. It lifts your spirits and gives you energy, and so it has a tendency to be relatively inspiring. How do you protect an entourage? Well, you protect an entourage primarily through temperature. Monoterpenoids are super, super sensitive to temperature and oxygen. And what happens is that at room temperature, intact dried cannabis flower is going to lose like 50% or more of its monoterpenes within 60 days. The terpenoid alcohols are a little sturdier, like linalool, but things like beta-caryophyllene and the other sesquiterpenes, they're pretty sturdy. And for the most part, they'll survive a while at room temperature. But if you really want to preserve monoterpene entourage, where a lot of the interesting effects happen, you really want to control the temperature. That temperature control starts at about 48 degrees and below. Now, there's a recent study that showed that, from Israel, that showed that extremely cold temperatures appear to sublimate some of these lighter, more volatile molecules off. So we're going to have to study it a little bit more, because it may be that you want it cold, but you don't want it too cold. So that's something to think about. The other thing is oxygen control. That's a little story. A company I was working with had gotten a license to open a dispensary in Washington, D.C., but the city government hadn't gotten all the regulations in place. So they licensed this facility, gave them the go-ahead to start cultivating. And then what happened is that they finished a crop, harvested it, dried it, and they didn't have any place to sell it because the city hadn't flipped the switch on the dispensary licenses yet. The dispensaries were there waiting for the product, but they didn't have the ability to get them because the regulatory apparatus wasn't up and running. So the people had to take their crop and figure out a way to preserve it. And the way they did it, and actually quite effectively, was through using oxygen absorbing packs. They probably could have also used an inert gas like nitrogen, and packed it so that there was not much oxygen, and they put it in a cool room about 46 degrees. And they actually managed to keep the crop, which was primarily OG Kush and notoriously sensitive to temperature-based degradation, in really good shape for about 3 months. So that when it was finally got to the shops, it was really working well and smelling well and everything you want with OG Kush. And then the third thing is just abject trickery. I'm not going to get into the specifics of that trickery, but there's a lot to be learned about how to preserve these entourages. yeah, I encourage you to do it. It's a really, really fascinating field, and I absolutely love it. It's my favorite job I've ever had, and I've had some good jobs. So I hope you enjoyed this little walk through entourage design, and I hope it inspires your own. Thanks a lot, and I look forward to getting your questions.
All right, thank you, Michael, for the excellent presentation. So it looks like we did have a question come in. I think we'll save that for the live Q&A session at the end in case anybody else wants to weigh in as well. So we will move forward with Dr. Dale Hunt's presentation. So Dr. Dale Hunt is a plant scientist and patent attorney. He has degrees in botany, genetics, molecular and cellular biology, and law. He graduated from Berkeley Law in 1996 and was a partner in national law firms before founding Plant and Planet Law Firm in 2019. He is also the founder and CEO of Breeders Best, a company created to help independent plant breeders protect and license their genetics to benefit cannabis patients and users worldwide. Up next, Dr. Hunt.
Everyone just hang in there with us for a second. We'll get this up.
Now for 24 years since I finished law school, and I've been a partner in several national firms. I started my own firm called Plant and Planet Law Firm in 2019, and I'm also the founder and CEO of a company called Breeders Best, which we created to help cannabis breeders protect their IP and license it to markets and patients worldwide. So today we're going to be talking about the protection of intellectual property for plant breeders and how, with that IP protected, they can also license their creative work. I hope you enjoy the talk, and thanks for joining us. We're going to format this talk along the lines of some frequently asked questions that I get all the time from people in the industry. And I think that's a good way to kind of communicate some of the issues that people seem to care about. So the first of these is patenting cannabis genetics even possible? Next, we'll talk about how do I know if my plant is patentable? And then, do I need a DNA analysis or sequence in order to patent it? Can I just open source my plants? Is it ethical to patent plants? Okay, we're going to stop. And finally, what can I do with patent rights once I've obtained them? So, first of all, is patenting cannabis possible? The answer is a resounding yes. But before I get to the yes, I want to point out that you're going to see something at the top of these slides. It will be a highlighted hyperlink to a blog post. It turned out, as I was preparing this talk, I realized that I had written a blog about every one of these topics. And so I would invite you to go to plantlaw.com and peruse the topics there, and I think you'll find some things that are of interest. Okay, so back to the resounding yes. You can patent cannabis. Um, uh, Many people doubt that because they've heard about how it's impossible to get trademark protection from the USPTO for any kind of mark that touches the plant, if it's a high THC plant. And that's an interesting thing. It is the Patent and Trademark Office, and what people who aren't lawyers haven't ever really had to notice or deal with is the fact that the trademark statute, which governs the administration of the trademark side of the office, is very different from the patent statute. To get a trademark, you have to use the mark in commerce, which means between states, and it has to be legal use, federally legal use. In contrast with patents, there is no requirement to use the invention. And so legal use, illegal use is just not an issue when it comes to satisfying the requirements for getting a patent. In fact, the office has been issuing cannabis-related patents all the way back to the 1940s. And cannabis breeders who have a special variety that they want to protect really have two options. One option is a plant patent, but that only extends to protecting clones. The other option is a utility patent, which is what we think of. That's the kind of patent that people use for all kinds of things, whether it's a new medicine, a jet engine, whatever, including you can use the same form of protection for a cannabis cultivar. And when you seek utility patent protection, you have the freedom to seek protection for all kinds of ways of defining your invention, including clones and seeds and using it in breeding and products derived from it, etc. So there's a lot more broad protection available with the utility patent. And it's actually nice for plant breeders that they've got both options. So the next question is, how do I know if my plant is patentable? A lot of people think that it must be really hard to patent something like a plant. And having done this for 24 years, I can tell you it's not as hard as you might think. Your plant, in fact, is almost certainly patentable unless you didn't breed it. If you originally bred the plant, then you know that the genetics are unique. We know that the products of any kind of a cross are unique even among the siblings. So if you make 3,000 seeds from a cross, every one of those seeds is going to be genetically unique. It might be hard to tell them apart, but the absolute novelty of each of those selections is something that the patent office pretty much accepts. Statistically, it's impossible for it not to be unique. Okay, so the other thing that can keep you from being able to protect your plant is if you sold plants or seeds more than a year before the filing. If you did, it's very likely that this would be considered a loss of novelty and that you would not be entitled to patent protection. So it is important to think about the timing and to act quickly if you have sold something and it looks like it's really valuable, or you know it's going to be valuable and you haven't sold it yet. The third way to not be able to patent an original cross is if you simply can't distinguish it from another plant. If it looks like you were basically doing your breeding to mimic another plant that's already out there in the public domain, then at least theoretically you could get an obviousness rejection for that plant. I say theoretically because we've never had a rejection of a plant variety application that we couldn't overcome. In 24 years of doing this, we've got a 100% success rate in protecting plant varieties. We've had a couple of challenging ones, but we were able to clear those hurdles. But having had an interesting conversation with a plant examiner, they did say that they would reserve the right to issue an obviousness rejection if there were no meaningful differences between the plant that was for which protection was being sought and an already known variety. And so they've reserved the right to do that. That's at least a theoretical way of not being able to patent a plant, but it's just not something we've seen in real life. So if it's that relatively easy to qualify for patentability, the real question is the plant that you're working with worth patenting? That's a business decision. It's always about how much it's going to cost for that protection and how much of a return on your investment are you going to get for that expenditure. And I think a good rule of thumb, a good question that is worth asking yourself and that I often ask clients is put yourself 5 years in the future with this variety and ask yourself, is the demand going up or going down? And if you think it's probably going down, then you may want to think about whether it's worth patenting. If you get to that point, you would also be asking yourself, I think, how many markets could I sell it into during that prime time, and how much would I expect to make, and how likely is it that someone would take it during that time and copy it and eat away at my profits? If all those things seem kind of remote, it may not be worth protecting a plant. But if you think the demand is going to be going up 5 years out, then it's highly advisable to get some protection on it. Another question that comes up all the time is, do I need to do a DNA sequence in order to qualify for patent? And the answer is a resounding no. It's surprising to very many people that in 24 years of patenting hundreds or probably thousands of plant varieties, we've never had to submit DNA sequence. And that really is because the statutes that establish this kind of protection were around a long time before DNA sequencing was feasible or even was known. And so the requirements that are based on the statutes are a lot more fundamental to just the appearance of the plant, its ancestry, appearance-based comparisons between the plant and the closest known varieties. There are opportunities if you do have biochemical or DNA information, then it certainly is possible to use that information as a point of distinction. And it's pretty common that when we file a plant patent or a utility patent application on a cannabis variety and we have a certificate of analysis that shows the chemical profile, that we certainly will list that because those are important characteristics and they can be one of several ways that we could distinguish this new variety from existing varieties. And the more ways you have of distinguishing the new variety from existing varieties, the less likely it is that you'd get caught up on that theoretical technicality of the plant being obvious. Like I said, that's not anything I would really lose any sleep over, but it's at least a possibility. So yes, the more information you have, the better off you are. And certainly if you have the DNA information for other purposes, it would be great to use it, but it's just not essential. It is essential and extremely important to have DNA evidence when you're trying to prove that someone is infringing. And definitely in my career of helping my clients protect their plant varieties, we have used DNA evidence to show that something that looked like my client's plant really was a copy of my client's plant. And that kind of settled, it forced a resolution of the case right away because it just was not something that anyone could really argue with. But the point about that is you don't really have to spend your money on that unless you need it for other purposes. I'm not down on DNA at all. I'm a big fan of DNA information and its power and its utility. It's just not a requirement for patentability. But whenever it does come time to prove infringement, the point is you'll be able to go get DNA from your plants and you'll definitely be getting DNA from the suspected infringer. You'll be able to do the comparison. It's not like your DNA information is going to change or won't be around. If your plant is, if you don't have access to the DNA, it means your plant is extinct. And so that's, even there, you might be able to resurrect it from some old samples. And of course, the great example of that is that, even a woolly mammoth, which has been extinct for 10,000 years, has actually been fully sequenced. So yeah, DNA information is great. It's just not essential to get a plant patent or a utility patent on a plant. Okay, another topic that comes up a lot is open source. Open source it feels good, it feels ethical, it's attractive. It's attractive as a concept and as a way of doing things. That began in the computer industry, and it has had a huge impact on the development and sharing of the hard work that goes into making original source code for different kinds of computer programs. And so open source works great in computers. Why shouldn't it work for cannabis? Well, unfortunately, you can't make an open source system work unless you have some kind of IP protection in place. And why is that? Well, I'll back up there. First of all, if when you say open source, you really just mean free sharing with anybody in the public, that's fine. That's really public domain. And what I hear some people say is, well, I want to share with people who are doing a home grow or people, small companies, small growers, but I just don't want Monsanto to get it. And the fact is that if you don't have any IP protection on it and you put it out there, you can't control what happens with it after that. Now, a real open source system is a system where there's an agreement that everyone who participates in the system has to agree to be able to participate. And then it says, I'm not going to use this for certain purposes, or I'm not going to give it to anyone, or whatever. And anybody that enters into that agreement, you can certainly enforce against them if they breach the agreement. That agreement itself gives you recourse for the violations. The problem is, what about the people who never signed on to that agreement? What about the people who have no contractual obligation to that open source system? If somehow they got their hands on your genetics and they didn't have any contract that you could enforce against them, you don't have anything without IP, because when you run out of contract rights that you can enforce, that's kind of where patent rights start, that you can enforce patent rights against people for their use, whether or not they ever agreed to anything. And the analogy with open source or with real open source systems is that in software, there's automatic copyright protection as soon as you create code. And so they already have the recourse that you need against violators that never signed up. And that's why that works. But in the absence of IP protection, you can't really do an open source. Now, if you did have IP protection on your plant and you wanted to put it into an open source system, that would work perfectly well, because you'd have the agreements to rely on for the people who expressly embrace the open source system. And then if it slipped out of that system and it were someone infringing that had never signed on to any of those agreements, you'd still have the IP to enforce against them. I hope that makes sense. It is a somewhat complicated topic, so you might want to read the blog post about that. Okay, moving on. Sometimes people talk to me about the ethics of patenting plants, and I don't want to be dismissive of this at all. I think it's an interesting and genuine issue. Some people consider the plants to be so important medically or so sacred, the kind of relationship they have with them, it just doesn't feel right to patent the plants. And I'm not ever going to try to convince anyone who feels that way that they should feel differently. But I do want to just kind of explain things in a little bit different terms. If you think about the fact that a plant breeder is a creative person and they put, in many cases, decades of their life into developing some really special genetics. But unless they're going to hoard that, any kind of sharing makes it easy for some recipient to make their own copies. And that's probably fine if it's just across the fence to your neighbor or the people in your community, the people you care about. I think the history of the industry is that people were happy to do that, and it was considered one of the beautiful things about the community, and so on. But now that the industry is a worldwide industry and it's more of an industry now than just a community, you recognize that if someone gets even a single clone or some seeds, they can not only do their own thing with it, but they can actually build a competing business on the back of all your work. So if we compare plant variety, plant genetics with other kinds of easily copied creative work, we think about things like movies and books and music and things like that we're all very familiar with, and they all have automatic copyright protection. And so all of those people, those creative people who make these things that we all like to enjoy, they already have IP protection in place, and that's how they get paid for their creative work. If they didn't have any form of copyright protection, people could just do whatever they wanted, including launching their own music label, theoretically, take with everybody else's music, and just kind of undercut their price. It erodes the value for everybody. So my point when I'm talking about this is that since plant breeders don't have any access to copyrights, they need some kind of protection. It happens to be patents. That's the option that is available to them. And I just asked, kind of rhetorically, but very seriously, why shouldn't plant breeders and their creative work have the same kind of value and protectability as other kinds of creative people? I personally believe that if a plant breeder wants to be able to share their work with the world without losing all the value as soon as they start to share it, and they would like to be able to have their lives, the thing they've devoted their life to actually support them, then I don't think there's anything less ethical about patenting plants for that purpose than there is with copyright protection. Now, I already mentioned, the people who would like to be able to share their plants freely with a certain slice of the community, but keep the plants from being accessed by big business or by someone who intends to just make money on the back of the other person's work. The nice thing about IP protection is you can choose how to use it. You don't have to enforce it against people you don't want to enforce it against. In fact, what I've recommended to some people is that if they really want to have their plants be available for home grow, and they just don't want some big ag company to grab their plants and compete with them, then what you do is you get nice strong IP protection. You grant a license to anyone who wants one if they certify that it's only for home grow, that they're not going to put it into some kind of a business, etc. So you basically have a home grow license that is free or minimal cost, but you don't grant that license to people who don't qualify for that use. And so just like a drug company could be free in theory to price its drugs any way it wanted to, or to have a sliding scale on the price of the medicine, or to just give it away to certain people. The same thing holds here. If you have patent rights, you get to decide how to use them. And the blog post at the top of this page goes into that. It is sometimes people get IP not because they want to keep the whole world out, but they just want to control who has access to whatever they've created that is special. All right, now suppose you've gone through the whole process of getting a patent. Then the question is, well, what can I do with patent rights? I remember when I was a new attorney, I was sitting in an initial consultation with a patent client, and the senior attorney I was working with said, you need to know, we can get you a patent, but when we get you a patent, it's not just going to start raining money. You've got to have a plan for how you're going to use this patent to pay for itself. And I've always remembered that, and I think it's really important. It's very true. You look at a patent as a tool to help you achieve certain business transactions, like licensing the rights to other people who want to propagate it or cultivate it or make products out of it. That gives you a lot of latitude about how to commercialize the work that you've done. It also gives you protection, as we've talked about, for controlling who gets to grow your genetics. And if someone is growing without permission, you can shut them down. You may not want to in every case, but if you never can, then if you've got something really valuable, someone's going to come in and take it from you, and you really won't get a return on all the effort you put into the breeding. So a patent is a way of keeping out the parties that you don't want to have to compete with, or that you don't want to have access to your special plants. It doesn't mean that you can't share it with others. And certainly there are some limits to that. If you want to go into the detailed legal aspects of that, then we can talk offline sometime. If you put it out there freely for everybody but this particular person, that may not be something that you could enforce. But if you have a license structure that certain types of people in a certain situation qualify for, and other larger entities don't qualify for, that would be something you could definitely create. Another really important thing that you can do with plant IP is that it gives you the opportunity for global scalability without having to buy land and hire people. So, we think of plant IP or plant genetics as being, that's the thing that you plant in the ground and you grow it, and it's farm-based or indoor grow-based in either case. But if you wanted to make enough of something special to share it with patients all over the world and to tap into markets all over the world, you really don't want to have to buy facilities all over the world. There are people already there who have those facilities and the local capabilities and they're clamoring for your great genetics. So all you need to do is have some IP so that you can do a license deal with them and let them help you with their scalability. And I have a great real life example of that. A company that I began working with in 2010 had they started off as just a fruit company. It turned out that they were good at breeding the kind of fruit that they worked with, and after about a generation of being in this business, they had a business that was yielding about $10 million a year. So that's a really nice business. But when I started working with them, they made a global a commitment to having a global IP strategy. And as part of that commitment, we filed plant variety protection all over the world. We helped them cultivate relationships and make deals all over the world. They were really the key to the relationships, but we helped them turn those relationships into great commercial partnerships and deals. And 10 years later, the result was that their business was then $200 million annually, so 20x growth over 10 years. And they had also crossed a threshold where they were making more money from their IP licensing than they were from all of the still significant amount of production that they were doing as a business. So I think that's evidence that good IP really does set you up to be able to do some great things in terms of scalability. That is really the whole topic that I wanted to cover. Here's some contact information. We'd love to hear from you at the law firm. If you're an independent breeder and you would like to learn about how we work with independent breeders to help them license and protect their IP, then contact us at Breeders Best. And I'd also be delighted if you take a look at my blog. All right, thanks.
Okay, so we've got a few minutes here before our next presentation, and I see that there is a question here for you, Dale. So maybe we'll answer this one now, and then again, attendees, if you have questions for any of the speakers that we've had on so far, please put them in the Q&A section, and we do have a defined live Q&A session at the end of all of the presentations today. So Dale, the question is, does the length of time the patent protection lasts differ between utility and PVP patents?
Well, just like every simple question, there's a longer answer. Ask a lawyer and you're going to get a long answer. So the simple part of this is that for USPTO plant patents and USPTO utility patents, they both have the same term, which is 20 years from the first filing date that is not a provisional application. Now, because the question included PVP, I'll just address that quickly. There is a third kind of protection in the US called a Plant Variety Protection Certificate. It's currently not available for high THC cannabis, but it is available for industrial hemp. And the term for that kind of protection is 20 years from the issue date rather than 20 years from the filing date. So there's a longer term. And then around the world, the analog of the USDA PVP system, which is the way almost the entire rest of the world protects plant varieties, it has somewhat varying terms of protection in different countries. I've seen anywhere from as short as 15 years to as long as 25 years. So that's hopefully a fully responsive answer.
Okay, thank you, Dale.
Sure.
Okay, so I will introduce our next speaker here. So this is Lior Chato from IBNA. Lior is the R&D coordinator at IBNA Technologies. She's done this position for the past 3 years. She leads IBNA's different research collaborations with academia and other research groups. She completed her bachelor's degree at the University of California at Santa Cruz in biological sciences, and she did her master's degree at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in nutrition and biochemistry. I'm really happy that Lior could be with us today because they've done some important research over 2020 on how cannabinoid and terpene formulation that they've developed has, they've been evaluating its efficacy against COVID-19. So thank you, Lior, for being here.
technologies. I'm very happy to be here and share with you some of the latest research that we've been doing regarding terpenes and corona. If you have any questions, just write them down and we'll go over it in the questions and answers section. So before I dive into the research, I wanted to give you some background about who we are. So IBNA is an R&D company founded in 2014 and based in Israel. We research cannabis phytochemicals with special focus on a group of molecules called terpenes. Other than manufacturing terpene-based formulations, we have a goal of understanding the pharmacological properties of these compounds and create effect-targeted products. Now, I think that my presentation will give you a little sneak peek of how such a product development looks like from the research side, and I hope you'll find it interesting. And if I feel like it would be a little, it will get a little biological, so I'll try to take it slow and explain carefully when we get there. So I did want to give you a short background about terpenes, even though you're probably already familiar with these molecules. So terpenes are secondary metabolites found in many plant species, including cannabis. In cannabis itself, today there are over 200 known terpenes, and we keep on finding more and more. In the plant itself, terpenes have a very important role of fighting pathogens and diseases. And what's interesting is that in the body, they have a very different, in our bodies and in animal bodies, they have very different role and have scientifically proven medicinal properties, such as analgesia, anti-anxiety, anti-inflammatory, and many more. And that's what makes these molecules very interesting and with a very big potential to be used medicinally. So when the corona started to spread worldwide, we decided to put our research focus on corona and terpenes. IBNA sees terpenes as really great candidates for the prevention and treatment of corona. And here I listed the top reasons why we decided to focus on that. So first thing, terpenes are known to be antiviral agents. There's a lot of literature and research about it. They fight from the HIV virus to HSV virus and many others. Secondly, terpenes are known to be strong anti-inflammatory agents. Thirdly, they occur naturally, so they're found really all around us, from orange peels to lavender. They're pretty easy to extract. They're very legal, so very easy to ship worldwide. And that's what really makes them a great raw ingredient to work with. And finally, which I think is one of the most important reasons, terpenes are pretty safe. They have very low toxicity. We eat them and breathe them every day. And there's no really severe side effects of using them. So IBNA's COVID mission was to utilize terpenes' antiviral and anti-inflammatory properties to introduce immediate, safe, and scalable COVID treatment and prevention solutions. Just to be clear, we were not going into this development in order to come up with a vaccination. The idea of this development was to come up with a formulation that can be used in different form factors and can be used on a daily basis for healthy people, for sick people, for younger age groups will probably the younger age groups will be vaccinated last, or people with health limitations that prefer not to be vaccinated. So it's really a formulation for everyone to be used and to feel extra secure and protected. So that was the idea. It was important for me to kind of clarify that. So our approach in developing this product was to first look at how the coronavirus infects its host. So that when the coronavirus enters the body, either through ingestion or inhalation, there is a viral replication that happens inside the host cells. At some point, there's an immunity response from the body. In many cases, it leads to a cytokine storm. I'll give you a little explanation what cytokine storm is. It is a very intense and aggressive response of the body where it produces uncontrollable amounts of pro-inflammatory cytokines. And that just leads to hyperinflammation, tissue damage, and in many cases, it also leads to death. Right now, the cytokine storm is considered the most dangerous and potentially life-threatening event related to COVID-19. So looking at that, we decided to produce a multi-purpose formulation and to focus on the following steps. The first one is the viral replication, and the second one is the cytokine storm. So before I'm gonna go into the research, I do want to give you a little bit about background about this product. So this product is a terpene formulation called NTVRL. There's really a lot of research and development and optimization that happened to come up with this formulation. We used our extensive phytochemical database that contains a lot of medicinal data on phytochemicals. And we came up with this formulation for a multi-purpose formulation. Pretty much the first function is to have anti-inflammatory activity for conditions such as the cytokine storm. And the second purpose is the antiviral activity. So the formulation contains 30 terpenes. Most of them are found in cannabis. They're all natural, high purity, and generally recognized as safe. And this formulation is also patented. So now I'm going to dive into the research. So get your biological glasses on. So our first experiment was to assess NTVRL's anti-inflammatory properties. We collaborated with our partner Canisol for this. What we did is we took blood cells from human participants, healthy participants. As you can see, it happened in a petri dish in a 96-well plate. In this plate, we pretty much triggered the immune system, which means we triggered the inflammation in the cells, and the cells naturally produced pro-inflammatory cytokines. Now, in order to test our drug or our formulation, we put our formulation on the cells after the inflammation trigger in order to see if it was able to lower the cytokine release. Our positive control for this test was CBD, which is known to be a very anti-inflammatory molecule. There's a lot of data and information about it showing that CBD is able to lower inflammation and lower pro-inflammatory cytokines. And the other positive control was dexamethasone, which is a drug that is currently used today to treat corona patients. And it's been shown to work great, but of course, because it's based on steroids, there is some side effects to it. So what we did is, after we added the test items to the inflamed cells, we tested how much was the cytokines inhibited. So I hope that makes sense, and if not, then I'll be happy to answer your questions. And I'll jump to the results. So these are the results. I'll walk you through it. So this is a graph showing the % cytokine inhibition. So the more, the higher the cytokine inhibition is, the better we control the inflammation. The different colors that you see here are the different cytokines. These 4 cytokines are the main cytokines that happen, the big players in the cytokine storm. As we can see, dexamethasone was able to inhibit the cytokines at around 30 to 40%. CBD was able to inhibit it really nicely at around 60 to 80%. Here is anti-VRL, where there's an increase in concentration. And we can see that the more we put anti-VRL, the higher the inhibition is. And what's nice is we can see that anti-VRL was, had a higher inhibition than CBD, and also compared to dexamethasone, which is really nice because it's just terpenes by themselves had higher pro-inflammatory cytokine inhibition than dexamethasone, which is really great. And what's really interesting is that anti-VRL plus CBD had the higher pro-inflammatory cytokine inhibition. So that controlled inflammation the best. What do we see here? Is it entourage effect? Is it an additive effect? It's still not really something that we can say yet, but it's a very, very interesting effect here, an interaction between anti-VRL and CBD. So to summarize this experiment, is we saw that anti-VRL by itself and with the CBD had a significant anti-inflammatory effect. And that kind of gave us the green light to continue and do the other tests that we wanted to. So the next test was to test anti-VRL's antiviral effect. So we did this experiment with our partner Pharmaseed, and in this experiment, again, it was in a petri dish, it was not in humans. What we did is we took human lung cells. We chose lung cells because the coronavirus attacks these cells first, and that's where the virus spreads. We used a less aggressive type of coronavirus. And what we did is we actually tried 3 different incubation conditions. We did that in order to understand the potential antiviral mechanism of our formulation. It's a very well-known method in the literature. So our first incubation condition was to pre-treat the lung cells with anti-VRL and then expose it to the virus. The second condition was to pre-treat the virus and then add it to the cells. And the third condition was to infect the cells and then treat it with anti-VRL. So that was the setup of the experiment. And because it's still an ongoing study, I'm not able to show you the full experiment, but I am showing you the best part and really the cherry on top. And as you can see, now you can see, these are the very preliminary results. This is the experiment where we did the pre-incubation of the cells and then virus exposure. So I'll kind of walk you through these images and explain what we see here. So image A shows healthy lung cells, untouched as they are under the microscope. You can see that they're linear, no weird shapes, and just healthy cells. In image B, you can see that lung cells that are infected with coronavirus. We see that there's some misshaping, some swelling and clumping of the cells. This is a very classic infected cell image. What happens is that the virus enters the cell, replicates itself, causing the cell to change its shape, and at some point the cell bursts and dies. So that's sick lung cells. And what's really nice is that image C shows lung cells that were pre-treated with antiviral for a couple of hours and then exposed to the virus. Now, what we see here, and we also saw it in numbers, is that the cells were really protected and were able to stay alive. You know, you can see that they didn't really change their shapes. And again, you can see it in the numbers that I'm still unable to show it to you, but the cells were almost 100% alive, and the virus was not interrupting them at all. And that kind of suggests that antiviral by itself may have preventative antiviral action, which is very, very exciting. And what's very interesting as well is that image D shows lung cells that were pre-treated with antiviral and with CBD. We decided to use CBD in this experiment as well, just for the sake of consistency. We also saw that there are some studies that show that CBD has also some antiviral effect. So we did that as well for this one, and that showed really the best results. You can see that image D and image A are very similar. The cells look really healthy and almost untouched. And that was really, really good results. So what we can pretty much conclude here is that antiviral by itself and with CBD had a significant antiviral effect when applied directly on the host cells before the virus infection or before the virus introduction. So I kind of wanted to summarize very quickly what we saw. So from the first experiment, we saw that antiviral could be an effective anti-inflammatory agent and may potentiate other immunomodulators such as CBD. Secondly, we saw that antiviral with and without CBD may have a preventative antiviral activity against coronavirus. Thirdly, we really saw the power of formulation. In this experiment and in other experiments of ours, we always saw that a formulation worked much better than individual compounds, both in efficacy and in toxicity. And that really kind of explains and shows how important it is to know how to put a formulation together. And that's really something that IBNA has been developing and working on since day one. So it's always really great to see that. And finally, we saw an interesting interaction between antiviral and CBD. There was always let's say they potentiate each other. We still don't know if it's an entourage effect, a synergetic effect, or an additive effect. That's something that requires more research, and we are planning on doing that and find out. And really our next big step is to take this formulation, this really great formulation, and to a clinical trial. That's our 2021 mission. The idea is to treat early stage patients that have COVID-19. And the idea is to have this formulation in an inhalation product where the active ingredients can reach the lungs directly and treat it directly, pretty much stop the inflammation and at the same time stop the virus, the viral replication. And it's something that we're working on and really hoping to start very soon. And I'm hoping to be able to share with you as soon as we have some results. And before I'm done, I wanted to thank our research team, our advisors, and our partners. They've been doing a really great job in the past year, and really, I couldn't have been, I was not able to show you what we've been doing if it wasn't without them. So I wanted to thank them all, and I want to thank you for listening to me, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you found it interesting. Thanks.
Okay, Lior, that was excellent. It was really, really exciting to have you here. Really interesting to see this application of terpenes in very relevant in today's society. So we do have a couple of questions we have about 10 minutes or so before our next presentation. So we wanted to address a couple questions now, for Michael and for Dale and for Lior. So we'll start with Michael. Okay. So Michael, Cody Peterson asks, he's asking what scientific data there is to support the effects that you described from the entourage of terpenes and cannabinoids.
Sure. I mean, most of the data out there right now is preclinical. And that's, I mean, the two things I try to do in designing entourages are not hurt my customers by exceeding exposure limits that might be problematic, particularly with things like limonene, which is a spectacularly effective engine degreaser and probably shouldn't be used at high concentrations in the lung. As far as drilling down into how these things are working at specific receptors, yeah, there's increasing data. But again, it's all preclinical. And we've seen research published in the last 2 years about myrcene. We've seen interesting research published, obviously, on beta-caryophyllene. And there's been a lot of reviews of this literature done by Jörg Gersh at University of Bern and other members of the International Cannabinoid Research Society and IACM. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy to give Cody any references he'd like. As far as our approach, what we try to do is we try to kind of create a boundary for the amount of terpenes in our products that doesn't tend to exceed what the plant is capable of producing. I've been deeply concerned about vape pens that have high concentrations of terpenes just kind of shoved into them that exceed anything that the plant would ever produce. And so I use the plant as kind of a guideline to tell me how far I can push these entourages. And I have a tendency to err on the side of caution. I have asthma, so I have to be very, very careful about what I inhale because it can really trigger side effects. So the evidence is primarily preclinical. There's not too much human data. As I mentioned earlier, Ethan Russo and Ryan Vandry are currently doing a human study with THC and monoterpenes and probably beta-caryophyllene as well. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for that. Cody, thank you for the question. So Cody also had a nice question for Lior as well. So when you were describing your anti-inflammatory results, were those considered statistically significant?
Yes, they were. I was just not showing the full data of the significance. I was debating what would be more important to show the significance between the dexamethasone and the terpenes or CBD and terpenes, and I just decided to show it as it is. But all data was significant. Our product, NTVRL, which is the terpene-based product, was significantly higher or inhibited the inflammation better than both dexamethasone and CBD.
Okay, thank you.
Jason?
Yes.
Can I jump in with one thing? Also, as far as statistical significance, because this is kind of a thing I'm really into these days. One of my best friends, Sandra Greenland, who's the fielding professor of public health at UCLA, just recently retired, wrote a paper in Nature that was co-signed by 800 scientists and statisticians around the world about how statistical significance these days is misused. And
Okay.
it's the common thing that we use to judge whether effects noticed in an experiment are either significant or not significant. And it actually does people and patients an extreme disservice, both for positive effects that are noted, but also adverse effects. And highly recommend that you check out Sandra Greenland's paper. It's available for free from Nature. You can find it on Google Scholar. The author's named Sandra Greenland. Just look at statistical significance, and it'll certainly change your mind about the utility of p-values.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you.
I'd love to just echo that. I think that's a really important comment that Michael made. I did a master's degree minor in statistics, and so I'm far from an expert in it, but I can at least talk statistics. And I had an incredibly frustrating, long back and forth with the patent examiner over some very important technology, because our significance was just outside of P0.5. And the examiner said, well, if it's not P0.5, it's not significant, it's not real. And so I had to do quite a bit of educating of the examiner. It was very frustrating. I think that the P0.5 is a convention. And if people don't really dig past the p-values to really understand what's going on with the sample size and a lot of other things, they miss out on a lot of important information.
I couldn't agree with Dale more. The classic problem is non-significance is often equated with no effect, and that can actually be very, very dangerous.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, I'd highly recommend reading this article in Nature. It's really easy to read. It's really straightforward, and I think a lot of people will be interested in it.
Okay, excellent. And I'm going to try to find that article, Michael, while we're talking here, and I will upload it into the chat for everybody.
Yeah, it's called Scientists Rise Up Against Statistical Significance, and it was published in Nature on the 20th of March, 2019. And it's currently, it has the highest impact rating of any paper on the internet in the last decade.
Okay, for sure. I'm going to find it and upload it so we can all have a look at it, and really appreciate you pointing us into that direction. All right, so we have a couple more minutes. So Dale, I actually had a question for you. This is one that I apologize. I may have missed this in your presentation, but it's more of a hypothetical for everybody. Let's say there's a cultivator that feels that they have novel genetics. What information would they need to prepare ahead of time to send off to somebody like yourself and Breeders' Best to be able to get the ball rolling on and patent protecting those genetics?
I love that you asked that. And I'll mention that I have a blog post called 3 Rookie Mistakes Plant Patent Applicants Make. And one of the rookie mistakes is that they get a little bit intimidated by the process, and they think they've got to have all kinds of information at a high degree of perfection in order to get a patent started. And sometimes, because of the pace of commercial things or a materials transfer or something else, there might be some urgency around getting a filing date for a plant patent or a utility patent on a plant variety. And I've certainly tested this, and I've had lots of conversations with patent examiners just to confirm it, but the patent office will give you a meaningful filing date on a plant variety. And this is not at all the case with other kinds of inventions, but for a plant variety, you can get a meaningful filing date with very little information, actually. You certainly have to supplement the information later. But if we have filed effective and successful plant patent applications and utility applications on plant varieties with as little as a variety name, some description of the parentage, 1 or 2 photos, and some description of what makes it special. And that's all. Now, I certainly don't recommend that, but I highly recommend that over waiting if you're under some time pressure or over letting the whole process intimidate you. Now, just if we've got another 30 seconds, I'll explain why that works for plants. And that is that the patent office recognizes that, well, let me set up the reason why the patent office doesn't usually like that. If I have invented some new approach to chemotherapy and I describe it, and then later on I add more description, and I might change the whole nature of the invention by describing it differently or by adding some other steps or something like that. And so usually with a patent application, you're really stuck with what you disclose as of your filing date, and you can't do what they call adding new matter. But the patent office recognizes that with a plant variety, if you describe it better than you did before, you haven't changed the genetics at all. The underlying thing is what it is, and it's not changing. And so if you can take a stab at describing it a little bit, they will permit you to describe it in more detail and more thoroughly later, because it's not the same. It's not really adding new matter to the invention itself. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Dale. That was a great answer for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like we are due for our next presentation, and then we have some other questions that we will address at the end of this next presentation. So up next is Matthew Leclerc. Matt obtained his bachelor's in science in chemistry and his Ph.D. in organometallic chemistry at the University of Ottawa. Under the supervision of Professor R. Tom Baker, he focused his research focused on cobalt fluoro organometallic catalysis and studying the reactivity of N-heterocyclic carbenes with fluoroalkenes. Following a postdoctoral fellowship with Professor Warren E. Piers at the University of Calgary, where he explored the synthesis of manganese complexes, he moved into a technical sales role focusing on chromatography and mass spectrometry. Now he is an application chemist at Nanalysis. He is finally reunited with the technique of nuclear magnetic resonance, which he used extensively throughout his studies, and is trying to spread the word about the marvels of benchtop technologies. I was really excited to be able to have Matt here today, because often when I've been talking with folks in cannabis labs or analytical chemists within our industry, really the holy grail of them has often been to be able to utilize NMR, and often, it's not a benchtop type of instrumentation. So with that, I welcome Matt Leclerc.
Hi, thank you for joining my talk on using benchtop NMR spectroscopy for the quantification of cannabinoids. My name is Matt Leclerc, and I'm a senior application chemist at Nanalysis. Nanalysis is a global leader in magnetic resonance research with over 80 employees and over 1,000 customers worldwide. We manufacture high-performance benchtop nuclear magnetic resonance spectrometers, which I'll introduce to you today. The field strength of an NMR spectrometer is extremely important, as highlighted in this figure. Traditional high field and high resolution spectrometers require large amounts of cryogen to cool the magnet to superconducting temperatures, a dedicated room due to the size of the instrument, as well as expert staff for upkeep and routine maintenance. Conversely, low field and low resolution instruments, commonly referred to as relaxometers, continue to be used in various industries such as oil and gas for routine analyses. Our instruments lie somewhere in the middle, as low field but high resolution instruments. Some of the features of our main spectrometer, the NMR Ready 60, are highlighted below. In short, it features a 1.4 Tesla hybrid Hallback neodymium iron boron magnet operating at a proton frequency of 60 MHz. It requires no cryogens and has no moving parts. It includes automated and manual magnet shimming procedures. The magnetic, electronics, and computer are all included in one compact and portable enclosure, weighing only 55 pounds. The instrument uses standard 5mm NMR tubes and exports data files in formats compatible with most third-party software. One of the most powerful ways in which NMR is used is for structural elucidation. In other words, it provides insight into the structure of a molecule, both in terms of connectivity and through space interactions. This allows us to confirm molecular structures or to piece together the outcome of a reaction or a chemical process. NMR can also be used to monitor reactions in progress, either to determine when a reaction is complete or to identify the formation of byproducts or reaction intermediates, allowing us to better understand the mechanisms governing reactions. More recently, there has been a big push in the community towards the development of quantitative NMR or QNMR. This technique allows us to take advantage of NMR to determine the purity of a sample or to quantify specific components in a mixture. QNMR has been steadily gaining acceptance in both analytical and industrial laboratories. Before I give you a few examples of QNMR at work, I'd like to briefly introduce some key concepts required to fully understand this technique. Firstly, it's important to understand that one of the key advantages NMR holds over other techniques is that it's inherently quantitative. What this means is that the integration area for each signal is directly proportional to the number of nuclei giving rise to that signal. Because of this, calibration curves and specific calibration standards of the sample of interest are not required for quantification, unlike chromatographic techniques. By using the general formula shown here, the compound of interest can be quantified. However, before we proceed to a Q&MR experiment, a few key things must be ensured. First, while specific standards are not required, we do still require the use of a calibrant of known purity, to which we will compare the integration areas of the component of interest. These can be internal or, less commonly, external, and it's important that the calibrant's NMR signal does not overlap with any of the signals of interest. In addition, the calibrant must be chemically inert and be completely soluble in the solvent mixture of choice for the analysis. The calibrant should not be hygroscopic or volatile and must be accurately weighed. Finally, a sufficiently long relaxation delay must be used to ensure that all quantifiable components have had the time to relax in between pulses. This can be done by measuring the T1 times of the components of interest and setting the delay to 5 to 7 times that value. It's easy to determine T1 times using the NMR Ready 60 platform, as shown in these screenshots. A few key parameters are used when preparing the experiment, and the software automatically provides the user with a T1 time after the experiment, shown to be 4.1 seconds in the example. The first Q&MR example I'd like to share is taken from one of our published sample experiments, and it touches upon determining the purity of commercial compounds, which is a great undergraduate experiment. The procedure is simple. Both the sample and internal calibrant are accurately weighed into the same vial. These are then dissolved in either DMSO-D6 or deuterated chloroform and mixed thoroughly. The sample is transferred to an NMR tube and placed in the spectrometer. The proton spectrum is recorded in triplicate. The purity is determined by integrating the signals for both the calibrant and the sample. These values are input into the general equation I introduced earlier, and the purity is automatically calculated using a spreadsheet. Here is an example of a proton spectrum acquired in this Q&MR experiment for 4-hydroxypropiophenone, or 4-HPP, the structure of which is also shown. In this spectrum, the signal of the internal calibrant, maleic acid in this case, was integrated and its assigned value was set to 100. The signal appearing at 1.05 ppm, belonging to the methyl group in the molecule, was chosen for quantification and also integrated. These values were input into the spreadsheet prepared by Polly and coworkers, and a purity of 97.94% was calculated. The results from various commercial compounds are shown in this table. Note that the average of triplicate runs is included here. As you can see, the purities we have calculated on our 60 MHz instrument match very closely to both those obtained on a traditional high-field 400 MHz instrument and those provided by the manufacturer on their labels. More recently still, the pharmaceutical industry has started adopting Q&MR for drug assays. Compared to other methods, Q&MR does not require the same degree of experimental optimization as typical chromatography techniques. It's also a non-destructive technique, meaning the sample can either be recovered or tested multiple times. Additionally, as we've discussed, NMR is an inherently quantitative technique. For my second example, I'd like to touch upon the analysis of apotadalafil, or as it is most known, Cialis. This experiment involves determining the purity of tadalafil in both apotadalafil and Cialis. Firstly, a proton spectrum of pure tadalafil with dimethyl terephthalate, DMT, the internal calibrant, is acquired in deuterated DMSO using the sample preparation and acquisition parameters detailed on the right. While DMT only shows us one signal, indicated by the red circle, tadalafil provides us with many more. However, the one used specifically for quantification is shown by the green circle. Using Q&MR and the same general equation as before, the purity of the pure tadalafil reference compound was assessed to be 99.7%, matching more or less exactly the purity reported by the manufacturer. Using the sample preparation method described on the left, 2 additional samples were prepared, one for Cialis and the other for apotadalafil. The proton spectra were acquired, and on the right, you can see them overlaid along with the reference sample from the previous slide. As you can see, the excipient used in the Cialis and apotadalafil products adds several more signals to the spectra. However, the signals for the internal calibrant and the sample's proton used for quantification are still very well resolved and can easily be integrated. Using the same general equation as before, we were able to calculate the average mass of tadalafil per Cialis tablet, and as you can see in this table, these match extremely well to those indicated by the supplier. The same holds true for apotadalafil. The results of this analysis are summarized in this table and also match the values provided by the manufacturer very closely. As you can see, using QNMR for drug analysis has several advantages. The acquisitions only take a few minutes. The data evaluation is straightforward as the integration areas are directly proportional to the number of nuclei giving rise to the signal. In addition, once the method has been developed and validated, the analyses can be done and processed even more quickly, and a highly trained expert is not required to perform these accurately. Finally, we can build off of these last two QNMR examples and see how this can be applied to testing for cannabinoids using benchtop NMR. As with the previous examples, several advantages of benchtop NMR over traditionally used HPLC analysis include no need for certified reference standards, no requirements for routine maintenance or highly trained operators, no expensive chromatography columns. Since HPLC is the most commonly used analytical technique for the quantification of cannabinoids, we wanted to see how our own results compared. I'll show you this on the following slides. So far, we've done some work on oil concentrates, flour, and trim. The sample preparation differs slightly between these, but the general approach is exactly the same. For oils, approximately 60 milligrams of the sample is dissolved in deuterated chloroform, and a known amount of a stock solution containing the internal calibrant is added to the oil solution. For this work, our internal calibrant of choice was 1,4-dinitrobenzene, or DNB. Then, the mixture is stirred well and transferred to an NMR tube and analyzed. It's that simple. For flour and trim, the sample is first ground into a fine powder, then suspended in deuterated chloroform, and a known amount of stock solution containing the internal calibrant is added. Then, this mixture is sonicated for 10 minutes, vortexed for 30 seconds, and either centrifuged or filtered. We chose to use a syringe filter for this. We've found that we extract approximately 95% of cannabinoids after one extraction, but we do a second one to ensure approximately 99% of cannabinoids are extracted in total. Then, the solution is concentrated and transferred to an NMR tube for analysis. On this slide, I'm showing two proton spectra acquired on our instrument for oil concentrates. The one on the left represents an oil that's very high in THC content, and the one on the right represents an oil that's very high in CBD content. The sample preparation was performed exactly as described on the previous slide. The regions of interest, which we can use for quantification, are highlighted for each molecule. As you can see, these signals are very well resolved and are conveniently located in an area away from the more complex aliphatic region, which tends to be dominated by the signals from the carrier, or the oil. We can also analyze somewhat more complex oils, which contain mixtures of both THC and CBD. As you can see, the spectrum contains additional signals in this case, and there is some amount of overlap between the THC and CBD signals. However, some of the signals are still well resolved, and those we use for quantification are again highlighted. Using the same familiar equation on the right, we were able to calculate the THC and CBD content by weight percent for several different samples. Here, I'm showing the average of triplicate runs using QNMR. As you can see, the RSD values are small, even in the oils where a mixture of both THC and CBD are used. The concentrations of CBD in sample 1 and THC in sample 2 were below the limits of detection for our instrument. But this makes sense, since these oils were specifically chosen to only contain one of the two cannabinoids. Since HPLC remains the most widely used method for cannabinoids testing, we analyzed these same samples using HPLC to see how our results compared. As you can see, they match quite closely. We've determined that the limit of quantification, specifically in weight percent, is approximately 5% for THC and 3% for CBD under these conditions. Additionally, We suspect that the presence of delta-8 THC potentially explains the larger THC content observed for sample 3 by NMR as compared to HPLC. This is still something we're continuing to explore, but we've been quite encouraged by these results and believe that benchtop NMR is a great complement to HPLC in a testing environment. To summarize, I've shown you that benchtop NMR has proven to be an effective tool in the rapid determination of THC and CBD content. Because of NMR's extremely powerful structural elucidation capabilities, it is a great tool for the analysis of organic compounds, such as terpenes. However, because benchtop instruments operate at a lower magnetic field strength, signal overlap is more prominent for these analyses. Thankfully, powerful software, such as NMR Solutions, for example, has proven to be an invaluable asset for spectral deconvolution, including at the benchtop level. We believe that by utilizing spectra collected for pure terpenes, it might be possible to utilize software to analyze more complex terpene and cannabinoid mixtures in commercial products. I hope you found this presentation helpful, and I hope you learned a little about our company, benchtop NMR, as well as how it can be used for quantifying THC and CBD. This type of work is always ongoing in our lab, and we hope to continue refining our methods and continue doing work in this space. We're always looking for collaborators or for someone in the industry to help us better understand what the industry actually needs. If you have absolutely any questions about the work I've presented here, please feel free to reach out to us at any time. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of the webinars.
All right, thank you, Matt. So if our presenters could all turn their cameras on, we've got some really nice questions in the Q&A to address before we conclude the terpenes and testing track here at MACE 365.
You have to turn my camera on, Jason.
Okay, let's see. Celeste, can you turn on Michael's camera?
Yeah, let me see here. Hold on. Michael. Okay, Michael, I'm going to ask you to start your video, see if that works.
All right, there we go.
Thanks. By the way, I just have to ask Matt really quick. So how good is your instrument for helping to identify unknown peaks, which is my thing I would most like to be able to do?
Yeah, so that's kind of what, can you guys hear me actually?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's a great question, actually. That's what NMR does, right? So it helps identify unknowns. I'm not saying it would be immediately obvious right off the bat what you're looking at, but if you can, if it's just a single peak, that might be kind of tough. But if you can correlate it to other peaks, you can kind of start to build a picture of the molecule, whether that be some kind of terpene, another cannabinoid, some kind of impurity. So especially with a lot of the modeling techniques that we have now, we can get pretty good predictions. So, if you're working with plant material, you're not going to expect some kind of random pharmaceutical. So you can kind of narrow it down that way. But yeah, that's what NMR is great for, is, unknown identification, right? And if you have any other method in your lab too, to sort of cross-validate, you could I'm pretty sure that you could figure out what you're looking at. Yeah.
Great. It's what I want for my birthday now.
Awesome.
I think there's going to be a lot of people that agree with you, Michael. So Matt, when you said that you guys do modeling, is this like multivariate analysis modeling, like what you might see with, some of the near infrared spectrometers that are on the market?
Yeah, more or less. It uses, there's some sort of quantum mechanical models that you can use with NMR. A lot of the times what will happen is they'll use models from high field instruments, which are a lot more powerful, but also a lot more expensive, a lot bigger. And then we'll kind of work with those people to port it down to a lower field. So a lot of the times what we'll do is, to validate what we're seeing on our instruments, we'll collect data on a high field. You only need to do that once. And then you'll kind of work your way back to our instrument and figure out how to model it. So it's still a very involved process. You really do need to work with the people who know exactly how the models work. But the more we use them, the easier they become to use. So we're kind of in a middle position now where they're becoming more accessible, but they're not super accessible yet. But they're definitely out there. And because they're trying to spread the word about these modeling softwares, the people in charge are more than willing to give you hands-on sort of advice and stuff like that. So yeah, that's kind of how they work.
Okay, thank you. And just one more question for me, if I may. So how does this device compare to like if somebody was looking to buy in-house instrumentation for an extraction lab or something like that, and to try to save some money on third-party testing of intermediate stages throughout their product refinement strategies. How would this instrument compare to other in-house sort of bench scale instruments that are modeled to be fairly turnkey, like vibrational spectroscopy or HPLC?
I actually can't really compare it to vibrational spectroscopy all that well because I'm not overly familiar with how they would use it in this space. But I mean, I know it would give you completely different information. HPLC is an interesting one because we're not trying to replace HPLC. We'll never be able to do that. It's the gold standard for a reason. Their limits of quantification are much lower, and there are certain things that they can do that we can't, but we think it's a great complement, especially when it comes to, like you said, saving money, but also saving time. So one of the things that's really useful with benchtop NMR is once your method is set up, you don't need an expert to troubleshoot it, to know how to run it, to clean it, to run extremely precise calibration curves. I mean, you come in the morning, you put the instrument off of standby and you prepare your sample. It takes 5 minutes, you put it in there, and then you get at least, a still very accurate, but kind of a quick glance at what's going on in whatever process you're looking at. So in terms of how it would work with other instruments, I'd say comparatively with HPLC specifically, its limits of quantification are a little bit higher. And there are still certain limitations, but it works really well as a complement because, like I mentioned earlier, sort of the structural elucidation capabilities they're second to none, right? So I think it kind of rounds out the whole testing sort of, it just gives you information that most techniques currently in use in cannabis testing labs can't give you. So in that sense, that's where I think it stands out, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Excellent. I really appreciate your insights there. Okay, so we've got some questions. Some of them aren't necessarily directed towards anybody in particular. So I will start with the ones that are directed towards Michael. Michael, it says here that you noted that SC Labs has decided to adopt PhytoFax. And I guess this is for the larger the panel at large. So does the panel view this development as an example of how change may begin to take place? So just to refresh everybody's memory, Michael had talked about SC Labs providing this characterization of the terpene profile and different effects that can be invoked from that terpene profile.
Well, I mean, for me, I think it's a big deal. And PhytoFax came out of some work that I was involved in about 5 years ago, when Mark Lewis and Matt Giese at NAPRO Research started to look at ways to visualize not only the meaning of terpene profiles, but their impact on organoleptics, aroma and taste, and then also pharmacological effects. And they put a lot of work into it. And the thing about it is that I can say without question right now, I can look at a PhytoFax and predict how a product is going to work for me as an inhaled cannabis product. And that's great. I mean, it's so its utility I find to be second to none, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, let me just make a comment about that as well, if you don't mind. I think that if you look at the history of science or just the advance of knowledge, there's a phase where you're looking around and you're seeing a lot of new things. And then there's a phase where you organize that information enough that people can talk about it and they know what they're saying to each other. And we are in this industry, we're at the phase where we're finding that there's all kinds of things to talk about, but we still don't have a particularly standardized language, especially a language that the everyday user can work with. And so I think over the next few years, inevitably, we'll see some standardization of depictions of things and language and terminology, so that the everyday user can go into a dispensary or talk to their physician or whatever, and they can be talking about the same thing, and that they can have the same language across a lot of different conversations. And we're not actually there yet, but that's a standard, that's something that you see in the kind of the maturation of all kinds of areas where knowledge advances, and it's absolutely got to happen. The sooner we can make it happen and the more intelligently we can make it happen, the better off everyone will be. But it will happen, because it's kind of impossible it's you know, we all end up deciding which side of the road we're going to drive on. In some countries it's the right, in some countries it's the left, but we have to agree on these things before we can avoid crashing into each other. And it's in a much more complex way. It's similar, whether you're Linnaeus deciding how to organize all the different living things, or whether you're building the periodic table, or whether you're coming up with a meaningful nomenclature for all the different things that you find in cannabis and what they do.
Yeah, good point.
I definitely second everything you said, Dale. I agree. Great point there. Okay, moving along here. So the attendee says that many of the panelists today herein have a keen understanding of critically important concepts such as entourage or dose response curves and downregulation. Have you found that a material percent of cannabis users in today's marketplace care about or understand these critical concepts? And alternatively, do you believe these concepts are ignored because they conflict with ideas rooted in prohibition-era cannabis culture?
I don't have the last word on this by any means, but I will jump in and just say that I think that ties exactly to what I was just talking about. I think a lot of people that don't know what to ask for or don't care about certain things is that there's no meaningful language to address those questions. And if you think about just, you know, if you're old enough to remember when all the food in the grocery store did not have a nutritional label on it, there was just less you could know and less you could ask of the label itself or of someone that you're looking at buying something from, because there's no framework for having those conversations. And I think that as we build out that framework, that the consumers will become not anymore. I mean, it's not a lack of intelligence or capability or anything like that. It's really just a lack of a useful framework for asking those questions and appreciating the facts.
Yeah, I completely agree with Dale. I think that, I mean, I started doing something recently. I joined a program called Zoe. And what Zoe does is it sequences your microbiome, and then it gives you test foods, and you do blood testing to see how your body handles fats and sugars and how your microbiome responds to different foods. And then you score your foods. So I walk around with an app now, and basically I plan my diet based on how my personal microbiome responds to food and how I personally respond to fats and sugars. And something like that will eventually come to cannabis. Something will come to cannabis that allows you to more precisely predict effect based on your own receptor networks. It's kind of inevitable. And it's really the kind of personalized medicine that's on the horizon now. To the questioner's comment, though, I think that there's no question that we have an enormous amount of legacy from Prohibition era folklore upon which we make consumer choices, we make manufacturing choices and cultivation choices, because it's just kind of transmitted wisdom, but it's often completely wrong. And for me, I think that you go into most dispensaries, the staff won't know anything about entourage chemistry, and they won't know anything about dose response. And they certainly will laugh at downregulation, tolerance. And the problem is often in dispensaries, the staff is highly downregulated and, you know, may share one CB1 receptor among the entire staff. And yet they're recommending products to consumers. And I think that does a great disservice. I think it's like getting wine advice from a drunk under a bridge.
Yeah, I would be happy to jump in and also give my vision or my angle. You know, I'm a biologist, a very evidence-based type of thinking. In my opinion, it is the manufacturer's responsibility to know the facts, produce products with the right form factor. This is something that I've been seeing. I mean, here in Israel, there's not much to play around with, but in the US, I've been seeing that there's a lot of misconception with bioavailability. And you know, things work great in vitro and in cell level, but at the same time, the really challenging step is to bring it to people. And how can we actually see the same efficacy in people? So it's really our responsibility, and there's a lot to do here.
Yeah, definitely agreed with all of you. I can say from my own experience here in Pennsylvania, you know, as good of a cannabis product market as I believe that we have, the education needs to increase to the point where we have that sort of standardized language. When I first, you know, here in Pennsylvania, when you get a medical card, the first thing you need to do is talk to a pharmacist, and they start to ask you things like, do you prefer sativas or indicas? And, you know, if you're a reader of terpenes and testing, you know that we've shared Dr. Russo's comments on this and a variety of experts' comments on this. We heard some of that stuff today as well. And I say I am shopping by terpene profile because I know that the terpene profile helps differentiate different cultivars. And if I found one that was good for me in the past, I want to try to target that. The good thing about the Pennsylvania market is we actually do require terpene profiles to be on product labels. And there's not a whole lot of markets that actually are requiring that. It might be being done out of the need, the hunger for data. So I tend to view things, and I'm definitely, I try to engorge myself on as much data as I can. So I definitely am in the percentage of cannabis users that wants as much data, that wants to learn about entourage and dose response curves and downregulation and things like that. And I think as a society, we are definitely knowledge hungry as much as we can. And I say that if you don't believe that, then the next time you want to know anything, do not pick up your smartphone, which is likely located just a few centimeters from where you sit right now. All righty. So up next, okay, Michael, you shared that you recently reformulated some of your products with more THC, even though this increase didn't improve the products in the eyes of users. Is this merely a frustrating business reality that you and we as an industry have to swallow in the short term, or does it reflect something more serious and problematic?
Well, I mean, what's really interesting, there were studies done with humans decades ago that human beings titrate their dose when they're inhaling cannabis with spectacular accuracy. And so what happens is you give somebody a more potent product, they're actually just going to inhale less of it. And they may even do it unconsciously. It's really amazing how precisely people can dose themselves through inhalation, at least through smoking. Vaporization provides a lot of challenges because you have things basically coming off in vaporization at different rates. And so, you know, when you use a volcano, your first couple of bags are going to be incredibly terp centric. The reason that we reformulated for higher THC was simply because the buyers buy by THC content, period. And so what we did was we simply just raised our THC content so that we would get noticed. I cannot wait to lower it, to tell you the truth, because I think that it actually interferes with some of the more subtle effects of the terpene entourage. And I don't want to jack the terpene entourage to the same degree because I'm concerned about potential lung irritation, the increased likelihood of dysphoric effects. And yeah, so, but yeah, it was really shocking because when I gave out our reformulated products, this latest batch to our test team, none of them noticed that I'd raised the THC content because I didn't tell them, even though it had increased almost 40%.
Okay, thank you, Michael, for that, for those details. So it looks like we have one more question here, and this kind of harkens back to what we may have talked about a few minutes ago, but I just wanted to kind of end on this note because we're again talking about evidence-based science and data, which is a theme that will carry over into tomorrow's Extraction Magazine track. So this question is, what are your thoughts on about the pace at which the existing marketplace has begun or not begun incorporating evidence-based science into their cannabis purchase and usage decisions?
Way too slow. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is simplifying the data and putting it in a form in which it's actually educational to the consumer. It's very challenging. You know, Leafly's tried it, Phytofax, and you know, the new SC Labs thing is an attempt, but it's got to get down to the retail level, and that's been really, really tough. Now, I think actually the fact that delivery companies are going to start to dominate the market increasingly, you're going to see the Amazoning of commercial cannabis in the United States, and that means that I think there's an opportunity to provide online much more data than you normally would get from a retail employee.
You know, since we, our company is still, you know, an R&D company, at the end of the day, we also sell products. From my end, I see this as exactly as you said, Michael, the challenge of, you know, taking this research that we did, make it more accessible to the simple person in the dispensary, and make it into a product that is not too also medicinal. At the end of the day, we're not really a pharma company. We're just trying to understand how can we make this cannabis product into a more targeted product, and making, you know, my parents feel more comfortable going into a dispensary and know that this tincture will actually help them sleeping. So it's a really big challenge. I think this is exactly the direction we're going to, and there's going to be many challenges that we'll have to solve. And it's really, it's kind of like, it's all about educating the end consumer, you know, without kind of like scaring them off with like receptor language or like pharma language.
Yeah, I agree. Here in Canada, obviously, it's been completely legal for some time now, and I've gone into stores both as a consumer or a researcher specifically asking for specific products that we could use to analyze on our instruments, and found that they had no idea what I was talking about. And more often than not, I'd get sort of weird looks and sort of, oh, you're like the third person to ask me something specific like this today. And I think there's been, at least for us in Canada, there's been sort of an underestimation of the consumer's like desire to know what exactly is in the product. And I think they're trying to catch up, but to Michael's point, way too slow. It's just way too slow.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, everybody, for your comments and your questions. We don't have any more questions in the queue, so if nobody has anything further, our panelists too, just wanted to give you an opportunity to say anything else you wanted to close on. We're good.
Just say thanks for including me. It's an honor to be on a panel with a group like this.
Truly. Yeah, thank you.
Well, the one thing that I would like to say in closing is that the real poetic loveliness of cannabis sativa is that there is never a shortage of science that we can dive into. And I really appreciate all of you attendees and panelists alike being a part of these conversations with us, because I feel like with every conversation we have, we continue to squash stigma that's pervaded our society for 80 plus years here in the United States. And I just love being a part of it with all of you. So if we have no further questions, I would like to thank everybody for attending today, and this concludes our terpenes and testing track of MACE 365. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Celeste Miranda. I'm the publisher of Terpenes and Testing magazine. Everyone stay on with us if you're interested in hearing what's coming up. Next, we're going to be hearing from Dr. Reno Nguyen, I think is how you pronounce it, and he is with W.R. Grace Technologies, and he's a purification technology manager there. He's going to be talking about silica-based technologies for cannabinoid purification. That will go on for a little bit, and then he will be available to answer any questions about that after his session. After that, at 1 o'clock, from 1 to 4, we start our webinar series for CBD Health and Wellness magazine with the editor-in-chief in that one, Lauren DeVito. So we have some really good stuff coming up on that one as well in the CBD world. So stay with us. We're going to take a quick few-minute break, and then we'll go ahead and start the presentation from Grace Technologies. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining the webinar, Silica-Based Technologies for Cannabinoid Purification. We are recording this webinar, which will be available to you after the session. If you have any questions throughout the presentation, please submit them through Q&A chat, and we will answer as many as we can at the conclusion of the webinar. The presentation today is being sponsored by W.R. Grace. Grace high-performance specialty chemicals and materials improve the products and processes of its customers around the world. In partnership with its customers, including many of the world's most recognized brands, Grace develops, manufactures, and sells industry-leading technologies through its refining technologies, specialty catalyst, and material technologies operating segments. I would like to introduce today's speaker, Reno Nguyen, Principal Scientist at Grace. Reno received a BS in biochemistry from the University of Maryland at College Park, and for the past 19 years has provided global technical support for the chromatography media used in purification of nutraceutical and pharmaceutical molecules. He will be discussing how Grace's silica gel portfolio allows you to overcome challenges with your nutraceutical purification and formulations. Welcome, Reno. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Julie. Greetings. Here's wishing that everyone will have a healthy, happy, and successful new year. Before I review the technical aspects for cannabinoid purification, I would like to present some background information on Grace. Founded in 1854, Grace has a long history of innovation with over 1,100 patents worldwide and almost 600 pending. Grace's businesses are focused on catalysts, specialty silica, and pharma-fine chemicals. The Grace Materials Technologies business segment delivers silica-based materials to world-class companies for numerous products and processes. And Grace has made major investments, including the June 2020 opening of a new state-of-the-art colloidal silica plant at our manufacturing center in Worms, Germany. Now, nutraceutical product development faces unique challenges. In particular, product variability can arise from plant harvest times and processing steps. Some of the key issues include color, heavy metals, agrochemical residues, as well as consistent CBD THC content. Today, I will focus on the pharmaceutical purification solutions for cannabinoids. And in the next MACE v.365 webinar series, my colleague Chintan Shah will describe the formulation solutions to improve bioavailability and shelf life stability as pertains to solid dosage forms, including the tablets and capsules. Grace was actually the first to commercialize silica gel in 1921 and is still innovating precisely 100 years later. For pharmaceutical and nutraceutical applications, Grace provides a wide range of solutions from synthesis and purification to formulation and delivery of active ingredients with decades of know-how and proven technologies. Some of the globally recognized technologies include the Vidac and Davisil chromatographic silicas and the Siloid formulation excipients. Here's a list of key processing steps that may be utilized by different companies in the cannabis space. These steps include primary extraction, winterization, decolorization, filtration, distillation, decarboxylation, and chromatography. The fact is that consistent product purity and potency will be a concern, and it really depends on what steps and purification media are selected for the cannabinoid extracts. While winterization can remove most of the waxes and fats through multiple cycles, Trisil or Davisil silica gel may be considered as a replacement for winterization or as a supplementary approach to remove the residual lipids. For the removal of pigments, Silowhite, a precipitate amorphous sodium aluminum magnesium silicate, or Davisil silica gel can be effective options. Davisil gel is demonstrated also to be effective at absorbing pesticides and heavy metals. And according to a New Food magazine article published in February 2020, approximately 60% of the tested CBD oils exceed the legislative limits for pH levels. Now, pHs are an increasing concern as they are potential carcinogens. Therefore, Davisil silica should be considered in a filtration step. With the winterization of cannabis, the temperature is typically between -20 and -80 degrees Celsius. And ethanol winterization below -52 Celsius will typically remove cannabinoids, terpenes, and flavonoids. Terpenes are critical to the flavor profile of the cannabis extracts, and they may have anti-inflammatory properties along with cannabinoids, contributing to the so-called entourage effect. The use of the Davisil LC 150 angstrom silicas has been shown to absorb lipids while maintaining the flavor profile and potentially limiting the need for winterization. Bentonite clays alone cannot effectively eliminate all color bodies. So Davisil LC60 silicas should be considered for the effective removal of pigments that may impart an undesirable taste and color to the cannabis oil. In the photo on the far right, one can see a burette filled with Davisil LC60A silica. The middle burette depicts the pigment which is dissolved in pentane loaded onto the column. And within the first centimeter of the silica gel, you can see the strong absorption of that pigment. The last burette shows the pentane solution passing through as a clear liquid, which is eventually collected in the vial on the bottom right. So this is the difference between the use of the silica and prior to loading that particular pigmented solution onto the column itself. This is an example here of a commercially available color remediation cartridge, otherwise known as a CRC from BVV, a company based in Illinois that supplies commercial products for purification and extraction. The 60 angstrom silica is listed along with other media for the purification of hemp extracts. And in the photo of the mason jar on the left, one could see a greater than 1-year-old extract that is very dark in color and heavily oxidized. In a photo of the mason jar on the right, much of the pigments have been removed in just one pass through the color remediation cartridge. According to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency publication and other publications, Davisil silica gel is referenced as being effective for the absorption of various pesticides and polynuclear aromatic hydrocarbons, or PAHs. The silica gel can also be cost effective for reducing heavy metals such as mercury, copper, cobalt, cadmium. Indeed, the Association of Public Health Laboratories recommends the screening of heavy metals in cannabis extracts depending on the grow medium. In their natural form, cannabinoids are acidic and may require decarboxylation to enhance the potency, and current processes can result in higher content of unwanted cannabinoids which have to be removed. Regulatory requirements mandate stringent purity standards for products. So Grace has focused on commercializing high performance resins, which are currently used for preparative to process scale separation of cannabinoids. These products offer low pressure drop, high efficiency separations, and high surface area and carbon load for high loading capacity. As we can see in the chromatograms on the right, compared to a standard C18 silica for process scale chromatography, the Davisil extract C18HP silica exhibits greater than 80% higher USP resolution factor under isocratic conditions with a water ethanol mobile phase. The previous slide shows the cannabinoid separations on a 15 centimeter bed length column. On this slide, the separation was performed with a 25 centimeter length column packed with Davisol extract C18HP. As expected, you could see that the plate count increases proportionally by 1.7 times, and also we observe a USP resolution factor increasing by 1.4 times. So if there's a requirement to increase the loading capacity or separate other cannabinoids, increasing the bed length should be considered as an option. Here's a set of chromatograms from an actual hemp extract run on columns packed with different C18 reverse phase silicas. The Davisol extract C18HP silica on the far left provides the highest resolution separation of CBD and THC based on UV traces at 220 and 280 nanometers. Now, obviously, with the C18B commercial grade and C18C commercial grade, you could see that the profiles of the cannabinoid peaks are not as smooth, and the separation, particularly with the 220 nanometers shown in gray chromatograms, show a closer distance of the CBD and THC peak. With the Davisol extract C18HP silica, we tested the retention time stability with various hydrophobic molecules over 18,000 column volumes with methanol water mobile phase. The proprietary bonding provides high resolution separations of cannabinoids and ensures stationary phase stability. It is evident from these graphs that the retention times of the various molecules and the efficiency is well maintained over the 18,000 column volumes. So for the remediation of THC, the Davisol C18 functionalized silica has been found to last hundreds of cycles of purification, but it really depends on the upstream steps to remove residual waxes and fats, as well as pigments. So in that regard, we recommend the other Davisol silica gels in a layered effect within a color remediation cartridge for the removal over one-step process. To summarize what we have discussed, GRACE provides a complete offering of solutions for the purification of cannabinoid-derived products. This chart lists GRACE offerings in each step of the process. There are two grades of materials, the so-called workhorse grades shown in this row, and the premium grades listed in the bottom row can be considered depending on the specific application of the end user. For additional information, including details on GRACE Silica selection guide for nutraceuticals, please request a copy of the latest Davisol brochure. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of GRACE products and services. I've included my contact information here, but feel free to reach out to your local sales representative, and we'd be happy to set up additional time with you on a one-on-one video call to advise you of specific grades of silica that can be utilized for your very specific needs in the cannabis industry. Thank you again.
Dr. Nguyen, are you with us via audio? Okay, you are. Hold on one second. Let me get over to you and get you unmuted here. All right. Are you there, Dr. Nguyen?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Sure.
We do have a few questions for you. The first one is Does Grace actively collaborate with customers in which you can teach them how to purify or formulate cannabinoids?
Yes, actually prior to the pandemic, Grace would often visit customers on site, and we would provide the guidance to actually carry out the purification. And we're happy to do that via video conference calls. Today, we're actually sampling customers on a regular basis, and with the actual lab testing that is conducted, we can follow up with the immediate discussion of the results and prescribe any other specific recommendations to improve the actual purification, but also formulation. As I mentioned, Chinta Shah, my colleague, has a lot of expertise in the formulation side, and we have very unique mesopore silica that can actually absorb the cannabinoid oils a very high weight percentage, and that actually makes it much more economical for the formulation itself.
Wonderful. Okay, got it. Now, we have another question here. What is the importance of absorbing lipids?
Sure. Well, certainly there are a number of lipids within the cannabis extracts, and certain ones you prefer to keep, as I mentioned, the terpenes, flavonoids. The ones that you want to typically remove are the waxes and the fats, which have the ester linkages, and those would interact with the polar solenols of the silica. It's good to remove that to improve the clarity of the extract, but also if there is an intent to remediate THC using a C18 reverse phase silica, as I mentioned with the Davisol extract silica gel, then in order to increase the lifetime of that bonded phase, you need to remove the lipids that would contaminate that downstream column and reduce the lifetime for usage. So in that regard, it's fairly important to remove those waxes and lipids.
Got it. Okay. We have a few questions coming in here. So do you offer bonded media?
Yes, the C18 extract is what we call a bonded phase. It's used with water, ethanol, water, methanol in a large-scale purification process, and you can consider that for a linear gradient or stepwise gradient type of application. We also have amino functionalized silicas that can be utilized for purification as well, but more in a normal phase mode with solvents such as heptane and ethyl acetate or heptane ethanol or isopropanol.
Great. Okay. Another one. Well, while we're on the bonded media topic, let's keep going with that one. In regards to bonded media, should we think of them as fine-tuning axis?
Fine-tuning axis.
AXIS, axis.
I'm not quite familiar with that.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
what
maybe
that question is related to.
Okay, so the attendee that submitted that question, if you can further clarify that a little bit, I'm sure that Dr. Nguyen
Yeah, that would be helpful.
be able to answer that. Let's go on to the next one while we're waiting for that. Let's see here. Can you further explain how using Davisol silica for removal of lipids and waxes would reduce terpene loss during winterization? For us, these losses occur when recovering the solvent, ethanol, post-filtering. Does the silica not require the extract to be dissolved in a solvent?
Yes, I mean, certainly for the use of a silica to bind waxes and lipids, it is necessary to have a solvent. The hydrocarbon solvents would be ideal for the removal of those particular waxes and lipids. It's possible to use ethanol as well, but in the case of the maintaining an ideal terpene profile. These have already been evaluated by our major cannabis customers, and they've seen in real testing that those terpenes that give the unique profile of the taste or flavor, those are actually maintained. And so that's the feedback that we normally get from the customer base. We don't actually have the access to cannabinoids to do that in-house testing. So, that is part of our collaboration on an ongoing basis to get that type of feedback.
Understood. Okay, great. Do extracts get darker over time? And if they do, does that show they are no longer good for consumption?
Certainly, the cannabinoids can oxidize, degrade over time. The colors can change, as I've shown with the photographs courtesy of BBB in Illinois. And it is important to process them in a fashion that you minimize that degradation. And with regards to our formulation, the mesopore silica with the high porosity can actually stabilize the cannabinoids once that is, the oil is incorporated into the silica for the formulation into the capsules and capsules. So, this is definitely an ongoing study that we're conducting with the help of our customers. And it's definitely a good question, but yeah, I think the photographs, which are available per PDF on request, I think do indicate a darkening of that extract.
Got it. Okay. And let's see, I have one more here. Would Grace's products be able to help separate CBG and CBN into isolates?
Yes, so that's definitely of interest to many cannabis customers, as we're aware. And besides the Davisol extract C18HP, we have another high resolution product called Sphere. That is monodispersed silica with very tight particle size distribution, and that can be utilized to get the separation with other cannabinoids of interest.
Wonderful. Okay. That is all we have in questions, Dr. Nguyen. So can you please tell me, you can feel free to add anything that you have, but also tell me again and our listeners where they can find more information about Grace as well as yourself.
Yes, certainly. If you go to grace.com, there's a section that you can find on the Nutra pharmaceutical solutions. And that's actually the last page of the slide deck that I presented. But also I am on LinkedIn. If you want to connect with me, I'd be happy to message back with you. And we can further discuss your requirements for purification and or formulation.
Perfect. Thank you so very much for your time. We are going to go into a break now for about a half an hour. We will then return with our segment of 3 separate webinars for CBD Health and Wellness Magazine. So stay tuned. We're going to go on a bit of a break. Just a little bit before 1 o'clock, we will come back on. So grab something to eat and we'll see you back here. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining the webinar, Silica-Based Technologies for Cannabinoid Purification. We are recording this webinar, which will be available
Yeah, I'm getting on a call with Danielle right now, but I have Laura on, but it just says there's a break right now. Are they running late? I'm gonna come up there, no problem. Okay, come up, thanks. My phone won't go through. Just call me and I did, but it's not, my phone's not ringing him. Okay, well, ask him. I'm gonna text him. Once, like, should I start my video and then Lauren will put me on so people can see me? I don't know. I have to pee. I'm screen sharing. You're on. It says we're taking a brief intermission. Oh my God, you want to hear the funniest thing ever? I have to pee. Guys, anything? I'm right here. Laura will be right there.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Welcome, everyone.
So thank you very much for
from you being calm, it could lead you to be able to sleep better. And
complex interaction of an interplay between CBD
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Dr. Lauren DeVito, and I'm the editor-in-chief of CBD Health and Wellness magazine. We're so excited to be bringing to you today key industry leaders in CBD medicine and research. For the first part of the session, we'll be talking to some people about the use of CBD and cannabinoids for pain management. In the second presentation, we'll hear from an expert in regulatory and policy regarding both CBD and regulations for supplements. In our final presentation, we'll hear from some people who tribulations of starting a CBD company and how to stand out in a very crowded industry. So first off, I will introduce our presenters for our first session. So we will be joined by Dr. Alvin Berger, who holds numerous advanced degrees and professorships in nutrition and lipids, with a plethora of high-profile publications and pioneering discoveries in metabolomics and endocannabinoids. On the commercial side, he has over 30 years experience heading up innovative teams for large multinational companies, leading to numerous diverse nutrition product launches. On the communication side, he is a frequent guest on podcasts, radio shows, and his work has been increasingly featured in consumer media. He is currently CEO at Ceodonics CA Essentials, developing anti-inflammatory lipids. He's also the co-founder of Life Sense Products, developing keto-friendly products. He is a featured specialist in the web series Real Skinny on Fat, where he provides insights about keto MCT and ketogenic fats, which most recently was spotlighted on the Dr. Oz show. He is a proud member of the Cannabinoid Medicine Studies Advisory Board. Dr. Lola Ohambo, also known as Dr. O, is a clinical pharmacist and medical cannabis specialist. She's also the founder of WCI Health, which is an alternative health and wellness company which focuses on helping healthcare professionals, dispensaries, and alternative medicine enthusiasts understand the health benefits of plant medicine like cannabis and psychedelics so they can effectively guide their clients on the best products ideal for them to achieve better health and well-being. Unlike others that only focus on plant medicine, Dr. O also focuses on conventional medicine using her background as a medicinal herb grower raised in Nigeria, and as a clinical pharmacist. So she can explain how plant medicine works with other drugs, disease states, and how to avoid adverse reactions. She is the co-author of Cannabis Quick Guide, a pharmacist's guide to cannabis, perspective of a non-conformist clinician, which is available on Amazon and her website, wci-health.com. Dr. O is also the host of the podcast, Let's Talk About Medical Cannabis with Dr. O, which is available on all podcast platforms. Matt Curran is the Chief Operations Officer of Hellman Valley Growers Company. He is a 20-year veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps, having served the last decade of his career in special ops. A veteran of the Iraq and Afghanistan War, he learned to value a new perspective of honor, courage, and commitment, and will be eternally grateful for the sacrifices made by our nation. After his transition from the military, he pursued a career in life science and then changed careers again into cannabis. What drew him to co-found Hellman Valley Growers Company was an environment that embodies what he cherished most while on active duty: leadership, trust, and confidence, strategic vision, complex problem solving, and a true sense of selfless service. We want to again thank all of our presenters today for their time and sharing their expertise. And without further ado, I will leave it off to Dr. Berger to get us started.
So thank you very much for having me as a speaker today. And I was asked to speak about how cannabinoids affect pain. And before I jump into pain, I wanted to first remind everyone that pain is a component of inflammation. And if you can look at the graphic, remind the audience that the characteristics of inflammation include heat, also known as color in Latin, redness, rubor, swelling, tumor, pain, dolor, that's what we're going to speak about today, and loss of function. Now, when you bang yourself, hurt yourself, and you feel pain, that's called acute pain. And that's necessary for the survival of any species. I mean, just imagine if you were not able to feel that acute pain, you could imagine yourself, for example, cutting your finger off as you're missing the piece of wood. So definitely very important to be able to have acute pain. Then there's the resolution of pain, which is after you've had the acute injury, that pain has to resolve. And there's a series of molecules that are involved in the resolution of inflammation and pain. Now, if you can't resolve the pain, it can become chronic pain. And that's where we're going to focus most of our time today. And how do we go about treating chronic pain is typically with drugs. And Dr. O will have more to say about that. I'll just touch on it here. Now, what's the problem in treating chronic pain with drugs? There are side effects. Addiction, in the case of opioids. Steroids are very good for curbing pain, but then you get side effects. The loss of the enamel in your teeth, just being one example of a side effect. And also in the case of steroids and other medications, you get a tapering off of benefits. So when you first try to control pain with a steroid, at first you're very happy, it does its job, and then you have to keep applying a higher dose to get a benefit, and pretty soon it's not doing much of anything. So we do need another solution to combat pain. The next slide here, just to show you some examples of neuropathic pain, which is simply pain caused by damage to the nervous system. And you can look at the various conditions, this being a guide put out by the European Federation of Neurological Societies. So we can look at diabetes, we can look at neuralgia, we can look at central pain. And you can see the first line drugs and the second to third line drugs is inevitably opioids, which we know we've had so much problems with in terms of addiction. And only in the case of multiple sclerosis, MS, are cannabinoids currently recommended. So with respect to hemp, CBD molecules, THC, what are the active components that play a role in modulating pain? So in this slide, I've marked the molecules with a large asterisk to show the molecules that have been published to modulate pain. And they include CBDA, CBCA, CBD, which is our main focus today, CBN, and also THC. And I won't speak much more about this today, but there's a lot of interest these days in the terpenoid-like molecules like beta-caryophyllene found in hemp and other CBD preparations. In my review of the literature, it's still up in the air as to how these terpenoid-like molecules actually work. People talk about so-called entourage effects, which means that molecules come together to have an overall positive effect on physiology, including pain. But I would say for these terpenoid-like molecules, it's still under investigation, a lot to learn. So we're used to hearing, if you've been around the CBD phytocannabinoid field for a while, you've probably heard of the receptors CB1 and CB2. CB1 being mainly in the brain, but also in the periphery, and CB2 being in the skin and also in immune cells. But there's actually a lot more receptors and other means in which CBD can affect pain. As shown in the graphic here, there's in fact, first row of that table, there are 76 different targets that CBD could affect and influence pain. So we're talking about a very complex system. And one of the challenges with CBDs is, one, depending on the dose, you can see different benefits, different effects. Sometimes it's anti-inflammatory, sometimes it's pro-inflammatory, depending on the dose. And then you have another challenge is that the CBDs can be tested in different biological systems, such as in vitro, in cells, in animals, or in humans. And depending on which system you're using, you can observe different effects. And last, carry over from the previous slide, CBD is not typically in isolation. It's present with other compounds. There can be THC present and other phytocannabinoids present in the system, all of which can influence pain. So overall, a very complex system to understand. In the next slide here, I'm not going to go incredibly deep on this, but I've looked at some of the receptors that have been published to influence pain, specifically the ones that are marked with the large asterisk. So look at CBD is in the center of the slide, and CBD can affect adenosine A1 receptors, which then influence pain. It can influence the 5-HT1A receptors, that's the receptor shown on the left. It can influence the so-called vanilloid receptors. This is the receptor that's involved with hot peppers. It can influence opioid receptors, the one showed MOR. Now, interestingly, CBD does not have, at least at physiological levels, a direct effect on binding itself to CB1 and CB2 receptors, but it can synergistically have influence the ability of other molecules to bind to CB1 and CB2 receptors, and that can include its ability to antagonize the ability of THC to bind to CB1 and CB2 receptors. So you can start to see, depending on the preparation you're using, you could see much differences in how it's going to affect pain, whether there's THC present and at what level the THC might be present. And if you look at the legend on the bottom, you can get a sense of all the different molecular mechanisms by which CBD can affect these receptors. An agonist, meaning it binds to the receptor, a partial agonist, meaning it binds but with weak affinity, an antagonist, meaning it influences the ability of another molecule to bind to the receptor, and an inhibitor, meaning it blocks the action of that receptor. And now, in this next set of slides, I'm just going to touch on a few points, and you can start again to see, here I've broken out some of these receptors. GPCR are your G protein coupled receptors that most people learn about in biology classes. It's a common class of receptors. And CB1 and CB2 receptors are G protein coupled receptors. The next slide is showing how CBD can influence pain via affecting ion channels, like sodium channels. And you can see all the different possibilities there. Here, this is the transport targets. Well, remember this, if you've taken CBD orally or even through the skin, if it were able to pass into the bloodstream, it somehow has to get into the interior of the cell to have an influence. And so we need various transport proteins to get the CBD into the cell to exert its action. And some of these are these FADPs, which are fatty acid binding proteins. As well, when you take a CBD or THC or any phytocannabinoid, for it to have an influence on the brain, it needs to get across the blood-brain barrier. And there are specific proteins that allow these molecules to get into the brain to exert their action. In this next slide, these are enzyme targets of CBD. And I wanted to just give one example of how CBD can influence, have an effect on these enzymes. So THC is broken down by the enzyme CP2C9. It's a cytochrome P450 enzyme. And CBD may increase levels of THC by decreasing its breakdown via this molecular target. So again, you see the complex interaction of an interplay between CBD and THC. So now turning to this next slide, let's look a little more deeply at how CBDs can affect pain at the level of the brain and the periphery. So in this graphic, we see the brain at the top, the brain stem, and then the spinal cord, and finally the periphery. So if you think about a pain response, let's say you had an injury in the parts of your body outside the brain, there's a signaling mechanism to bring that signal through your nerve system so that your brain senses it. And then if it's a so-called appropriate signal, then the brain tells you there's pain and you feel that pain. And you can also have pain that starts at the level of the brain because you think you've experienced pain. And then in both cases, you experience a pain response. And then the pain can be a mild pain or an intense pain. And in people, that's usually measured on something called the Visual Analog Scale, or a VAS. So if you're a person that has chronic pain and you're asking the question, should I take CBD? And we talked before about some of the challenges in using drugs to treat chronic pain. So on the left of this graphic are the advantages. It can be effective. It can improve your quality of life. It can be bioavailable. It may not have psychoactive effects, particularly if the levels of THC are low. It can improve sleep. And it can be made into a pharmaceutical formulation, meaning the composition of it would be more exactly known. On the other hand, lacking long-term studies for CBDs and pain, that's true. A lot of the studies are in animals. And the clinical trials that are done tend to be with few subjects and short-term. The analgesic or pain effect is disease-specific. There's lack of regulation for commercial products, and we know the regulation throughout the world change pretty much by the week. Contamination of the preparations themselves is a big issue. And also I could say the levels of CBD and other phytocannabinoids is often not what's said on the label. And there could be some teratogenicity, a negative effect on the growth of offspring. I happen to live in the Minneapolis area, and the Mayo Institute is a world famous health institute, mostly medical doctors. They also have a series of doctors that look at and have taken an interest in CBD and phytocannabinoids. Largely, the reason the Mayo Institute takes such an interest is a large amount of people that come into the Mayo are on alternative treatments, supplements, CBDs, and so on. So they put together a team and they wrote a very nice, extensive paper in 2019. And these are their conclusions as regards using CBDs and cannabinoids to treat pain. So the preclinical evidence is strong. And this is largely rodent models. One of the rodent models of pain that I've used is the hot plate model. It doesn't harm the mouse. It's usually done with a mouse. You put the mouse on a hot plate, and if you have CBDs present in the system, the mouse sits on that hot plate longer before it starts licking its foot. So you actually measure the time to the first lick as the model. So CBD is useful for treating addiction via its effects on the amygdala. And so that's positive. CBD is being used to reduce heroin-seeking behavior via modulation of the dopamine and serotonin reward systems. CBD is an attractive option for treating chronic pain with respect to opioid abuse. So in other words, you can get the doctors want to get people desperately off of opioids and give them an alternative, and CBD could be an attractive option. And there's not much risk in the safety profile of CBDs, assuming a pharmaceutical preparation were used. We said on the previous slide, most of the trials have been done with small pilot human studies, so we're definitely needing more longer-term, expensive, double-blind, randomized type of trials. And skip that next bullet point. And I wanted to say, I think this was in Dr. O's presentation as well, that when we speak about pain, anxiety and stress exacerbates pain and keeps it going and makes it chronic. So if CBDs can control anxiety and stress, that will have a major influence on pain. And that's what I have. Thank you very much for your attention.
So next up, we'll have Dr. O.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen right quick. Yeah, so I'm titling my session of this presentation, Robocop to the Rescue, CBD Aspirin Regimen. And before we go on, I'm just gonna have a little disclaimer. The presentation is for medical, for educational purposes. It's not for medical advice. We are not claiming that CBD or any cannabinoid heal, cure, or treat any diseases. As at the time of this presentation, over-the-counter medication supplement like cannabinoid, like CBD, they are still not FDA approved. We need you to consult with your primary provider for all your medical needs. So what are you gonna learn from this presentation? In this presentation, most of the stuff I'm gonna be talking about is kind of intercepted with Dr. Burgess. It's all good. That is the way we roll in the science world. So bear with us. When you hear it more times, hearing by the word of God, it sticks in there. So we're gonna learn a little bit about pain, signs and symptoms of pain, conventional management of pain. And my wonderful Robocop will come back. That's CBD as a regimen for pain. And we're gonna conclude. So what is pain? Basically, it's subjective. When I say subjective, what does that even mean? Basically, pain is what the sufferer says it is. If you come into the pharmacy and you say, oh, my pain is 10, and Matt come in and say, oh, mine is 5. It's not my position to say, okay, how can your own pain be 10 and Matt's pain is 5? No, pain is pain. It is what the sufferer says it is. And just a little while ago, Dr. Burgess talks about acute pain, chronic pain. I'm just gonna mention a few things that didn't come up, which is acute pain can also manifest itself in form of secondary symptoms like hypertension, high blood pressure. You know, it's basic and it makes sense. Like if you have pain, like you burn your hand, your heart start beating really fast. You can experience that pain if you are the type that already have a high blood pressure. Your blood pressure can just go up high. And when it comes to the chronic pain, I mean, when you go, take for example, cancer pain due to cancer, It's depressing to know you have this disease, the anxiety of even treatment and all that. So pain can, in a chronic form, can also manifest itself in form of depression. What are the signs and symptoms that we can see with sharp, dull, tingling? All those are some of the signs that we see. So how do we manage pain in a conventional therapy? When I say conventional, I'm just saying like traditional pharmaceutics, like your medicine. We manage pain. The first thing we go, when I burn my finger, where do I go? I run to the pharmacy, try to grab over the counter like Tylenol and ibuprofen. These are what we call non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. And basically, they help with inflammation. What does inflammation mean? It means that swelling, just like Dr. Berger said earlier. So that's the first line of therapy that when we are dealing with pain. And the problem with product like NSAID, which is Tylenol, ibuprofen, is that they tend to have a risk of bleeding, internal, what we call internal bleeding. There's a risk of liver or kidney injury. When we are talking about this type of side effect, who are the people that tends to use this product the most? It's mostly in the elderly population. They already have a tendency to have this side effect as a result of all the medication they are taking. So when you begin to give them ibuprofen, Tylenol, that can aggravate the situation. Then we go on to steroid. I'm sure some of us have gone to the doctor, like they say, okay, this pain is not going away. What are we gonna do next? We're gonna give you a steroid injection. Really, when they start bringing out steroid injection, that is the big gun. I call it the big gun. But like Dr. Berger said, some of the side effects are just unbearable. Imagine we're spending so much money to lose weight, but some of the side effects of steroid is weight gain, heart disease, aggression. Nobody wants that, you know. And the other product that we use is opioid, like Dr. Berger said. Normally, opioid is supposed to be the last resort, but we all have seen, especially here in our country, the damage opioid has done to the population. When you go to some provider, you say, oh, my head hurt, bam, I'm gonna give you fentanyl. And you are opioid now, you haven't even taken it before, you know? So this opioid causes physiological, psychological dependence. Basically, it gets stuck to the brain, and what happens, you get addicted to it, and that can, we experience overdose from it. So many individuals we have lost to opioid epidemics. And now I'm going to have my RoboCop CBD as pain regimen. Studies shows that number one reason why people go to cannabinoid like CBD is pain. Pain is the number one reason why people do this. And CBD has been shown to reduce inflammation, just like Dr. Berger mentioned earlier, better compared to conventional therapy like ibuprofen. And in fact, they have also shown in clinical studies that it's up to 10 to 20 times better than the ibuprofen. And for the steroid, like hydrocortisone, dexamethasone, all those Medrol dose pack, 2 to 3 times cannabinoids like CBD is being shown to be better. And these are supposed to be our big guns. If this cannabinoid plant medicine is even 2 to 3 times better than our big guns, then we are really in trouble here. And one of the unique things that we notice in CBD, like when you look at all that receptor that Dr. Berger was talking about, it's called multitasking. Look at, for example, the GABA receptor. When you think of GABA receptor, think of your gabapentin. So we're talking about CBD binding to the GABA receptor. When you think of your gabapentin, what do you think of? Just go ahead and think of your diabetic neuropathy. When you talk about diabetic neuropathy, it means that tingling pain that people that are suffering from diabetes, they go through. So basically, if CBD is binding to that GABA receptor, it is the same mechanism of action that our gabapentin is using to help us manage neuropathic pain that we get from diabetes, to help us manage the neuropathic pain that we get from our shingles. Yes, shingles, shingles is due to neuropathic pain, and we use gabapentin and lidocaine patch to help us manage that. So CBD is able to help us manage that, other than the inflammation. So we have it managing neuropathic pain. We also have it helping us with inflammation. Some studies have even shown that most of the diseases that we are seeing right now is directly or indirectly related to inflammation. So this is a big Robocop. It's huge. For example, when you look at the pain, if it's helping us to manage the pain, it causes us to be calm. And from you being calm, it could lead you to be able to sleep better. And apart from all that, we were talking about opioid addiction and everything. Up to now, we do not even have any documentation that shows opioid overdose or overdose of CBD or anything like that. The only thing that came close to that was when the FDA last year, they were worried about the hepatic toxicity. When I say hepatic toxicity, I'm just talking about the liver. Why is that? Because CBD, cannabinoid like CBD, is broken down in the liver, but everybody don't have to use edible, you know. You can use patches, you can use tincture. So these ones, they don't go through your liver, they go straight through your bloodstream. Just like when you get fentanyl, it passes straight into your bloodstream and doesn't go through the liver. So we can manage this stuff. We are able to do that. Basically, what is the conclusion? Before I even go into that, me as a person, I grew up as a little girl in Nigeria. And from me being a little girl, we use medicinal herbs. That's what brought me into this space. Everybody, they don't just get you and take you to the hospital. We use it as a preventive medicine, and we use it. There's barely any ailment in the African community that they don't have a medicinal herb or plant medicine to help. Does that mean everything has to be treated with plant medicine? No, but we can use it as an add-on to what we are doing right now. So what am I saying here? Plant medicine, especially CBD, is not the boogeyman. These are plant medicine, just like your garlic, your ginger, they are plant-based. Like I said, does that mean we're gonna run and grab it anywhere? That is where companies like MACE Media Organization, CBD Health and Wellness magazines, and their affiliate companies like this, that's where they come in, because they are providing us evidence-based data that we can educate ourselves and choose the right product for ourselves. So I believe CBD and plant medicine, they are priceless gifts of nature to us to help us in this dying world. And we should be grateful, have gratitude in our heart to accept this gift of nature. Hopefully the power that be will begin to loosen up and chill and try to take a second look, not just at CBD, yeah, I know CBD has a little freedom, but there's so much gray area that is just, you know. So we hope, hopefully everything will be resolved in the new year, especially with COVID, with our economy. I mean, can you imagine how we can bring back our economy with this amazing product. Anyway, that is what I have for you today. For anybody that would like to know more about cannabinoid toppings, basically my focus is on healthcare professionals, dispensaries, cannabinoid, alternative medicine enthusiasts. They want to know more. I'm currently putting together a course that we're going to be talking about role of cannabinoid in the management of various diseases. If you want to know more, this is my book, A Pharmacist's Guide to Cannabis, Perspective of a Non-Conforming Clinician. It's basic, zero medical jargon, straight to the point, and you can use it as a reference. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm very appreciative. And I'm going to hand it over to Matt to take it from here. Hey, Matt, it's time.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Noah. I actually have that book, so thank you for the presentation, and thank you everyone for having us on. So my name is Matt Curran. I am based here in San Diego, California. I am the co-founder of Hellman Valley Growers Company. I'm a little bit of a wild card in this panel. I am not a doctor. I'm a 20-year veteran of the United States Marine Corps. I spent the last 10 years of my career in Marine Special Operations Command, which is an organization under Special Operations Command, otherwise known as SOCOM. And I'm a veteran of multiple combat tours of Iraq and Afghanistan. So after I transitioned out of the military, I entered into life science, working for a CMO. We were responsible for manufacturing assays and reagents. We moved into lyophilization and then into sterile filling. So I am very familiar with, the research and some of sort of the medical things that are out there and the initiatives to help get after those. I had worked for about 2 years in that field when I ran into two former teammates at a friend's birthday party and began talking just about our observations, our generation that transitioned out, the generation before us, and what we saw with veterans combating their ailments, whether they be mental, emotional, or physical, with alcohol. The myriad of prescription pills that were issued out. I'm a patient. I can speak specifically towards the prescription pills that were thrown at every single ailment that I had, and the opioid epidemic that really is plaguing our nation, and that both doctors have spoken about. And it was during that time, during that conversation, one of my teammates said, I was actually heavy into drinking, and I gave up a fifth of Jack for a joint. And we kind of stopped for a minute because being 20 years in the military, you don't hear that very often.
Hi, you guys. There is a bit of a technical error here or something. We're not sure why the video stopped playing, but we're trying. Stay with us for a minute.
Apart from all that, we were so much for having me. I'm very appreciative.
Time during that conversation, one of my teammates said, I was actually heavy into drinking, and I gave up a fifth of Jack for a joint. And we kind of stopped for a minute because being 20 years in the military, you don't hear that very often.
Same thing, which is very odd. Looks like there's something wrong with the video feed, or the recording rather, that was given. We're going to go ahead and move into Q&A here on this panel, because I do see some of you guys have some questions. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Lauren, Dr. Lauren DeVito on. And then also, let's see, who else do we need to bring on here? Lauren, I'm going to ask you to start your video. Dr. Berger, I'm going to bring you on. And Dr. O, I'm going to bring you on. You should be able to still come on. All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Let me stop screen share and we should be able to get you. There you are. Hi, guys.
Hi. Unfortunately, to see the last bit of that video, but hopefully we can get Matt on the line so we can ask him some questions as well. So I just want to kick off our Q&A session here with the first question going to Dr. Berger. Thank you again for your great presentation. So our first question here is, how might different CBD formulations help pain? And so this is referring to formulations that contain CBD and THC, CBD and minor cannabinoids like CBG, as well as products that contain CBD as well as terpenes.
Mm-hmm. Well, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes. So thank you for that great question. So we saw in the presentation that the CBD and THC work through different pathways, that the THC is working through CB1 receptors and the cannabidiol CBDs are working through different receptors. We saw some examples of how CBDs can prolong the half-life of THC via those cytochrome P450 pathways, and examples of how CBDs could antagonize THC. So, and those just being a couple examples. So there's a lot of interactions between these molecules. Now, ideally, as a scientist, to answer the question of is there some optimal amount of CBDs and THCs, and also the terpenoid molecules like beta-caryophyllene in a preparation, one would like to see that done in a very formal way, where you would have CBD alone, THC alone, terpenoids, perhaps isolated, like just BCP alone, and then you would test them in different amounts and so on. So since we don't have that data, but we do have clinical data and commercial products, all of which contain CBD and THC, and also reviewing the literature and also the practical science, my opinion at this time would be to stick to a preparation that has CBD and THC, or CBD and THC and the terpenoids. Because the studies that I'm seeing online and also the anecdotal evidence from customers is that they see less benefit to the pure CBD preparations. So that would be Dr. O, curious to hear her opinion, but that would be my suggestion at this juncture, to go with these mixed preparations. And as well as there's not great standardization in the preparations themselves. Sometimes the level of CBD is not what it says, and so on and so on. You want to stick to reputable, larger companies that have done independent testing of the amounts. And as well, I think it requires some patience and trial and error to test different formulations. So, you know, if you get a preparation that has, say, the CBD, THC, and terpenoids, and it doesn't alleviate your pain, I wouldn't, you can't give up. You have to be I think a person with some perseverance to try different regimens, different frequency, different amounts. Because if you're an individual suffering from pain and currently on meds like opioids, it's worth the effort to take these efforts to get off of it.
Great, just a follow-up question there. So when you're referring to these formulations, is there a difference that you know based on anecdotal evidence or based on the literature in using these formulations to treat acute versus chronic pain for patients?
I haven't seen it quite in that way. We just know that in terms of the uptake, it varies in dramatic fashion. In terms of whether the CBD is properly formulated, whether it be in an MC2 oil, which is fairly good as a penetrant and emulsifier and surfactant, or it's in one of these SEDs or nanosed self-emulsifying drug dispersions. The type of formulation makes a huge difference. And as well, turning to the topical side, there's a big difference between just applying something to the skin and versus a preparation that has penetrants and surfactants to increase permeation through the skin.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure.
Dr. O, can you follow up on this question and maybe provide some recommendations for, people who are interested in trying CBD for pain, but haven't yet gone through that process?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks for that question. First of all, as a clinical pharmacist, just like Dr. Bajo was saying, when you compare cannabinoid, more of the entourage effect in the cannabinoid compared to single molecule, it will be advisable to stick to combination of the terpenes, CBD, THC. One example that I will bring is in a clinical setting is a situation with the dronabinol, marinol. These are like synthetic cannabinoid that we use in the management of HIV weight loss due to HIV/AIDS. And we also use it for nausea and vomiting due to cancer chemo. But we found out that a lot of patients, in spite of how expensive this drug is, a lot of patients still have a whole lot of side effects from this drug compared to the broad spectrum or the combination of, just like Dr. Bajo said, with the terpenes. I mean, I'm of the belief that you can improve on nature is just unique, When we start breaking it down, it's hard. I mean, we're still gonna develop it to a manageable way, just like we did aspirin from birch leaves and the morphine from opium and stuff. So when it comes to somebody that is coming in as a naive person that want to use cannabinoid, like Dr. Bajo said, the formulation is very important. It depends on where you are using it for. So if it's something that has to do with, that's gonna go through the brain, because of the blood-brain barrier, we wanna have a formulation that will be more of a lipophilic. When I say lipophilic, what am I meaning? It's more of lipid because to go through the brain, it has to have a lipid layer. If it's water-soluble, water layer is not gonna work. So if we have formulation that could be in form of a liposome, basically, I know Dr. Bajo probably know a lot more about liposome and Dr. Lauren with your background as well. So that will kind of package it in like a vesicle that will help us transfer it to the brain. So other than that, for other that are trying to use it, it depends on what you're using it for. Just like Dr. Bajo said, if you are using it as just a topical, I mean, our skin has holes in it, and it also has a lot of receptors. CB2 receptor is found in our lymphatic system, in the connective tissue where we have the skin. So a lot, even though they say, oh, it doesn't absorb through the skin, some of it still goes through our skin because we have a lot of CB2 receptor on our skin. The other thing that I will add is that for people that are starting starting new to CBD or any other product. You start low, you go slow. Just start with the CBD first. If it doesn't work, you add a little bit of THC topping. The entourage effect will help. And like I said, the rule of thumb in pharmaceutics, in chemistry, in pharmacy is start low, go slow.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. O.
Yes, ma'am.
We have another question that came in that maybe Dr. Berger or you can answer. So the question is the presence of just 1% THC much more than a microdose? Is that enough to work with CBD to increase its effectiveness synergistically through the entourage effect?
Maybe Dr. O.
What do you think about that? Dr. O, I think you might be muted.
Yes. So if I understand your question correctly, you are asking if combination or adding THC to it, will it be better off than doing microdosing?
It's specifically asking about 1% THC, if that would be considered a microdose, if that would be considered a therapeutic dose for pain.
When it comes to pain, like I said, pain is subjective.
Right.
And that is how we have to always look at pain. It's subjective. And when it comes to therapeutic management dosing of CBD, THC, and any cannabinoid at all, right now we are doing trial and error. I will advise the clients to start maybe if you are using like say 10% CBD, you can start from 0.5% THC. If it doesn't work, add a little bit more until you get to the specific amount that is effective for your pain. And when you get to that specific amount, all this as you are titrating up, have a documentation, have a diary to document the effective dose for us. For those that use cannabinoid for cancer, some people say, oh, we use 1 gram THC. It still comes down to if we are genetically different as a human being. So titrate it up. And when you are effective, if you feel like it's too high, then you can always titrate it down. So that's the best way to go about it. And also when it comes to, you can also look at toppings and say, okay, what is the effect I'm trying to achieve? Instead of going high on THC because of the potential for psychoactivity, we can also add some toppings like beta-carotene that has the cannabinoid and the terpenoid properties. So we can use all these hand in hand to get the effective target that we are trying to achieve. That's what I would suggest.
Great, thank you so much for that. We'll now turn things over to Matt, who's joined us. Apologies, Matt, but we had some technical issues with your video. So if you wouldn't mind sharing with us some of the research that you're doing as part of your company and perhaps anything else you would like to share with us today. I believe you might be muted, Matt.
Oh, here we go. Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Lauren, and hey guys, good to see you again. Yeah, so I'm Matt Curran. I'm with Hellman Valley Growers Company. We are a veteran founded company, 100% disabled, and we are doing medical cannabis research specifically focused on relieving the symptoms of post-traumatic stress. And there's a ton that go along with that: anxiety, sleeplessness, stress, and the list goes on and on. Where we are right now is we have a protocol in place. We have American doctors. We've partnered with Neomedic, which is a company of Israel. and have met with members of Congress and the VA committee to determine what it is they need for us to truly move the needle forward with regards to changing healthcare for the nation, starting with
We may have lost you again, Matt. Your screen froze.
How odd. Well, in the meantime, there's more questions I see for you guys. Matt, I don't know, you have some bad mojo on this, but Dr. DeVito, there's more question. I think there's another question.
Yeah. Sorry again, Matt. Yes, I believe there is a question that came in that is for Dr. Lola. And this is a question that says, I've had many people experience beneficial results with my Spagyric full spectrum 0.3% THC rich oil. Dr. O, are you familiar with this type of formulation?
What is this Spagyric? Is that some kind of lipophilic base? What can the person explain what that is? I'm not familiar with that product, but like I said, there's a lot of trial and error out there. What I will advise people is that look for a reputable company. And I know that CBD Health and Wellness Magazine, MACE, you have a lot of affiliates that have, you know, at the end of the day, these are plant-based products that we are dealing with. There is fungus, there is mold, there is virus, bacteria that can infect this product. So we want to make sure whatever product we are using is tested. We want to make sure even where we are getting our data, these are evidence-based data, you know? I normally look at this, anything somebody tells me, I look at my scientific background. It does what you're telling me, does it make sense? A lot of the time when Dr. Baja is talking, I'm thinking, yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me because I know how mechanism of action, I know how chemicals work. Like all these compound toppings, they are aromatic compound. Basically if you're telling me, oh, I'm putting it in water, it's not gonna make sense to me. What are you adding to it for it to be able to work in water? Because those are alcoholic base, those are benzene rings, these are lipophilic products. So we have to go to organizations that have evidence-based and get our product from there. And that's why I would say affiliate to MACE, CBD Health and Wellness Magazine, look for that. I would love to know more about that client's product.
Great, we can certainly follow up. Matt, I think we have you again. Apologize for the technical issues, but if you would be able to kind of jump back into what you were talking about before, we'd greatly appreciate that for the next few minutes of our session.
I think he just dropped again, believe it or not.
Oh, poor Matt, not his day. Well, unfortunately, we missed out on his great insights, but we can certainly follow up and send some information out if people are interested in learning more about his company and the great research that they're doing for the veteran community. So we're closing up on time here. So I just want to send our appreciation out again to Dr. O, to Dr. Berger, as well as to Matt in the short time that he was able to contribute today. And thank you so much for our viewers. Stay tuned. We have 2 more presentations coming up today. Thank you everyone again.
Thank you guys for having me. Have a good one.
Thank you for the great questions. Thank you, Lauren.
Wonderful. Thanks again. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for our second presentation of the day. This presentation will be led by John Missick, and it will be on promoting positive health claims without making drug claims. So he's going to speak a little bit about the regulatory framework that's important for supplements that also apply to CBD. A little bit more information about John. He's a senior consultant with Ceutical Labs. He previously worked in the FDA's Office of Cosmetics and Colors and with Estee Lauder Companies. He also served as Deputy Commissioner of the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. John is a recognized expert in microbiology and GMP and personal care products. We're very grateful that John gave us his time and his expertise today. So with that, I will throw it over to John.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be able to speak with you all today about this topic. I've been doing this a long time, and when the CBD issues and all the cannabis issues and FDA regulated products came up, I really was, I'm well suited to take care or to guide people on those issues that are with FDA regulation. Just an overview, these are some of the things I want to accomplish today, hopefully, is that you come away with understanding of the industry has a responsibility under the Food and Drug Act to follow what it says. And the FDA expects this. You're not going to find anything, a book on how to book on the Food, Drug, Cosmetic Act. It's very complex, very large. I also would like to discuss a little bit the difference between state and federal law, FDA regulated products and cannabis products, what types of products FDA is regulating. And then an important concept for when you get into marketing is what is a label versus what is labeling. We also want to hopefully spend a lot of time on what claims you want to avoid if you don't want to have FDA's attention. I also want to point out that besides FDA, there's another federal agency, Federal Trade Commission, which they regulate marketing, and the Better Business Bureau, who's not an agency, but the Better Business Bureau can take action against you in court. So hopefully we can get through that and have that well understood. And then hopefully at the end, hopefully you can find why are there so many gray areas in regulatory under FDA, and hopefully you'll understand that, all right? And then finally, obviously, I want to hopefully come away with some good ideas on how to label your health claims, okay? Okay, FDA and state. FDA only regulates products that are offered for sale in the interstate market. So that means, you know, if you make a product in Colorado and you only sell it in Colorado, FDA has no jurisdiction. But as soon as you sell it in Wyoming, it's sold across state lines, then FDA has jurisdiction, okay? States that regulate, regulate professions that I know a lot, like MDs and vets, right? Pharmacies, pharmacist licensing, that's all a state's job, not the FDA. Okay, so that's why you can have, states can have their own rules for how MDs and pharmacists, deal with medical products. All right. A product that is manufactured within a state contains an ingredient from outside that state is actually FDA regulated. Now this is definitely it's a technicality, but if you have Pillsbury flour that you're using that comes to Minnesota and product made in your state, it's technically FDA regulated. Now they haven't jumped that far, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind, because it's, if they come to your facility and they're saying, you know, because they decided you're FDA regulated, it could be because they have, you know, information that you're using products from another state. If you have any questions about these, you know, the role of states versus federal, you can just, on the bottom there, the FDA's intergovernmental IGA, I think it's Intergovernmental Affairs folks. They can help you. Now, I don't know if we have any people on here from state government, but this is a good resource for you if questions come up. All right, here are the basic areas that FDA regulates: drugs, prescription OTC, food, dietary supplements, tobacco, including ends, cigarettes and devices, and cosmetics. I mean, those are the primary areas. Obviously, FDA covers a lot of different things, but as far as consumer products, each one of these groups has its own distinct set of rules and regulations and how FDA approaches it. All right. Now, I think everybody's well aware of this. The changes in the legislation with the 0.39% Delta-9 THC being like the break-off point for being able to ship cannabis-type products interstate. That's, you know, kind of the why we're talking here, okay? But I'm not going to spend a lot of time, because I'm sure you all understand that, what's going on there. You know, if you under the strict rules, you'll find that FDA says you cannot make therapeutic claims of any type, and you know, but the reality is, and hopefully I'll show it here, it's an evolving world. I think over the next year you're going to see some pretty big changes. Okay, CBD by FDA's definition can be either naturally derived or synthetic. And these are just some points I want to make here before we get any deeper into this. Dietary supplements and cosmetics are the easiest FDA regulated markets to get into. They have the least barriers, okay? The presence of legal cannabinoids is an issue even if you make drug claims. And that's kind of where we're at now. A lot of people have taken what they call, you know, legal cannabinoid, put it into a product, but then, and it marketed online, which makes it interstate. And then you've got the drug claims are what bring FDA into the picture. Okay. Now, and this here, I'm going to talk about this later, but dietary supplements, I know a lot of the products are, FDA looks at them as dietary supplements, because if you put it in your mouth, it's, you know, you're going to ingest it. It's either going to be food or a dietary supplement. Dietary supplements are the most likely way you're going to get into the interstate market, because as I'll show later, foods, cannabinoids in foods are definitely not allowed under FDA. All right, prescription drugs, you know, that's the top of the hardest, you know, it's the very top of the mountain. There's more things to go through with to try to get prescription drug approval than you can believe. And FDA considers all cannabis-derived chemicals as potential drugs. And I put a link here if anybody wants to read about that, that has some valuable information. Everybody knows about Epidiolex, the cannabidiol for treating epilepsy. But there are also 3 other synthetic cannabinoids that are approved, also listed here. All right, see, and purified, you know, see, FDA has been talking mainly about purified forms of drug substances, and they don't really make a difference between whether it's natural or synthetic. If it's CBD, to them it's CBD, and if you call it CBD, you know, it's pretty well, you know, FDA's pretty much set the bar on what you can do with CBD and drugs. Okay, and there's only one product. All right, and the safe and effective. These are the two words you have to, you know, understand, right? There's safety and effectiveness. They're two different things, and there's different sets of rules. And when you get into drugs, you're talking effectiveness. Okay, when you're in food and everything else, it's safety. Okay, so that's what makes getting involved in the drug industry much harder to do than in dietary supplements or cosmetics. Okay, OTC or NDA. An OTC means over the counter, of course. NDA means a new drug application. So drugs that are that you can buy with prescription are all on the market because they have an NDA, a new drug application that's been approved by FDA. And it's, when they did Epidiolex, I'm sure it was a mountain of information. If you wanted to find out, you could go to FDA under Freedom of Information and find it. I'm sure it's thousands and thousands of pages of clinical studies and other things along that line to get the approval. Okay, the OTC products, they're drugs, of course, but they don't require pre-approval, okay? And cannabinoids have not been approved for any active ingredients in any OTC product, okay? So anything, I'm trying to think of at the state level, there are a lot of products that if they were sold federally, they would be, you know, would not meet the standard for OTC. That's why they can't go out of the state. So, you know, and in the middle, the third point down here, even though you can't do an active ingredient, what would be called in the OTC product, you can put cannabinoids in OTC products as inactive ingredients. And there's a couple of the products that I found, the hand sanitizers, you know, this past year with all the companies come out, there was a lot of them with that, you know, with CBD, okay? But when you looked at their labeling, they listed CBD as an inactive ingredient, okay? And the same thing was, I found some CBD fluoride toothpaste, but the CBD was not listed as an active ingredient. It was listed as an inactive ingredient, all right? You know, but as far as, you know, seeing cannabinoids in as an active ingredient, I don't see that anytime soon. It's going to be a big climb. I mean, somebody's going to do it, but it takes a lot of effort to get it done. Okay, what is the future? And I think I kind of touched on this, but I think there is a big future for the industry in FDA regulated products. I think you're going to see a lot of change. You know, FDA, I worked there 10 years, and it's not the most proactive organization, but they're getting, you know, when they get pressure from the public and then that through Congress, they tend to react, and they've been given a mandate to come up with some rules. So I think you're going to see them coming out in the next few years, hopefully. And I'm going to talk a little bit, and I say hopefully, but sometimes, you know, you'll be sorry, you careful if you get what you ask for, right? So, but here's a good article at the bottom here. There's an article kind of about their mandate and where they're trying to go with the future. So you might, if you're interested, look at that. Food, is an interesting thing, because I know at the state level, I mean, foods are the #1 selling product, right? I mean, but you can't sell a brownie interstate with CBD, anything. Okay, so that's written into some regulations, or actually some of the FDA guidances on food. It's just not good. You don't try it because you're not going to be happy with the result. And just the point, dietary supplements are not food, even if they're for pets. Okay, under the Food and Drug Act, food is for man or other animals. All right, dietary supplements are only for humans. Okay, they're not for pets. So you don't try to go and say, oh, I can do a dietary supplement, and use it for nervousness in dogs. No, then that makes it a drug, and then it has to go through the Center for Veterinary Medicine to get approval. All right. And this bullet, CBD and THC are prohibited in food and dietary supplements because FDA defines them as drug ingredients. And now the last line here is the interesting one, and this is actually taking right from FDA's guidance. Foods derived from parts of the hemp plant that may not contain CBD or THC might not raise the same issues as addition of drug ingredients. Okay, so you can read into that all you want, but to me, it's like they're trying to say it's okay to use it under some cases as long as we can't find the active ingredient. I think that's what they're saying. Or if it's under 0.3%, but they haven't even said that. They haven't sent out any rules. I got a feeling you're going to see them. It might be one of the first things they do is, what is the 0.3% Delta 9 allowed in, right? What is it allowed to be used in? Okay, I talked about pets, but if you do want to get into the pet market on the interstate, there's really no way around going through the Center for Veterinary Medicine. Now, I see a lot of products out there, and I can only assume that FDA is using some discretion on how far they're going to go, and they do, and they know a lot of these products are being dispensed at the state level, right, by veterinarians, but I assume some of them probably even cross state lines that are to other veterinarians, but FDA hasn't, they haven't really come down that road yet. But most of the products I've seen the claims aren't that crazy like some of the claims are with some of the CBD human products, with for Alzheimer's and all that. All right. Cosmetics is by far the easiest industry to get into, because cannabinoids have actually been used for decades as ingredients in cosmetics. Okay. And I think that even, there's no such thing as an active ingredient in the cosmetic, but there are cosmetic uses, which we'll talk about later. So you can, I'm going to go through some of the things that that I found under INCI. The INCI is the International Nomenclature for Cosmetic Ingredients, and I put the link to their website, but you have to buy it. So I'm just warning everybody if you want it. You might be able to find it through if you do some web searching, you can find INCI, some free ways to get to it. But it basically tells you how to label everything. And what I pulled here are the terms that are in INCI for use in cosmetics. And they're listed here. You can see them: cannabis, sativa, flower extract, stem leaf water, seed cake, and oil, right? So they've got their own definitions in the international nomenclature. Okay, and I already did that. All right. Oh, and this is the bottom one here. Botanical ingredients, which obviously cannabis products would be considered botanicals. They can be named by specific single chemical entities, like cannabidiol. You can label them as that. Okay, so if you have extracts or whatever, it's okay, and FDA is not going to come after you. Here's some actual the definitions right out of the book. The cannabis sativa oil, it says the very effective moisturizer, and everything I put in yellow is a cosmetic purpose, right? All right, so hopefully by the time we're done here today, you'll have pretty good understanding. You know, these are the terms you want to use in your labeling. All right, soften, smooth, moisturizing, aromatic, moisturizing, skin conditioning, appearance, feel. All those are all cosmetic claims. And I thought, the interesting here, I thought that cannabis sativa seed cakes powder is listed as an abrasive, or which would be like an exfoliant. All right. So I thought that was interesting. Now, these aren't the only ones you're claimed you're limited to, or the only uses. In cosmetics, there's really no, as long as you stay under that 0.3% delta 9, you could use it for about whatever you want to. And I also saw, some uses as antioxidant and to facilitate anti-aging properties. Okay, so. A lot of people think that there are no regulations. Well, it's true. There are very little regulations for cosmetics in FDA, but FDA still cares. They still watch. And so if you go down the cosmetic road, you still have to be careful with your the claims that you're making, okay? And so without regs, FDA can enforce what appears to be out of control, okay? They don't have to say, oh, you didn't follow the regulation. They kind of make up the rules as they go when it comes to cosmetics, right? So it's up to you to control your message, make sure you use the right kind of terms, which I'll talk some more about later, and avoid using drug terms, which I'm going to go into here much deeper. Okay, just for a sidelight, I know there are probably some industries that are interested in soap. Soap is not regulated by FDA, okay, if it's just soap, okay? But if you put something in that gives it, makes it smell good or does something as a cosmetic, then it's a cosmetic. But if you have simple soap, which would be like saponified oil, then it's not a FDA product. Okay, back to dietary supplements. This is kind of the latest I could find from FDA. It's really a conundrum because they want to allow them to be dietary supplements, but they don't know how. Okay, so we need to help them. And, I think if with dietary supplements, if, no matter what it is, if it's a vitamin or whatever it is, you can't say it cures this or that, right? But you can say it lowers the risk, right? Or, if you want to look at traditional dietary supplements, just read the labels and see how they're approaching what they're trying to accomplish. Okay. But it makes it really, to me, it's kind of like some of my customers I help put the wording on our labels is how do we do it without going over the line, right? So there again, the last line here, this is directly from FDA. Ingredients derived from cannabis that do not contain CBD or THC might be able to be used in foods and dietary supplements. Okay, so I'm repeating that again because it just shows that FDA is ready for the industry to keep growing. So hopefully by the time we get done here, you'll know what's not good and what is good right now. Dietary supplements, just quick here. They're regulated under DSHEA, Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act from 1994. And it's funny because that rule came about kind of because of the same place the dietary supplement was in then, is the same thing the CBD folks are seeing now. So I think, you're going to see something, either a big change to DSHEA in the regulations or another act someday. All right. It says, here's a definition: dietary supplement may include vitamins, minerals, herbs, and other botanicals. That's where, cannabinoids would fall in. Amino acids and substances that are enzymes, organ tissues, granulars, and metabolites. So that's pretty broad. Okay. The conundrum right now is that a new dietary ingredient has to be pre-approved. Okay, so it's not that it can't be done, but it's going to take some of the science that we're learning about the cannabinoids and get FDA to accept them as a new dietary ingredient, which means you have to show, if you're going to say it lowers the risk of some kind of a disease, you got to have proof, right? Okay, the risk-based, most important thing here is risk. They look at the claims and what people are selling products for and how they're supposed to be used on the basis of risk. Okay, and I'm going to go into that in a little more depth here in a second. Okay, I think I covered this pretty well. FDA is not black and white. It's very it's kind of a hit and miss with what side of the coin you're going to land on with them. The best thing you can do is try to take some of what I'm giving you here and understand it, before you put products on the market, to avoid some of these problems. Let's see in there. Okay. Okay, here we go. Label and labeling. The label is what your consumer sees, right? And the labeling is everything else that's connected to that label through social media, websites, anything. That's considered labeling. All right. A lot of people don't realize if you go out and put something in a magazine and then put a link to your article or to your website. So you talk about how it cures this and does that, and that's labeling. So you're going to be called to the carpet for that. I try to think, point of sale material, blogs and websites. I mean, on all kinds of FDA regulated products, you see they'll have a website where you can go and buy, and then at the bottom of the page, they got people talk about how great the product is. Well, if you have that, it's your responsibility to control that. If people are saying, I brought my father back to life, he was dead or something, you're going to have to, they're not going to go for that. Okay. And, it goes both ways. So, you can either talk about it on your own website, or if it's talked about on another website and there's a link back to your website, then it's a problem either way. Even if somebody says something that you have no control over, you got to link to your website, is there a problem? So you have it. You're responsible for being the gatekeeper on what information actually gets linked directly to your product. So if you have more, I know that's not an easy concept to understand, but if you have any questions, we'll talk about them later. Okay, quick on the FTC. Federal Trade Commission, I've seen it just recently. They've come down on a couple of CBD products for advertising, and they don't have to prove that you've violated the FD&C Act. They can say, okay, you're saying you can do all these wonderful things. Where's the proof? Okay, and then if you give them proof that doesn't meet what the FDA says, they're going to go, well, we don't think that's good enough, and they levy some pretty big fines. The FDA doesn't levy fines; they just take your product, make sure you recall your product. But the FTC can get pretty heavy-handed. The Better Business Bureau, they come into play when you start saying my product's better than my competitor, right? And if you say your product's better than my competitor, it has more of this or does this better, blah blah blah, they're gonna literally take you to a court, and then you got to prove it in court. How am I doing for time?
You are on track so far.
On track, okay. Okay, all right. Marketing claims. I mean, this is really what it's all about to me, because how are you going to sell your product if you don't make some kind of claim, right? Although I think with CBD, my personal opinion is that there's enough positive information just in the general media that people are aware, right? And they're going to go looking for CBD products, whether you put regardless of what you put on the label, right? They're going to be looking for the products, but but I know you still have to try to create a competitive edge, right? Cosmetics is interesting. I said it's easiest to get into, but there's it's like a catch-22. I don't know if maybe people on here don't remember what catch-22 means, but the problem is the cosmetics, if you try to make claims, they really got to be just cosmetic claims, because it's going to come back to bite you. If you try to say, we substantiated that the product, clinical trial, blah blah blah, that's big. FDA goes, okay, what are these people talking about here? Okay, so you got to, there's a thin line there, and requires creative wordsmithing, and the more you put it into writing, the more they've got to scrutinize. I don't know if I'm going to talk in a second here about the warning letters that have been sent out, but I mean, there's page after page after page of information that FDA went through that they pulled all these sentences out, and they became problematic, right, for the company. Okay. And I think but even non-controversial ingredients, all right, in any product, any fabric is a problem if you start making health claims. Okay, even with water, you can say, yes, if you drink water, you'll live forever. It's I'm kind of being stupid, but if you look at some of the claims that people make on products, they get a little out there. And last year, I think, when you choose ingredients in your products, you need to understand the risk, and that's true whether or not it's cannabinoids or any other ingredient. Yes, it is safe to make claims as long as you know that you're not putting yourself out there for FDA just to come and hang, right? If you insinuate to the therapeutic effect then in FDA's eyes, it's a drug, okay? You know, if your customers think it's a therapeutic effect, we're just kind of going back to what I'm thinking CBD and the national psyche is that, you know, it has therapeutic advantages, right? And it's therapeutic uses, but you can't say it on the product, okay? And I know that's very hard to swallow, but that's where it is right now. Okay, I think I mentioned earlier the concept of active. That, you know, some of these key words you have to know for the Food and Drug Act definitions of cosmetics, and I'm using this cosmetics because it's easy to make this story or explain what's going on. Cosmetics are personal care products applied to the human body for the intention of cleansing, beautifying, promoting attractiveness, or altering the appearance. So the two most important words there are intention and appearance, okay? You know, you can establish cosmetic intent by highlighting the effect on appearance and on other sensory effects also, right? So the intended use is to, you know, promote beauty, make you feel better, make you look better, okay? Now, on the other hand, the definition of drugs is a little more complex. Okay, there you go. It's intention again, intended to prevent disease and intended to affect the structure or function of the body. This structure or function is the one that people really get hung up on because they're going, what's the difference between that and the cosmetic? Well, hopefully you'll understand it by the time we get done. So the intent, disease, structure, and function, you know, I call them the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Because if you step on those in any other and use them in any other product, you got a problem. So, you know, to use a drug claim, you can only use drug claims in OTC or in or new drug application, you know, drugs, not in any other products without getting into trouble. And effectiveness, a lot of people say it's effective at doing this and that and the other thing. As long as you stick to effective moisturizing or effective your appearance, you're okay. Or if you maybe say it's effective in reducing the risk, that might be something you could use in dietary supplements. Okay, like I said, intent is the #1 thing we're talking about. The presence of drug chemicals, like if you just put a CBD product or anything in your product on the label, that people like that's what if FDA sees CBD on the product, they were eventually, you know, they were going to go, okay, what are they talking about? You know, purified CBD. If you are, then you know they're going to look at that as a drug. All right, so that's one thing we have to keep in mind. And many personal care products are both a drug and a cosmetic. Okay, and sometimes FDA just ignores it until they don't. So you can get away with quite a bit of stuff, but there's some things you just can't cross the line on. Okay. Appearance for cosmetics, that's the key word. I've talked about this quite a bit, so I think that's pretty well understood. Okay, here are some examples of drug claims versus that I've on the left that I've kind of changed into what would be probably an acceptable cosmetic claim on the right for the same product, okay? So if you say relaxes muscles and removes lines and wrinkles, that's a structure function claim. That's a drug. On the right, you can see we changed it to improves the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. And you can go into any cosmetic store, you know, beauty cosmetic place, and pick up every product that talks about wrinkles, and I guarantee you they'll say appearance, that, you know, it has effect on your appearance, but not that it removes lines and wrinkles. So you can learn a lot just by looking at, like I said, what's on the store shelves already that FDA has said, you know, apparently let go. All right. And anti-inflammatory is a big one in cosmetics. Anti-inflammatory products eliminate redness and rosacea. And when I was working at FDA, we went through this when they started making those claims, and you know, they finally got to improve the appearance of the face by reducing red tones. That's okay, but if you say it eliminates redness or rosacea, that's a drug, or I mean, that's a disease. So you're saying it affects a disease. You don't want to say that, okay? And then XXX firms the skin by activating the body's own collagen. So that's structure function, right? You could say makes the skin feel firmer, right? Feel, that's a sensory thing, and have a healthier appearance, right? But you're not saying anything about collagen or anything else. And here's some examples. I went and looked up some products, cosmetic products that had CBD, and here's contained CBD oil to control acne and remove blemishes. Now, definitely you can't say acne. Remove blemishes is structure. All right, so you got both drug or both disease and structure function. But you could say goodbye to ugly blemishes. CBD oil improves the radiance of your skin, restores your youthful complexion. Okay, so you're not saying anything about the body directly, the function of the body, or mentioning a disease. Another big one is cytokines, are a big thing that the industry went through also. The moisturizing effect of CBD makes your skin feel calm and relaxed. But if you mention cytokines in your labeling, that's a structure function claim. Okay, the final one here, CBD boosts genes and stimulates protein production. Maybe true, okay, but you can't say it. All right. You could say CBD helps your skin look and feel years younger. You know, you like I said, you have to keep it to out of the drug realm. All right. Okay, I wanted to go through some of the warning letters, not all of them, the ones that were sent out by FDA over the last several months. Most of them were dietary supplements. Many of them were linked to blogs or other websites. In other words, a lot of the causes of the warning letters were blogs or websites, not the actual product. Okay. All of the letters cited multiple repetitious drug claims. So many of them with COVID claims about the virus. That's like, no, don't go there. Just a point here, FDA does all their surveillance electronically. It wasn't too many years ago, actually, I worked for them 10 years, and I think 15 years ago, there's no such thing about going online. You know, that's a relatively new thing. It used to be everything was done in brick and mortar. They'd walk in, look at the product, and they'd walk out, and then you get letters a couple months later. Now it's totally different. They have some pretty sophisticated systems to track what's going on. and they're on all the social media is monitored constantly for keywords, right, that they're looking for, and it automatically gets sent into FDA for evaluation. So if you're on using social media, take some of what we said here, and because you're going to know what they're looking for. Now here's some of the the citations I actually took out of right off of the warning letters. And this one, can CBD help with coronavirus? Possibly. What is that a problem? I mean, it's a big problem. And here's another one. The attached article shows how high doses of NAC can have extremely beneficial effects on a population of people suffering influenza infection. Right, and this was one that was actually on another website. That statement, it wasn't on the product site. Okay, but FDA used it as a reason for issuing the warning letter. And here's another. How does CBD affect the immune system? Well, you know, that's a structure function claim, right? You don't want to mention anything about disease. CBD creates a natural calm. That's good, which would be very useful during an asthma attack. That's bad. But to say it creates a natural calm that's not a problem. Yeah, it promotes, you know, it promotes happiness or whatever you want to say. But as soon as you start saying which is useful during an asthma attack, not good. All right. Okay, then next one here. Naturally derived supplements to fortify your immune system and battle flu symptoms. Okay, that goes without saying. Reduce pain, multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis. Those, you know, when you start talking about real serious diseases on your label, yeah, it's over. You can't justify it anyway. And not sure if I said it, but you can't say something that is in violation of law and then make a disclaimer. But a lot of dietary supplement people do that, to put in, this product is not approved by FDA for treating disease. But you just said it is not. You're just telling FDA that you're in violation, right? So you can't disclaim something away. It doesn't work that way. Okay, here the charges. That's what these are what they're actually charged with. They're just examples. First one here, your CBD containing products are not generally recognized as safe and effective, and they're new drugs. And this is the most common citation or charge you would find. It'd say, you know, your products are new drugs, so if you want to market them, you have to file a new drug application, right? Next one here, furthermore, it is a prohibitive act to introduce or deliver for introduction in interstate commerce any food to which has been added a drug. And I think I mentioned that before. For things that meet FDA's definition of food, cannot have their, you know, I think unless you are underneath that 0.3% and you don't make it a big deal. But I think most of the food products, I think, are popular because they do have over 0.3% delta 9, I think. So based on a review of a website, here's a website. Your CBD containing products for dogs and cats are drugs, okay? Because they're intended to use to diagnose, cure, medicate disease. So, like I said, if you're selling these products, a dog or cat or human products within the state boundaries, but they're offered for sale online, I mean, that goes everywhere. So the way FDA would establish a interstate commerce, they'll go on your website and order the product. If you mail it to them, and you won't know who they are because these are all government computers that are masked, so you don't know it's FDA. They'll buy the stuff online. If it's shipped interstate, then it's interstate. Okay, so just be aware of that, and you can't block them out from buying your product. I'm not saying you do that. I know nobody here would do that, but you know, if you're online, you're basically interstate. Okay, so just keep that in mind. All right, just a kind of closing here. Talked about the warning letters and the recalls. If you, I hope none of you here are the people that suffered through these, but if you are, my condolences. And if you need help, let me know. It'll, you know, once you get involved with FDA, you're on their playbook for a couple years easily. So it's not a fun thing to go through. All right. If your labeling says drugs, you're inviting FDA to react. You know what the difference are between cosmetics and drug claims, or even how to avoid making drug claims on any product. All right. Keep your product names off of blogs, websites, or anything that can be construed as labeling. Okay. If you're not sure, ask me. Okay. I'll be glad to help. I think that's it. And then, you know, the company I work for, Pharmaceutical Labs, we do work with a lot of work with the testing for cannabinoids and things like that, but we also do the regulatory side. So, you know, if you need any help, let me know. I guess with that, I'm ready for some questions. Did I burn up my time?
You're good, John. Thank you so much again for sharing all of this comprehensive information. I think everyone, as well as myself, learned a lot in this session. So thank you again, and we'll be opening up the session to some questions for our audience shortly.
Hi, Lauren, you're on.
Hi there again, everyone. We're really looking forward to getting some answers from John on a few great questions that have come in. So I want to kick it off by asking John the first question, which is it appropriate to make health claims for a CBD combination product with a known ingredient that promotes health? So one example of this would be melatonin for sleep. You know, products that, you know, are out there for sleep, which is, you know, a reason why a lot of people use CBD, are starting to have ingredients like melatonin. So in that particular case, John, what would be your suggestion there about, you know, any health claims that people would make around that?
Well, if I understand what the question is, it really doesn't make any difference what your ingredients are. It's all about your claims. So you'll see a lot of products, especially dietary supplement products, where CBD and other ingredients that they make claims for, and there's nothing says you can't do that. You just have to stay within what I talked about. You know, not, you know, if you want to make a claim about I guess the key word for dietary supplements is risk. You know, how does it lower your risk, right? And if you can keep your clinical studies in that box, you'll be okay. But if you go outside that and say, you know, we had 20 people that their tumors went away, that's not good. Okay. It's really totally how you how you couch your label and labeling. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I just wanted to give an example to people maybe. So say a product contains CBD and melatonin, would you be able to say like promotes sleep or can help you get to sleep, or may what claim would maybe appropriate there?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the sleep products. Yeah, as long as you stick within, go out and look at all the products that are already on the shelf for sleep.
Right. Yeah.
And as long as you stay within that box, you're probably not going to have a problem. But if you say that CBD does something super duper to your structure, function of your body, or for disease, then that's where you're going to get tripped up. Okay. But if you stick to the same type of claims that are already on this products, you shouldn't have a problem. As long as you don't use, the CBD or THC, right? Right. On the labeling, right?
Yeah, it totally makes sense.
Right.
Okay, here's another question. So this is in regards to pharmaceutical grade CBD. So if someone is working on R&D for like a CBD formulation that hasn't been approved, how can you talk about that? For example, on a website or any other communication without making claims? Like, how do you stick to the same realm, or is it different because it's a pharmaceutical grade product?
Well, I'm not sure 100% understand the question, but if it doesn't make any difference, the ingredients, like I said, if you use pharmaceutical grade ingredients, that's great. But depending on what class of you're in, if you're in a dietary supplement, cosmetic, whatever, they don't necessarily require that. And just because you say it's pharmaceutical grade doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
As long as you stick it to the ingredient, keep it to the ingredients, right? It's okay to say use pharmaceutical grade ingredients, right? As long as you don't make any claims that go beyond that. Am I catching what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
Okay.
Thank
You think so?
Okay. Yeah, I know, a lot of this information that you laid out was so great, but as you mentioned, it's hard to get a handle around some of these things when they're always in flux.
It really, all the warning letters were sent out were made, just about all of them were because of the claims.
Yeah.
There may have been a couple of them that, like they had CBD on labeled improperly and where it's not allowed, that type of thing. But most of them were just, I think you would even probably get away with putting CBD in the label. You're probably going to be pretty low in the totem pole as far as who they're going to go after, as long as you don't say it cures Alzheimer's disease. Literally, just seeing the ones that said Alzheimer's disease, it was like amazing to me. So,
I
but
totally agree. It's it really depends on the product and the company.
Right.
That's why it's important for people to know what they can and cannot say, and also if they're looking for products themselves, to kind of stay away from brands that are making these claims without any data behind them. And speaking of warning letters, you did say that brands will be kind of put in the spotlight of the FDA. What would you recommend a company do in the case they received a warning letter? I know that they probably need to take down their marketing materials, but is there anything else that they could do to try to get on the good side of the FDA again?
Well, once it's the best thing you do is when you get the warning letter, of course, you have 15 days to respond, and you need to tell them what you're going to do to correct the problem. Now, you don't have to correct it in 15 days, but I assume some of these products, there was also a recall involved, depending on what FDA thought of their the more serious claims. And then, so obviously if they ask you to recall it, right?
Yeah.
You don't say, no, we're not going to recall it. I mean, technically FDA, they can't order you to recall it unless they prove that, they have to go through a lot of, they want you to do it voluntary. So the best thing is volunteer, do what they tell you to do, and try to make, prove your labels best you can, right? There's really no other way to avoid having them, you're going to be in a lot of emails from FDA.
So basically try to avoid getting yourself in that situation to start with.
Yeah, well, I mean, once you're there, you have to, the best thing to do is try to comply with everything they're asking.
Mm-hmm.
But, don't go farther than you have to, but do what they ask you to do. And they generally will, the first thing they'll ask you to do is call me or, another consultant, because they want you to get it fixed quick, right? They don't want, and that's always a good thing to do, is get help, from somebody that's got, experience in FDA regulated products. That's my best suggestion. You try to fix it yourself. You pull out one word here, one word there. You could be going on, back and forth, and sometimes FDA is not that quick in getting back to you. So it could take months and months and months before you get them to actually answer what you're doing. That's probably the biggest advantage of having somebody help you out with the labels if you want to get back in action. All right.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, I think we're right at time here. So just want to thank you again, John, for sharing your.
It was my pleasure. It was a lot of fun.
Wonderful.
I look forward. If anybody wants to talk, call me or get a hold of me.
Yeah, we'll put your information in the chat so everybody has access to it.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again, John. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this session today. We're really excited to have Laura Fuentes and Lee Sosin here from Green Roads. They'll be talking about building a CBD brand, the trials and tribulations associated with it. And before we get started, I'll just give a little brief overview of each of our speakers. So Laura Baldwin-Fuentes is not only the CEO and co-founder of Green Roads, one of the largest and most respected manufacturers of CBD products in the country, but she's also the creator of its proprietary formulation and the visionary behind many of its products. Laura's personal and professional commitment to help people improve their health through safe, natural remedies has driven Green Roads to lead the industry in product quality and consumer transparency. Under her leadership, the company was one of the first to require independent lab testing on every product batch and one of the first to make every lab report available to consumers. Lee Sosin is Chief Marketing Officer of Green Roads, one of the largest and most respected CBD companies in the industry. In that capacity, he oversees all marketing functions and all aspects of the brand's identity, digital and social presence, e-commerce experience, packaging, in-store presence, consumer growth, and loyalty, and more. An expert in digital media and marketing, brand strategy, and multi-platform content creation, Lee previously served as SVP of Hearst Magazine's digital media. There he oversaw all digital marketing solutions and branded content functions for Hearst's 20 magazine brands, from Cosmopolitan to Country Living, across all of their advertising categories. Prior to joining Hearst, Lee led Yahoo's Strategic Solutions Group for the US and Canada and ran Time Inc. Studios, where in addition to digital content, he developed and produced television for TNT, Spike, Cartoon Network, TV One, and Lifetime Movie Network. A true left brain, right brain thinker, Lee has an MBA from Columbia University and an MFA in motion picture producing from USC. And with that, I will turn it over to our presenters today.
Thank you, Lauren. I really appreciate that. I'm Laura Fuentes. I'm the CEO and chairman of the board of Green Roads. And thank you for having us. I really appreciate this opportunity. I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Marketing Officer, Lee, to go ahead and start this off.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Lauren. It's a pleasure to be here. We thought we would basically structure this presentation in 3 pieces. We're going to talk a little bit about Green Roads, just to get those of you who are not familiar with our brand up to speed about who we are and what we do. Laura's going to talk a lot about how we got here, the trials and tribulations of starting from scratch and building a business in an industry that was developing right alongside Green Roads. And then we're going to talk a little bit about where Green Roads is today and the challenges that we face as a brand in a very crowded marketplace. And how does a brand stand out? Even if you're one of the oldest and largest, you still have to fight for shelf space and fight for the hearts and minds of consumers. So we're going to talk about those 3 things, and it's a pleasure to be here. So just to jump off a few things about Green Roads for those of you who have never heard of us. We are one of the oldest and most trusted brands in the industry. We regularly rank at the top of the industry in terms of market share, loyalty, customer base, that sort of thing. Green Roads is currently sold in more than 7,000 locations across the country, and we do about 9,000 monthly e-commerce orders. So we have a very loyal and robust direct-to-consumer presence. The company is known as a very high quality company, and a company that produces very high quality products. And although I'm sure every company says that, we have lots of market research that backs that up. So Brightfield Research Group, which is an independent research group that covers the cannabis and CBD industries, does surveys every quarter of CBD users. We always score, very strongly in those, and including this next stat, 94% of Green Roads customers stated they're likely to purchase our products again. And as you'll see as we get into sort of how brands compete today, that loyalty is really, really important. One of the things, as you heard from Lauren in the introduction of Laura Fuentes, that she's a pharmacist. And one of the hallmarks of our brand has been since the beginning that we're pharmacist formulated. Laura, as she will tell you, has a very robust career as a compounding pharmacist. She makes all of our formulas. Our formulas are unique in the industry. That's actually very rare. Most people who aren't familiar with this industry don't realize that very few brands actually have their own formulas. Very few brands actually make their own products. It's more common that brands just buy finished goods from an industrial manufacturer and put their own label and packaging around it and then sell it as their own. We're unique, part of a very small group of CBD brands that actually makes their own products with their own unique custom formulations. And we now have 3 pharmacists on staff, Laura and 2 others, who oversee all of our product development and all of our manufacturing, which is something that really helps us stand out in the marketplace. Again, talking about the loyalty and the quality, we just right before the holidays passed the 30,000 mark for 5-star reviews. 30,000 5-star reviews. It's something that we are incredibly proud of. And the other thing that we're really proud of, sort of connecting to that idea of making our own products, is that we just were approved by the FDA as an OTC manufacturer. OTC stands for over the counter, and that is sort of the level of products that is below prescription strength, but above what you would call just sort of a dietary supplement strength. So it's highly regulated, and because we have our own manufacturing facilities where we produce all of our topicals and oils, we were able to work very hard to get that certification, which is going to allow us to really innovate from a product standpoint. So that's a little bit about Green Roads. Laura, is there anything that I missed before we jump into the history?
No, I think you covered it all.
All right. Let's keep going then. So this is a selection. We actually have more than 60 products. This is a selection of our products for those of you who have never seen them before. We're going to talk a little bit about our product selection as we get into the brand and what we've done to make this brand stand out. But we do make everything from oils to gummies, capsules. We have chocolate. We even have bath bombs and essential oil roll-ons. Everything we do has a therapeutic benefit, whether that's designed to help you support your muscles and joints, to help you relieve your stress, even something as simple as an essential oil roll-on or a bath bomb is part of a wellness experience that we've designed for our customers. And so that's just a selection of the products. But let's move to section 2 of this talk, and probably the reason why most of you are here, which is to hear about how you start a CBD company, what Laura's experience was starting a CBD company, and all the bumps along the way that have not given her any gray hairs. We don't allow gray hairs here, but certainly have made for nice chapters in a future book as she recounts her story of starting a company in an industry that really didn't exist at the time. So let's jump right in. From a small kitchen table to thousands of loyal customers. And you'll see throughout this presentation, we actually have developed as part of the brand of Green Roads 6 values that really bring the company to life. One of which is that we still maintain a kitchen table spirit. And these illustrations that you'll see from time to time are sort of as we've brought to life those values. But they're unique to Green Roads. They're custom that we had made to help sort of archive the journey of Green Roads from those humble beginnings to where we are today. And with that, Laura, I will love to ask you a few questions about how we got this whole shebang going. Why don't you give a little bit, just to start off, let's go even before you became a pharmacist. Why don't you tell a little bit about your background and get us started?
Thanks, Lee. Good segue. So I started my journey in this beautiful process way back right out of high school. I graduated high school pregnant with my son. My husband today, we've been married 31 years, so it's been a long journey with him as well. So I didn't have a job. I really had no intention of going to college. That never crossed my mind. I always had really good grades in school because my father demanded it, but somehow the translation of having good grades in school and taking it to the next step just never came across through the household. So one of my really good friends in high school's mother knew I had just had my son and said she needed a secretary, and she knew I needed a job. So I went in and I started working as her secretary, and horrible typer is an understatement for me to be a secretary, but I figured it out. I made best friends with the Xerox machine and figured out how to really fudge my way through being a secretary because I was just a horrible typist. And then one day she comes over to me and she's like, hey, why aren't you going to college? You have the same grades as my daughter and she has a scholarship to Miami-Dade, and why aren't you going? And I was like, well, I don't really know. I never thought about it. It's never been mentioned. And I just figured, it was kind of too late for me. So she said, call Miami-Dade right now and find out what's going on. So miraculously and incredible, that same day was the deadline to register. So she's like, go to Miami-Dade right now, register and start taking classes. So started taking night classes, had really no idea what I wanted to study, none whatsoever. I just knew I liked math and science. So those were the classes that I really gravitated towards. And then in the office building that I worked was in a hospital. And one of the ladies in the office next to me kept saying, you should go to pharmacy school. You should go to pharmacy school. It's really good for females. There's a lot of flexibility, all those kinds of things. So back then you had to actually go to the guidance counselor's office, and they had rows of papers and what career choices you chose. And it told you what the prerequisites were. So I looked at pharmacy and it was all math and science. I was like, okay, that's what I'm going to do. So I just stumbled into pharmacy school, went to night school for the most part. Then I transitioned over to a job in the pharmacy, so I actually could see what I was getting ready for. Started working there and applied to only one university because you know, I had a small child and my husband had a job at the post office. We weren't really able to pick up and move for me to go to college anywhere. I applied to Southeastern University at the time, and everybody in the pharmacy that knew somebody that was applying there kept saying, you're never going to get in, you're never going to get in, it's impossible to get in there, forget it, you're not getting in. And I was like, what, that's a thing? Like, you don't get into a college you apply for? I never heard, I don't, what? I didn't think that was even remotely possible for me. So I applied, I went to my interview, and the two people that were interviewing me were actually arguing back and forth as to whether or not they thought I could make it through the program because I had a small child. So Dr. Athani was a female and Dr. Gazy was a male, and they were back and forth. Dr. Gazy kept saying, you're never going to make it. She's not going to make it. And Dr. Athani is like, what do you mean? Just because she's a woman and she has a child, she's not going to make it? Ridiculous. So I left there totally confused, figured for sure I wasn't getting in because true, I had a child and they thought that was going to be a problem. But I got my letter. I wasn't waitlisted. I got right in and started my pharmacy journey from there, and graduated from there, started working at a big chain for 17 years. I worked there. Really was unsatisfied with the way things are in a big chain. You don't get to experience your customers or really relate to them in any kind of a way. And it's really that part of pharmacy that I miss the most. It changed over those 17 years. And I transitioned over to a small independent pharmacy and got a lot more pharmacy compounding experience there because they were really known for that. And then from there,
explain what compounding is, because I think that's important in the journey.
Yeah. So compounding is when you take a medication that comes in a prescription form already. So it's already in its own natural form. Like, let's say it comes in a tablet, but you need to give that medication to somebody who can't swallow tablets, maybe an infant. Maybe it only comes in 500 milligrams and this patient needs only 5 milligrams. So you have to break that down and put it into another smaller form, like maybe a capsule, or maybe you make it into a liquid, maybe you make it into a topical, but it's some form of preparing medications that are not already on the market. So it's actually making the dosage forms, changing the dosage forms. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and what did you, and so you've now been working, we're going to fast forward. Actually, I'll see if I can, I'll stop sharing the screen. We go, make it a little easier for people to see us. So now you've been working, first of all, it's an incredible story. And I think that anybody would say that you have a lot to be proud of in terms of just the dedication and the self-confidence and sort of figuring out what your dream, what you wanted to do, your goals were, and then going after that. And I know that's going to play a big part as we hit the next chapter of the Green Roads journey, and that is CBD. So let's now, so now you're working as a pharmacist, and you are you work for large corporations, you work for independent pharmacy, you're learning how to, or you're not learning how to compound, but you're getting more experience compounding and developing. And how did CBD walk into your life?
CBD actually did walk into my life. So my partner in all of this in the beginning is RB, and he came into the pharmacy. It's an independent pharmacy, so it's a little easier to have that relationship, like I said before, with your pharmacist. So he came in there, and I have known him for years. He was a friend of my brother's, and unfortunately he had a lot of accidents and surgery, so he had gone down that opioid path and was in a pretty dark place. Came into the pharmacy and asked me, hey, can you fill my prescriptions? And as a friend, I thought, well, I can fill his prescription so I can keep an eye on him and make sure that he's not taking it to the next level. Because that, unfortunately during those days that happened, and physicians were really not careful in making sure that their patients didn't keep going down that wrong path. So he came in, and I felt a level of comfort that I would be able to help him maintain where he was and not get worse. And one day he came in and he saw me compounding, because we had a big window where you could see us working in the back. And he asked me what I was doing. I explained to him why I was wearing the getup, the gown and the head and all that stuff. the head. I mean, not the head, the hairnet. I was always wearing a head. But so he says, you know, I explained to him what compounding was, and then he left, and he called me a few days later, and he's like, what do you know about CBD? He's like, I got this idea. You know, he had a medical marijuana grow in Colorado, and he was ready to get out of the grow space, but he realized there that there was something about this CBD that more and more people were coming into the dispensary asking for high strain CBD products. He didn't know why, and he couldn't figure out why. But when, you know, the light bulb went off in his head, hey, she's compounding, she's in pharmacy, there's a reason, maybe there's something here. So started doing a lot of research about CBD, and I honestly had no idea what CBD was. I had no experience with marijuana products at all. You know, graduating high school pregnant, being in college and pharmacy school, I never dabbled. I didn't have that normal college experience like most people do. So I had to do a lot of digging. Found out that there was a patent on CBD that the US government had, and it had, the patent was for a neuroprotector and an antioxidant, which are really good properties in medicine in general. So I just started playing around with this jar of oil. He used to go from place to place with this jar of oil that was supposed to be CBD. And back then I had no way of even knowing what was in that jar of oil. It was kind of like, well, let me just see what it is. I'm just going by on somebody's word of what it was, because really I had no way of knowing what it was. Started making products in any kind of a dosage form that I was familiar with making in the pharmacy. That would be oral liquids, tablets, capsules, suppositories, anything, and giving them to friends and family and getting good results for all different types of illnesses and issues that they were having. Then I started thinking outside the box. Well, you know, what about other types of things? Like, you know, you can take a candle and you can make a soy candle, and then you can use it as a massaging thing. So I actually made soy candles with CBD back then, that you melt the candle and you can use the wax for massaging. I decided that, you know, I've always wanted to veer off of Western medicine, and then I started putting it into teas and making teas with it, because, you know, like the Eastern medicine, everything is about a tea. Got really far along that path, made a bunch of products, and then RB and I decided that it was time to go visit a company in California and take them the products that I had made and see if we could convince them to let us make their products. They actually sold the raw ingredients of CBD. And I brought them all of the products that I had made, showed them to them. They really liked them, but they were like, nah, you know, we're not into this. We're just really worried about our stock exchange, penny stock. They didn't really care about of this industry. But then we found out that they really did like my products, so they tried to reverse engineer them. I wish I knew then what an NDA was, but I did not. Anyway, they were very unsuccessful in that, and we, you know, kept moving from there to making products.
Wow. So what was the product that you made that you felt was like your first early success, where you said, oh, wow, this is a product I can actually go and market and sell?
It actually happened to be a cream, because a lot of people have sore muscles and joints and achy things. And that's something that you can have a lot of people try with not a lot of risk, because you're not ingesting it. So it's topical, it's pretty benign. You can try it amongst a lot of people and not have too much of an issue. And that was when I really noted, I really knew that we were onto something. But how did we get people to want to try it in the first place? That was the problem, because nobody believed that it was not marijuana, and there's all that stigma around it, and everybody was so afraid of it. I mean, this is back in 2013, 2014. So people did not understand, and it was really hard to explain what was going on.
So it's 2013. Most people have never heard of CBD. It has yet to sort of catch fire in the, you know, in terms of popular knowledge. You're starting to make products in South Florida. And at what point did you figure out that this was, because at some point you had to leave your career and leave your career behind. Did that happen immediately, or was there a moment where you said, okay, now this is real?
Well, it took a while. So we didn't actually sell our first product until the end of 2014. It took a lot of convincing people. So RB is a salesman. I am not a salesman. I worked full-time in the pharmacy, about 50 hours to 56 hours a week in the pharmacy. And then when I would go home on the nights and weekends, I would actually make the products and continue the research and the education and the R&D and everything. And we had a little pharmacy that was inside a physician's office that we were able to use for about a month. But that relationship didn't really work out, so we had to find something else that would work out. So what I did was I turned one of my bedrooms at my house into a pseudo clean room, which is sort of how you would do it in the pharmacy, as the best as I could to make these products. And RB started going from store to store. The only people that we could get interested in these products were lifestyle brand stores, so smoke shops and head shops. And they aren't really topical oriented business. So what they were all interested in was vape products. So I was like, well, I'm going to work on some of these other formulations that I have and try to figure out how to coordinate them into a vape product. So I made something that was something you could vape as well as ingest orally. So you could do it either way. My preference is to ingest it orally, but those young kids really were into vaping back then. So we started selling a lot of those products. What we noticed was that the kids were taking those products home to their parents and grandparents, and they were taking the products. They were getting relief. You know, grandma's arthritis was feeling better. Next thing we noticed, grandma was going into this lifestyle stores to purchase these. I mean, you don't usually see grandma in a head shop, but grandma was going in there to get these kinds of products. And we started selling more and more. And it was really hectic for me. I was working, you know, till 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning trying to package shipping. And I didn't have a lot of experience with Microsoft Word or things like that. And I didn't have time to figure it out. So I had like a template, and I used to just go and type in the invoice of these people and then go to the next one and erase that and fill in the blanks again and erase it and then print it and put everything in the shipping boxes and then take it to the post office. And so I was making the products, billing, packaging, shipping, doing all of that on my off time, which wasn't a lot of off time. Right. And then finally my husband was like, this has got to stop. Like you cannot do this any longer. So he actually had a heated discussion with RB about it. He's like, she's killing herself. She can't do this anymore. You got to figure this out. So it was at that point in time where we were making a little bit of money, not a lot of money. And I said, okay, I'm going to leave the pharmacy. I just can't do this any longer. I just couldn't. So I left the pharmacy to make probably a quarter of what I was making in the pharmacy. So we just lived on credit cards for a long time to get through that. But you know, you do what you have to do. And my boss at the time was like, what are you doing? You're leaving to do what? To go where? He's like, no, you're crazy. Don't do this. But I was like, no, you know, I'm onto something here. We're really helping people in a different way. So I'm going to do it. And I did it. And I've never, ever looked back. I've never regretted the decision.
You know, it's amazing that the story of Green Roads really is the story of the industry, right? You started off, nobody would carry the products.
Nobody would.
And now, we've got 7,000 stores carrying the products, and it's everything from doctors' offices down to supermarkets, and it's just amazing. But you know, I know that one of the and I can go back to the slides. I know that one of the things that has been consistent, and I think it really does come from your training as a pharmacist, is the focus on the product, right? Yes. You were making your own formulations. You were, and because you had to, right? Nobody else was, there was no ability to go use somebody else's form. You had to make it yourself. And these were, this was not something that you were chasing a fad for. But I think for a lot of people, especially at the time, this was a fad, right? This was something that was just, hey, let's see if we can get in this industry and make a quick buck. And I think that still goes on today. But you were there trying to do something that I think not a lot of companies at the time were trying to do, which is say, this is wellness. And how did you go about, I mean, now let's talk a little bit about you know, what happened along the way, because I think that there were some definite, like you said, there were people who said, oh, you're just selling marijuana. You're just, you know, we don't want to carry your products, or we don't want to. What were some of those challenges along the way that you encountered as you were trying to convince people that this is wellness and this is a legitimate business?
Wow, so many bumps along the road. I think the biggest one was a lack of understanding. Nobody understood what CBD was, and that how we were deriving it from hemp, and hemp was legal. The 2014 Farm Bill made hemp legal. Nobody could understand that. It was we went to many legal firms trying to get opinion letters. We got a couple of them. Now when I go back and I read them, they were really not great opinion letters, but at the time they helped us. They really helped us to be able to forge forward. People just don't understand it, and there's not a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? There wasn't a lot of trust in the industry. So for me, it was, I'm a pharmacist and I need people to trust me. I am, at one point, I know pharmacy was the most trusted profession in the country over the clergy. So it means a lot to me that I'm a pharmacist and I take people's lives into my hands. I don't want, bad product out there. So just trying to find anybody in a real business setting to help us move forward. I'm a pharmacist. I'm not an MBA. I don't have business experience. And when I left the pharmacy, I was working, full-time at Green Roads, but manufacturing and packaging and shipping and doing all of those jobs. I was still wearing a lot of those hats when I left the pharmacy. And it was hard to try to figure out how to handle the business part of it. So, I didn't have really good accounting practices. I just, kept everything in the ledger. I didn't really know how to use QuickBooks. We actually, at that point, were able to start bringing on sales team. We brought on Danny Perdek, and he brought in a bunch of sales team, and we were able to get a pseudo secretary that she came in and she had some experience with QuickBooks, and she started filling in the gaps there. But it's just, I don't know, it was really difficult.
What about, no business can exist in a vacuum, right? You need a bank, you need to rent space, you need to have people ship your products, you need insurance. How is that in a world where people thought you were basically selling drugs?
Yeah, so we tried to get insurance, and we were able to get insurance under the premise that we were a vape commodity. And we really weren't a vape commodity, but that was what the insurance company said that they were okay insuring us for. So we actually, our first insurance policy was, for a substantial amount on product liability. And then banking, I learned quick, the first time I went into the bank to open up a business account, I told them exactly what we were doing, and they were like, no, that's not going to happen. So then I said, oh, well, I need to approach this in a little bit of a different way. So I went into the bank and approached it as a nutraceutical company, because in my mind, that's what we are. We're a nutraceutical company. We are a health and wellness company. We make dietary type supplements. We make nutraceuticals. So they were okay with that. They went ahead with that, and we were able to get banking. And then, there was a lot of bad people in the industry, a lot of people trying to cross over from the marijuana world into the CBD world, back and forth. So, I had to be really careful who we did business with and make sure that they didn't have a strong marijuana background, because that would affect our banking. We needed a merchant, so we need someone that would process our credit cards. So we had signed up with one company at first, and they're okay. They were great. We started, processing small amounts a day, 500, 1,000. And then once we started processing up to $10,000 a day, they were like, time out. What are you doing? So then they would start doing a deep dive investigation. And it was like, well, we had to really, prove to them that our business was legal before they would let us keep going. Sometimes they didn't give us that opportunity to prove that it was a legal business and we could keep going. And sometimes they just shut us down. So we had to scramble and find something new. It was always a different problem or a different challenge that kept coming up along the way.
It's amazing that, that as you became more successful, people became more suspicious. And,
right.
it's really amazing. And I know that 2018, with the passing of the 2018 Farm Bill, was a huge event in the industry, and that now we're in a much different place. Right now, we're in an incredible place where the company is thriving, where CBD is everywhere. So why don't you give everybody just sort of like a sort of a summary of where we are today, because I want to make sure we have enough time to get to the next section.
Yeah, I want to go back a little bit too, though. So in the summer of 2019, even after the Farm Bill passed in 2018, it's excuse me, blatantly clear. CBD is legal, hemp is legal. It is supposed to be traded or sold as a commodity. It is legal. But in the summer of 2019, there were a lot of bad actors in the industry, and one credit card processing company was dealing with a lot of them, and they were having some problems. So they shut everybody's credit card processing down. So for about a month and a half, we had zero way to process an order. But I didn't, I realized that our products are like medicinal products to people, and they can't be without them. So even though we couldn't process credit cards, we still ship product out. We ship product out to about 50,000 people without getting payment. And I never expected to get that payment back. But once we got our credit card processing back up and running, we sent people emails, hey, we had a problem processing your credit card. Would you mind giving us, helping us out and paying now? And I was surprised at the amount of people that actually did. They did the right thing and they processed the credit card. Some people were like, no, I'm not giving you the money. But a lot of people really did the stand-up thing and sent us their, not sent us our credit card information, but they let us process their cards at a later time. So that was surprisingly a really pleasant surprise to me.
It's amazing. It's amazing that the company would make that decision to say, even if we're not sure we'll ever collect the bill, let's keep sending product out to our customers because we know they need it. I don't know many businesses that would do that.
Yeah, I couldn't with a good conscience sleep at night knowing that people needed these products, weren't getting them. So I mean, I think that goes back to me being a pharmacist, and I really have to care about the end user. It's just the amount of testimonials and things that we get in of how this is helping people. It's just not right to not serve them in that way.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's and I think that this slide sums it up. I mean, as we said in the beginning, 30,000 5-star reviews. We get a lot of them that are similar to that first one there, right? I've tried 10 different brands, but I keep coming back to Green Roads. Why? Because it works, because the products are better, because they're doing what I need them to do. And it's really just remarkable in that regard. So maybe I'll give you a break and I'll sort of summarize where we are today, and then we'll move into the next section, which is, how do you compete? How do you compete in a world where this is what a CBD display might look like in a supermarket, and that's obviously an actual one. So how do you go from this, which is, amazing products, tons of 5-star reviews. We've got 100 employees. We've invested heavily in systems and that allow us to ship efficiently and really to be able to scale the business. The company, by all accounts, is doing really, really well. And yet, the industry as a whole still has this problem. And that is that nobody can go in to, when people go into a supermarket or a drugstore and they see this, they're completely overwhelmed with product. And most people would look at that and say, I don't know how to make a decision. I don't know what these things do. I don't know how to pick one brand over another. So for me, and as we sort of move into this section, and I only have a few minutes left, I think is the challenge of it. So after all the challenges of actually just getting your products, being able to get banking, being able to create a product, being able to have what the world considers a legitimate business, now there was this mad rush. And I think, you said about now all of a sudden everybody's got a CBD brand. Every celebrity's got a CBD brand, because it's so easy, as we said in the beginning, to just buy products from an industrial manufacturer, put your own box and label around it, and then sell it, right? And nobody knows the difference. So I wanted to talk if unless there's anything else you wanted to just to wrap up, but if not, I'll start talking a little bit about the brand and how we compete today. So the biggest challenge, obviously, with any brand, and how do you get started as a brand, is to know who you are. And I think that Green Roads, you know, really benefited from the idea, from the foundation that Laura gave it, right? We were pharmacist formulated. We had something different about our products. We knew we were a wellness company. And I think that as we said in the beginning, so many other brands, especially after 2018 and when CBD started exploding, so many brands were just trying to catch a fad. And they didn't really, I think, in many cases, even know why they were making CBD products. They didn't have that sort of that background and that dedication to it. They were just trying to catch a fad. We had the benefit of having that foundation as a pharmacist formulated brand, as a wellness brand. And I think that really helped a lot. But I want to talk about basically two different things that we did when I joined the company back at the beginning of 2019, end of 2018, to really evolve where we were and prepare for the reality that we're in right now. The first one was this knowledge, right? Nobody buys a product that they don't understand. And if you go back, it's very hard to make heads or tails of a lot of these products. And when I remember, you know, when I joined the company, I said to you, you know, for a company that's supposed to relieve anxiety, I felt like Green Roads was causing me anxiety, because I would go on the website, I had no idea what to buy. And we had 7 different strengths of oil, and each one had a number on it, a number of milligrams. And I didn't know, as a novice, do I take 150 milligrams, 250, 550, 1,000, 1,500, 3,500? And then all of a sudden I realized, well, wait a second, that's the total amount of milligrams in the bottle. That's not every serving. I was so confused. And so I think one of the first things we sort of realized is that we need to combat customer confusion. And we did this, right? We got rid of all of our different strengths, and we got it down to 3, where we said, look, it's mild, moderate, and mighty. Let's bring people to something where they can look at it and they know exactly, okay, I'm a beginner. I'm going to start with mild. I'm going to start with moderate. I know what I need. I'm going to move to the mighty strength, but it's very easy. It's an easy mental signpost. You know, we made the box much easier to read. We created, we moved everybody to this measuring system. So when you take the oil, you can actually have a little bit more control, and you say, I want to take a little bit more, a little bit less. We put education on the side of what the difference is between a full spectrum product and a broad spectrum product. We wanted to make sure that people could understand what they were getting. It's so important, especially when you're talking about, you know, any new industry, even if you're talking about Uber, when the first time you hear about Uber, you're like, well, wait a second, how does it work? What is that? It takes a little while for people to really understand. And for CBD, it's even more complicated. So that was the first thing. The second thing we realized, I think, and this comes a lot from your training, is that the more you educate a consumer, when consumers are educated, good brands win. So we started helping people understand, what is CBD? What can it do for you? How do you pick a good product? What is the difference? And that level of education brings transparency and brings trust. And I think that was a huge thing that we did. And then the same thing along sort of this idea of understanding and helping the consumer sort of get into this. How do you get someone to try something for the first time? I think functional products were sort of the next phase. We obviously just launched a massive line of sleep products. And to me, this is where the industry is going, which is making it very easy for someone to understand, oh, I take this for this effect. And I know you worked really hard at developing these different formulations that are good for sleep. And, you know, we've seen a lot of success, but I think the success comes from 2 things. Number one, nobody can sleep today because it's, 2021 and everybody's stressed out, but also because it's a clear product that everybody understands. When you look at that product and you see the name, oh, Sweet Sleep, Sleepy Z's, I understand what that's going to do for me. And now we get out of this sort of the confusion of, well, I don't know what CBD is for. And I think that's a huge step forward for the industry as we start moving to more functional products and clearer products. I'll pause for a second if there's anything you want to jump in on. Otherwise, I think we'll move to the last bit. Lauren, how are we doing on time?
We are right about where we should be.
Okay. So the last thing that I think that in terms of competing today, you know, we talked a little bit about how important it is for people to have clear understanding of the products and what they do and how to buy them and what a strength is and how to just sort of demystify the category, which I think is everybody's responsibility in this category. The next thing that we did was take those sort of that idea of creating functional products, and we help people with signposts like on our website about what to use this for. Really, really important. So now people can shop by solution. We give them shortcuts. We don't list every product. Obviously, there's a lot there, but we want to give you an explanation of how this can help with your stress and what products can help, how this can help with your sleep, how this can help you relax, and what products can help you with that. So I think it's all about making it simplified for the customer. The last thing is that we're a wellness company and wellness is human, right? You can go and buy a cell phone from a robot, but nobody wants to buy a wellness product from a company that is faceless, that doesn't have empathy, that doesn't understand the challenges of their lives. So every communication point that we have is about humanizing our brand, right? And you can see examples of it here, whether it's something that we did to launch our sleep capsules, even when the kids tell you they're moving back in, we can help you snooze soundly. For Father's Day, you know, these are real people, and these are sort of images that everybody can relate to. And then one of our obviously best-selling products is our Relax Bears, and we now take that Relax Bear and we put it in all kinds of environments to help people understand how this sort of intersects with their everyday lives. You know, this idea of becoming a human brand is not just talk. We've incorporated it into everything we do. So every box has a message, if you look at the left, from Laura, right? Here's why we made this product, right? We know what it's like to have trouble sleeping. And then inside the box where it shows up at your house, there's another message from Laura that says, hey, this matters to us, right? You're buying a product from a company that is staffed by human beings who are here to help you. And it's led by a pharmacist who's been doing this for her entire career. So we really took that idea of, you know, we want to be a human brand. We don't just sell products, we put our staff favorites up. I'm there, Victoria, there's a lot of our staff have said, this is my favorite product and here's why. I take this product and it puts a human face on it. And then we basically created a, you know, sort of a roadmap for people where we can hold their hand a little bit as they entered the category. And again, I think it's really, really important for anybody in the wellness space to have a very, very human brand and not just try and be a, you know, a luxury brand or a fad. That's not what this category is about. And that's it. That was our, you know, that's it. That's the trials and tribulations of starting a brand from scratch around a kitchen table and keeping that kitchen table spirit going all the way to today.
And that's definitely the elevator pitch version. There's much more that went into this, but we need hours to go into all that.
Of course. Well, thank you guys so much. It's been wonderful learning about your career journey, Laura, and about, you know, what you've gone through in building this brand, and Lee as well, your sort of recommendations for others that are starting out or in the industry, and a true focus on wellness and how you carry that across through your branding and your marketing and just your overall company values. It's great to hear about, and I think many people will really come away with this with some great insights. So thank you so much again. And in a little while, we will open up to some questions. So thank you. Hi there, everyone. So that concludes our presentations today for CBD Health and Wellness Magazine. Laura and Lee were not able to join us for Q&A today, but we will share their contact information in the chat so that if you have any questions, you can reach out to them directly. Thanks again for everyone who attended today. We hope that you learned a lot and took some really valuable insights away from today's session. So thank you so much again.
Hello, everyone. This is Celeste Miranda. I am the publisher of CBD Health and Wellness Magazine. That story that Laura just gave was absolutely amazing. And it's stories like that that encourage me to keep raising the bar in this industry and work the crazy amount of hours that we do to get this type of information to you guys. So yeah, that's what it's about. And Laura, thank you. Thanks, Lee. You obviously know your stuff as well with marketing from one marketer to another. So I want to invite everybody to tune back in tomorrow. There is a different registration link. So if you don't have it, go to MACE v365.com to get it. You will be able tomorrow morning to hear all about extraction-based information. So our sister publication, Extraction Magazine, will be presenting tomorrow from 9 to noon PST. And after that, we'll just have a quick couple of interviews with the CBD Industry Association, and we'll wrap up our first MACE v.365 talks of 2021 at about 1 o'clock tomorrow. And we're going to do 2 more of them throughout the year. So again, thank you for joining us. A big thanks to my editor-in-chiefs, Jason Lupoi, Dr. Jason Lupoi, and Dr. Lauren DeVito. You guys are amazing. I can't speak more highly of 2 individuals that help me get through so many different things and platforms that we have to get through every day. And while we were putting this on today, a big shout out to the rest of the MACE media crew over at the office who kept things going. So thanks a lot to everyone, and hopefully we will see you tuned in tomorrow. Remember, get that new link off the website. Thanks a lot. Thank you for joining us. Goodbye.